This video is designed to help you relax or fall asleep. Before we begin, if you think you might fall asleep, please introduce yourself in the comments. Please also like the video and subscribe if you haven't already. As always, I'd love to know where you're watching from. So let us know in the comments and share what time it is where you are. Thank you once more for joining me. Get comfortable, grab a glass of water, make sure you've locked your door, and turn off the lights. Don't forget to say hello in the comments. It's time to close your eyes. A few years back, my friends and I got it into our heads to go check out this old abandoned gold mine out near Wickenburg, Arizona, about an hour and a half north of Phoenix. There were 5 of us: Kyle, Tyler, Miguel, and Darren and myself, all in our mid-20s, looking for something to do on a weekend that wasn't just hitting the same bars. Kyle was the one who brought it up, going on about this YouTube video he watched. Some urban explorer guy wandering through dark tunnels, showing off rusted mining carts, and talking about how the mine was a big deal back in the 1800s. They were pulling out millions in gold before it got shut down. He said it was supposed to be this cool and creepy place, possibly haunted, and full of history. We found stories about miners getting stuck for days, some guy getting hanged for stealing, and locals who still didn't like people poking around. I'd heard about Vulture Mine before, mostly from Reddit threads or random articles. It was one of the biggest gold mines in Arizona. Now it was just sitting there, falling apart, with tunnels that weren't safe to walk in. People online said Wickenburg, the town nearby, was weird about outsiders. They were real protective, maybe because of the mine, maybe because they just didn't like city kids showing up. There were stories about locals running off tourists, putting up signs, even slashing tires once or twice. We laughed it off. We figured it was just small town talk, nothing serious. Kyle kept saying it'd be an adventure, something we'd talk about for years. And we were dumb enough to believe him. That morning, we piled into Darren's dad's Suburban, all 5 of us, leaving Phoenix right around 6 o'clock. It was this old SUV, kind of beat up. Smelled like engine oil mixed with one of those Pine air fresheners hanging from the rearview mirror. I was stuck in the back seat, wedged between Tyler and Miguel. My knees were pressed up against the seat in front of me. I had a bag of Doritos sitting in my lap. Crumbs were already spilling all over my jeans because I wasn't paying attention. Kyle was up in the front, riding shotgun. He was messing around with his phone, blasting loud punk music that nobody else really liked. He was the guy who got us all hyped up for this trip. Always the loud one, always pushing for the next big thing. Like the time he convinced us to drive to Vegas at midnight, and we ended up broke by morning. He kept saying this mine trip was going to be awesome. We'd explore some tunnels, maybe camp out, and have a story we'd be telling everyone for years. Tyler was slouched next to me. His hoodie was pulled up. He was scrolling on his phone, throwing out sarcastic comments. He said, "Oh yeah, Kyle, let's all go get stuck in a mine shaft. That sounds like a great time." He's the guy who acts like he's too cool for everything. Always got a joke, but he still shows up. Miguel was driving. He was keeping it steady, just watching the road, staying chill like he always does. He's the one who keeps us from killing each other when Kyle and Tyler start arguing. Darren was in the middle row. His hands were gripping the armrest. He was already freaking out about the car. He said, "You guys, I'm serious. My dad's going to absolutely lose it if anything happens to this thing. He's the nervous one. Always worried, especially about his dad's Suburban. He only got to borrow it because he swore we'd be careful." The drive was pretty fun at first. Just a bunch of us on a road trip, like we'd done many times before. We were eating snacks and passing around a Monster energy drink that was already warm. Arguing about Kyle's music. I said we should switch to something less obnoxious. Kyle just laughed. He said, "You guys don't know good music when you hear it." Tyler told him to shut up. He said this song sounded like someone running over a guitar with a lawnmower. Darren kept looking in the side mirrors. He was muttering about how the dust was going to mess up the paint on the car. "This thing's not made for this kind of road. You know that, right?" Miguel didn't say much. He just nodded and kept his eyes on the road, keeping us moving north. Kyle was going on about the mine. He was pulling up the YouTube video on his phone while he still had signal. He showed us these clips of some guy walking through dark tunnels with rusted carts. The guy was talking about how the mine made millions in gold back in the day, how it was a whole town once, with saloons and fights and some story about a guy getting hanged for stealing gold. Kyle said, "It's not just like some creepy ghost thing. It's old. There's real history." Tyler laughed. "Yeah, history of people getting crushed in cave-ins." "Awesome." I didn't say much. I just watched the video. I thought it looked kind of interesting but also a little sketchy. Like maybe it wasn't going to be as fun as Kyle was making it sound. We could find actual gold down there. On every video I've seen, nobody goes past a certain point, and the top comments were all saying someone should jump across the ledge and throw some pieces of wood over the part that drops down. It would be so easy. I kept thinking about those Reddit posts. People said Wickenburg folks didn't like visitors. They said the mine was off limits. Some locals got real mad if you showed up. I figured it was just talk. Just stories to scare people off. Things started feeling different once we got past Wickenburg. The road turned into a dirt track. The Suburban was rattling like it was going to fall apart. Darren was losing his mind. He was leaning forward, saying, "Miguel, can you slow down? You're going to wreck the suspension or something." Miguel eased off the gas a little. "It's fine, Darren. Just relax." You could tell he was paying closer attention to the road. My phone lost signal right around that time. It just went to no service. No bars at all. I saw Tyler check his phone. Then Kyle. Then Darren. Everyone came up empty. Tyler said, "Well, that's great. No signal. No maps. Nice job, Kyle." Kyle waved it off. He said, "We don't need phones. It's a straight shot from here. I know where we're going." He was looking out the window more. Like he wasn't totally sure. Then we started seeing these signs. Handmade, nailed to trees and fence posts along the road. They said stuff like, "No tourists. Private land, keep out. Turn back while you can." One of them said, "You're not welcome here," in big red letters, with a skull drawn under it. Like someone got mad and went to town with a marker. Darren saw them first. His voice got all high. He said, "You guys see those? That's not good, right? Those are bad news." Kyle laughed. He said, they're just trying to scare people off. Probably been there forever. Nobody cares. Tyler leaned forward. He looked out the window and said, yeah, sure. Because locals always make friendly little signs for no reason. Miguel stayed quiet. I saw his hands grip the wheel a little tighter. The signs kept showing up every 100 yards. Some were old and faded. Others looked new. The paint was still bright. The nails weren't even rusty. I didn't say anything. Just watched them go by. I kept thinking we should have paid more attention to what they were saying. Especially after those stories about Wickenburg being weird about outsiders. And how some people said the locals would do anything to keep the mind to themselves. Like it was their secret or something. Darren was freaking out more. He said, guys, this is serious. What if someone's out here? What if they mess with the car? Tyler told him to calm down. It's just some grumpy old guy who doesn't like outsiders. Probably hates idiots like Kyle. Kyle flipped him off. Whatever. We're almost there. Stop whining. You could tell he was looking at the signs too. His usual grin wasn't quite as wide. Miguel finally said something. His voice was even. Maybe we should think about turning around. Find a motel or something. Kyle shut that down quick. No way. We drove all this way. We're not chickening out now. Darren groaned and sank back in his seat. He muttered, my dad's going to kill me. We pulled up to the mine around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. It looked nothing like the YouTube video. Just a bunch of old buildings. Half collapsed. The wood was all gray and splintered. Windows were either broken or boarded up. There was rusted junk everywhere. Pipes, barrels, a mine cart tipped over in the dirt. The entrance was just a dark hole in the hillside. Broken timbers were around it. A chain link fence was mostly falling down. More signs were up. Metal signs saying, danger and no entry. Kyle got up first. He was splashing through the mud. He said, this is it. Look at this place. Tyler lit a cigarette and said, it looks like a total dump. Not gonna lie. Miguel parked and got out. He looked around and didn't say anything. Darren was pacing. He was staring at the Suburban like it was going to get stolen. This place is creepy. We shouldn't be here. Now that I was finally there and could see how run down the place was, I kept thinking about what I'd read online. Vulture Mine used to be a whole town. People were fighting over gold, getting drunk, getting killed. Wickenburg folks still acted like they owned it. Like they didn't want anyone digging into their history. It started raining. Not heavy, but enough to make the ground slick. Enough to make us pull up our hoodies. The wind was getting cold. It was kicking up dust. We stood by the car. Tried to figure out what to do. Kyle wanted to go in right away. He said, we've got flashlights. Let's just check out the tunnels. Get some pictures. Tyler said, yeah, let's fall through a floor and die. Great idea. Miguel said, it's too wet. Too late. We should wait till morning. Darren was going on about the car. He said, if anything happens to it, I'm dead. I'm serious. I looked at the mine. The signs. The rain. I didn't say much. It felt off. Like we weren't supposed to be there. Like those signs and those Wickenburg stories shouldn't have been ignored. The rain got worse. Miguel made the call. He said, "We're sleeping in the car tonight. We'll figure it out tomorrow." Kyle groaned. "That's lame, but whatever." Tyler shrugged. "Better than getting soaked out there." Darren nodded. He looked relieved, like the car was the only thing keeping him sane. We climbed back in. All of us were wet. The seats were getting damp. The air smelled like muddy shoes and beef jerky. We ate some snacks, passed around a bag of chips and some soda. Nobody was talking much. The rain was hitting the roof hard. The mine was just a dark shape through the foggy windows. We tried to play music. The speaker wouldn't connect. Phones were still dead. No signal. Darren was curled up in the middle row, muttering about his dad. Tyler was trying to sleep. His hoodie was over his face. Kyle was still hyped. "Tomorrow's going to be awesome. You'll see." Right as I was starting to doze off, I heard something. A laugh, not real close but not far either. Like maybe some kids were messing around out in the rain. I sat up and said, "Did you guys hear that?" Tyler pulled his hoodie down. "Just relax." Darren's head popped up. His eyes were wide. "What was that?" "I told you guys, this place is bad." Kyle laughed it off. "It's just an echo or something. Chill out." He was looking out the window. I could tell he wasn't as sure as he sounded. I stared out into the dark. I saw nothing but rain and shadows. I figured it was probably nothing. Just kids. Just the wind. I kept thinking about those signs. About Wickenburg. About the stories of locals who didn't mess around. We were all stuffed into Darren's dad's Suburban, trying to get comfortable, but it was pretty much impossible. The seats were hard. The air was thick and stuffy. With 5 of us packed in there, it felt like we were fighting for every bit of space. I was in the back, my knees jammed against the middle row. My head was resting on the window, which was cold and fogging up from all our breathing. Kyle was up front in the passenger seat. He was slouched down, messing with his phone even though it had no signal, just scrolling through old pictures or something to pass the time. Tyler was next to me, his hoodie pulled tight. He was trying to stretch out, but his elbow kept digging into my ribs. Miguel was behind the wheel. Not driving but just sitting there. His hands were still on the steering wheel, like he was ready to hit the gas if we needed to. Darren was in the middle row, curled up with his jacket over his head. He was muttering about how we were going to ruin the car just by being out here. The rain was coming down light but steady, tapping on the roof. We had the windows cracked a little for air, which just made everything inside feel damp and sticky. I remember thinking it was going to be a long night. I had no idea how long it would actually be. We tried to settle in, passing around a bag of beef jerky and some warm soda cans. Nobody was really hungry, but we were eating most of the food anyway, because there wasn't much else to do. Kyle was still trying to keep things light. He said, "This is gonna be so cool tomorrow. We'll get some awesome pictures in the mine." Tyler snorted. He said, "Yeah, sure. If we don't die of boredom in this car first." Darren didn't laugh. He just kept going on about the car. He said, "You guys, I'm serious. If something happens with this thing, my dad's gonna kill me. Like, actually kill me. I keep hearing something outside. I think there's people out there. We should just go back. Miguel told him to calm down. His voice was steady. Nobody's out here, Darren. It's just us in the rain. I didn't say anything. I just chewed on the jerky, which was too tough and salty. I stared out the window, trying to see the mine through the fog glass. It was just a dark shape, barely there, in the rain. That laugh we heard earlier was still on my mind. That faint, high-pitched sound, like kids messing around. I kept waiting to hear it again. For a while, it was just the rain. Just the wind. Just us, arguing about who got to stretch out their legs. Then, maybe an hour later, it happened again. That same laugh, but louder this time. Closer. It was coming from somewhere deeper in the trees. Not right by us, but not far either. I sat up. My heart was beating faster. I said, "You guys hear that? That's not just the wind, right?" Tyler pulled his hoodie down, looked out the window, and he said, "It's probably just some dumb kids. Don't worry about it." Kyle nodded. He said, "Yeah, locals, whatever. They're just screwing around." Darren was already freaking out. He sat up straight. "No, that's not cool. What if they're out there? What if they're watching us?" Miguel turned around. His voice was calm but firm. "Darren, just relax. Nobody's coming out in this rain to mess with us." I wanted to believe him. I was looking out the window, trying to see something, anything. It was just dark. Just rain. Just shadows. Then there was a loud slap against the side of the car. Like something hit it hard. We all froze. The sound was still ringing in my ears. Darren yelled, "What the hell was that?" He scrambled to look out his window. His hands were shaking. Kyle laughed, but it sounded nervous. It was probably just a branch. "Relax." Tyler said, "Yeah, squirrels throwing acorns, right?" Nobody laughed at that. I could feel my stomach tightening. My hands were gripping the edge of the seat. Darren was losing it. "That's not a squirrel, you guys. That's someone out there. We gotta go. We gotta leave right now." He was reaching for the keys and the ignition. Miguel grabbed his arm. "Darren, stop. We're not driving in this. It's dark. It's raining. We don't even know the road." Kyle backed him up. He said, "Yeah. If you start the car, you're just gonna make it worse. You'll just draw more attention." Darren was shaking. His voice was high. "Attention? They're already throwing stuff at us." "What do you mean more attention?" Tyler told him to shut up. "It's probably nothing. Just calm down." I didn't say anything. I just kept looking out the window. My breath was fogging the glass. My heart was still going fast from that slap. I was wondering what could have hit us. If it was a rock. If it was something else. We sat there, quiet for a bit, listening to the rain, waiting for something to happen. I remember thinking maybe we should have listened to Darren. Maybe we should have turned around when we saw those signs back on the road. We tried to settle down again. I was leaning back, trying to find a position that didn't make my back hurt worse. The car smelled like sweat, and wet clothes. Nobody was talking. Just breathing. Listening. Maybe half an hour later, it got worse. Something hit the hood, hard. Like a brick or a big rock. We heard it bounce off. The sound was sharp and heavy. No mistaking it. Darren screamed. "That's it, I'm done." He threw open the door and jumped out into the rain. His phone flashlight was on, shining at the hood. We all yelled at him to get back in. He was already out there, pacing. He said, "There's a dent. There's a freaking dent." I leaned forward. I could see it. A fresh mark on the hood. Not huge, but clear. Like something heavy had hit it. Miguel got out and pulled Darren back. "Get in the car. You're gonna get soaked." Kyle was swearing. "Who the hell's out there throwing rocks? This is bullshit." Tyler was still trying to act chill. "Maybe it's just some drunk idiots. They'll get bored." Nobody was buying it. I could feel my hands sweating. My heart was pounding. I kept thinking about those signs. About the laugh. About how we were stuck out here with no signal, no way to call anyone. We got Darren back in the car. His clothes were wet. His face was pale. He was still going on about the car. He said, "My dad's gonna kill me. You guys don't get it. He's actually gonna kill me." Miguel tried to calm him down. "It's just a dent. It's fixable. Let's just stay cool." We sat there for another hour, maybe more. Nobody was talking. Just listening. My legs were cramping bad. I tried to shift, but there was no room. The jerky was gone, and the soda was flat. I wanted to eat something, but my hands were too shaky to open the bag. Then we heard more noises. Branches cracking, like someone was stepping on them. A scraping sound. Not on the car, but very close. Like someone was dragging metal across the trees nearby. Then fast footsteps, crunching through leaves. Moving away but not far. I was holding my breath. My eyes were locked on the window. Trying to see anything. It was just dark. Just rain. Then there was a bang. Loud and sharp. Not close, but close enough. Like a gunshot echoing off the hills. We all ducked. Instinct kicked in. Darren started yelling. "That's a gun. That's a freaking gun." Kyle grabbed the keys from him. "Shut it off. You're gonna make it worse." Darren had started the engine. The headlights were cutting through the rain, lining up the entrance of the mine. Nothing was there. Just the hole. The fence. The signs. Miguel turned it off. We have to stay quiet. We have to stay put. Nobody's shooting at us. It's probably just a hunter or something. His voice was shaking a little. I could tell he didn't believe it. We started to argue then. A real one, but whispering. Everyone was on edge. We just sat there, whispering when we had to. Trying not to breathe too loud. Listening to every sound outside. Every rustle. Every snap. Every hour or so, something else happened. A flash of light in the woods, like a flashlight. But by the time I could look closer, it was already gone. More footsteps. Another laugh. fainter now but still there. Miguel threw up at one point. He leaned out the window and got sick all down the car. Sorry. I'm just stressed. Nobody gave him crap for it. Not even Tyler. The smell of the car was overwhelming, but we had no choice but to sit tight and sit through the night. Nobody slept. We were sore. Cold. Our clothes were damp. The car smelled like sweat, fear, and vomit. Darren was shaking, muttering about the car, about his dad, about how we were idiots. Kyle was quiet, just staring out the window. Tyler was silent. His hoodie was up. His eyes were watching out of the window. I could tell he was scared. Miguel kept his hands on the wheel, like he was ready to drive if we had to. I just sat there. My back was aching. My heart was still racing. I was listening to the rain, waiting for the next sound, the next rock, the next bang. The wind picked up just before sunrise. The noises stopped. It was quiet for a while. Too quiet. The sun started coming up. Slow. Barely lighting the trees. We realized we'd made it through the night. It didn't feel like a win. Not with the dent. Not with the fear. Not with the feeling that someone had been out there watching us. The sun was barely up. It was just a faint light creeping through the trees. Not enough to really see the entrance to the mine. We were all still inside. Nobody was talking. We were just sitting there, sore and stiff from trying to sleep in seats that weren't made for it. My back was killing me. My neck was locked up from leaning against the window all night. My legs were cramped, like I'd been folded in half for hours. Kyle was in the front passenger seat. He was slouched down, his head tilted back. His eyes were half open, staring at the ceiling like he was too tired to move. Tyler was next to me in the back. His hoodie was pulled up. His face was pale and tired, like he hadn't closed his eyes the entire night. Miguel was in the driver's seat. His hands were still gripping the wheel. His knuckles were white, like he was ready to drive out the second we said go. Darren was in the middle row. He was curled up with his jacket over his head. I could tell he wasn't asleep, just hiding. He was probably still freaking out about the car, about the dip we'd heard, about the noises that kept us up all night. Laughter, rocks, and that bang that sounded like a gunshot. The rain had stopped. It was dead quiet outside. Too quiet. Like the whole place was waiting for us to make another dumb move. Nobody said a word for a while. We were just sitting there, breathing, listening to the silence, waiting for someone to take charge. I remember thinking we should just start the car and get the hell out of there. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to be the one to admit how shaken I was after last night. After the rocks hitting the car. After that bang that sounded like a gunshot. Finally, Miguel spoke up. His voice was low and tired. He said, "We need to check outside. See what's going on. Then we're leaving." Kyle nodded. He didn't argue for once. He just pushed his door open, climbed out. His boots splashed in the wet mud. Tyler followed. He muttered, "Yeah, let's see how bad this got." Darren stayed put at first. His jacket was still over his head. Then he let out this big sigh, like he was giving up. He got out, saying, "If there's one more mark on this car, you guys, I swear I'm done. I got out last. My legs were stiff. My hands were cold. My stomach was tight from not eating anything decent since the jerky last night. The air was colder than I expected. It was sharp. The ground was all muddy, sticking to my boots as we walked around the Suburban. The mine was right there, maybe 50 yards away. Its entrance was dark. The chain-link fence was sagging like it was yesterday. Something was different. Tyler saw it first. He pointed with his cigarette. Said, "Hold up. You see that? That wasn't there when we got here." The entrance was covered up. Not just with the old broken timbers. There were new boards with fresh wood, still rough and splintered at the edges. They were nailed up tight across the hole. They definitely weren't there yesterday. I was sure of it. I could see the nails shining. No rust. Like someone had hammered them in just a few hours ago. Miguel walked over. His boots were sinking into the mud. He said, "That's new. Check the dirt." There were prints all around the entrance. Fresh. Deep. Not washed out by the rain. Like someone had been walking around while we were stuck in the car. I spotted something else. A cigarette bud in the dirt near the fence. The end was still a little red, like it had been smoked and tossed not long before we got out. I pointed it out. "Guys, that's not old. Someone was right here." Darren's eyes went wide. He said, "What? Like, right here, while we were sleeping? Are you serious?" Kyle didn't say anything. He just stared at the boards. His hands were stuffed in his pockets. He looked like he was finally getting that this wasn't the fun trip he'd planned. We went back to the car. Started looking it over. We walked around it slow, checking for the damage we heard last night. Darren found the dent first. It was on the hood. A deep gouge. Not huge, but obvious. Like something heavy had hit it, maybe a rock or something worse. He ran his hand over it. His voice was shaking. He said, "You guys, this is so bad. My dad's gonna lose it. This is gonna cost a fortune to fix." Miguel tried to calm him down. "It's just a dent, Darren. We'll deal with it. Just breathe." Tyler stopped dead. His cigarette dropped to the ground. "Yo, what the hell is that?" He was pointing at the passenger side door. Just below the handle, there was a hole. Small but clean. A perfect circle punched through the metal. I walked over, leaned in close, saw it wasn't a rock, wasn't a dent. It was a bullet hole. No question. The edges were sharp. The paint was chipped around it. My stomach dropped. I said, "That's a bullet. A real bullet." Darren lost it. His hands were in his hair. His voice was breaking. He said, "A bullet? Are you kidding me? Someone shot at us? I'm calling my dad. I don't care if there's no signal. This is insane." He was fumbling with his phone. His hands were shaking so bad he dropped it in the mud. Miguel grabbed his arm. "Darren, stop. You're not calling anyone right now. We need to go." Kyle was staring at the bullet hole. His face was pale. He didn't look like his usual cocky self. Then he shook his head and said, "No way. We came all this way. We're not leaving with nothing." He turned toward the mine, started walking, his boots crunching in the mud. "I'm checking out that mine. Those boards aren't stopping us." Miguel stepped in front of him. "Kyle, don't. We're done here. That bullet hole's enough." Kyle pushed past him. "Come on. We drove hours for this. I'm not bailing because of some dumb locals." He grabbed a rusted metal pipe from the ground, started heading for the mine entrance. Darren was freaking out. He said, "Kyle, are you crazy? You're gonna get us killed. My dad's car is already shot up." Tyler didn't say anything, just stood there, his hands in his pockets. I didn't move either. My heart was pounding. I was thinking about those signs, the boot prints, that cigarette butt. It all screamed we shouldn't be here. Kyle got to the entrance, started prying at a board with the pipe. The nails creaked, starting to give. Then there was a loud crack. A gunshot. It hit the planks right above Kyle's head. The wood splintered, spraying his face. We all dropped to the ground. Darren screamed, "Holy shit." Then we heard shouting. Slurred, thick, like the guy was drunk or had a heavy country accent. "Get gone, you damn kids. Ain't no place for you here." Another shot rang out. Hit the dirt near the fence. Kicked up mud. A third shot followed, echoing off the hills. We scrambled back to the car, half crawling, our hearts racing. Kyle dropped the pipe. His face was white. No more cocky grin. We piled into the Suburban. Nobody was talking. We were just shaking, trying to catch our breath. Darren was in the middle row. His hands were covering his face. He was saying, "They shot at us. They actually shot at us." Miguel grabbed the keys. "We're leaving. Right now. Stay down." Kyle didn't argue, just nodded. I got him last. My hands were trembling. My mind was stuck on that bullet hole in the door, on the gunshot that hit the planks, on that slurred voice yelling at us. Someone had been out there, close enough to shoot, close enough to board up the mine while we were sitting there like idiots. Miguel started the engine. The Suburban roared to life. The headlights cut through the morning haze. We pulled out. The tires slipped in the mud for a second before they caught. The dirt road was slick. The ruts were deeper from the rain. Miguel drove slow. Careful. Nobody said a word. Nobody complained about the bumps. Darren was in the middle row. His hands were on his knees. He was staring straight ahead, not even muttering about his dad anymore. Just quiet, like he was in shock. Kyle was looking out the window. His phone was in his hand. Still no signal. He kept checking it anyway, like he thought it might come back. Tyler was next to me. His hoodie was up. His face was set. No jokes. No sarcasm. Just staring at the floor. I sat there. My back was pressed against the seat. My legs were still sore. I was watching the mine fade in the side mirror. Those signs we'd ignored. No tourists. Turn back while you can. Seeing them again made me question why we ignored them. After what we experienced, it was so obvious in hindsight that it was a bad idea. We hit the paved road about 20 minutes later. The ride smoothed out. The signal started coming back. First one bar, then some more. Then a buzz of notifications. Kyle's phone went off first. Texts and missed calls from his roommates. A group chat asking where the hell he'd been. Miguel kept driving. His eyes were locked on the road. Darren shook his head and said, "I'm never borrowing the car again. You guys can walk next time." Tyler didn't laugh. Just nodded. "Yeah, I'm done with this shit." The drive back to Phoenix was mostly quiet. Not the good kind of quiet. More like we were all too tired, too exhausted and scared to talk. About halfway there, Kyle tried to lighten the mood. He said, "Hey, at least Darren didn't get shot. Right?" Nobody answered. He didn't push it. Just went back to staring out the window. The drive back felt almost as long as the night of hell. We went straight to Darren's house and it was as bad as he thought. His dad came out and already knew about the car after Darren called him on the way back. He saw the damage, but he didn't yell. He just looked at Darren and said, "You're done. You hear me? You are completely done." We all made our way home from there, and from what I remember, I slept for about 2 days when I finally got back. We didn't talk about it much after that. Not as a group. The group chat went dead for a while. Nobody wanted to bring it up. Kyle sent a meme about camping a week later. Tried to make it a joke. Nobody replied. Not even Miguel, who's usually the one to keep things chill. I called Tyler a couple days after, just to check in. He asked if I'd heard from Darren. He didn't reply to anyone's messages. He didn't even read them. We eventually visited his house to see if he was still alive, and he was. But he wasn't allowed to speak to us for more than 5 minutes before his dad called him back inside and told us to not come back. I looked online a few times. Checked Reddit. Some Arizona forums. Tried to find anything about Vulture Mine. About the locals. About similar experiences. There was nothing. Just old posts about the mine's history. Nothing about what we've been through. I kept thinking about that night. Someone actually shot at us. If we knew we were being shot at, we would have driven out of there. The darkness and rain wouldn't have stopped us. I don't know who was out there, or why they wanted us gone so bad. I just know we got lucky. Luckier than we had any right to be. We drove out of there with just a dent, a bullet hole, and a hell of a scare to show for it. I think if we had gone into that mine, we probably wouldn't have come out. This happened earlier last year, and it still messes me up if I think about it too much. First, a bit of backstory to explain. I'm a delivery driver for Uber Eats, and I've been doing it as a side gig for the past year to earn some extra money. Also, I'm female. Anyway, yeah, Uber Eats, it's a super chill job, although the pay is definitely not ideal, especially at night. Normally, any pings I get after 10 p.m. are just shoddy fast food orders from customers where the chances of being tipped are even lower than usual. Late night deliveries are rarely profitable, which is why I barely do them. However, on this night last year, there was a bonus going on. Reach 15 deliveries in a certain time frame to get an extra $75. Music to my ears. When that's the case, late night delivery is great because there's no traffic and it doesn't matter where you're picking up from. Bring on the bonuses. The faster you can get them done, the faster you get to go home and knock out. I was on a roll and I finished my last McDonald's run at 2:30 in the morning, cashed my bonus, and called it a night. For context, this took place in downtown San Diego. Downtown San Diego has fun restaurants and clubs at the core, but as you branch out, it gets more sketchy. Once you get past 16th Street, it gets really sketchy, lots of homeless camps, the works. I actively try to avoid that area, but in order to get back home and on the freeway, I had to pass through that neighborhood. And one other piece of information. I drive a 2002 Chevy Ford Focus, and nothing's automatic. In order to roll the windows up or down, you have to reach over and crank the lever. Because it's a hassle to roll them down manually each time, when I usually do deliveries, I just keep both my windows rolled down because it's easier to pick up and deliver through the windows. This night, I had my windows down as usual. I was planning to roll them up before I passed 16th Street where the homeless camp was, but I didn't get that far. As I turned down a side street heading towards the main drag up ahead, I saw a man in one of those orange reflective construction vests standing on the side of the road. There's always some sort of construction going on downtown, and it's pretty common for it to happen at night, so I didn't really pay much attention. As I got closer though, the man ran into the middle of the street, waving his arms, signaling me to stop. I started to slow down, thinking he was going to direct traffic or reroute me or something. I braked to 10 miles an hour, then 5, leaving distance, trying to figure out what I was supposed to do. He broke out into a jog towards my car and stopped directly in front of it, blocking me and my car from moving forward. I immediately felt uneasy. This is weird. I'm wishing my windows were rolled up. It's 3 a.m. on a dark road, and there's not a soul around except for me and this man. People talk about fight or flight, and I've always wondered how I would react in a situation that warranted a similar response. Now I know, my reaction is to freeze. Because, as I was slowing down, it hit me 5 seconds later than it should have. This guy is not a construction worker. He has a hard hat and a vest and the creepiest smile I've ever seen in my life. At first, I thought he was just smiling to be friendly, but smiling to acknowledge someone longer than a few seconds is super unnerving. Try it right now. Count to 5 in your head while grinning, and you'll see what I mean. That's what this guy was doing. Now that he's in front of me, I can tell he's homeless, or just, I don't know, he was an older guy. I would guess around 60s, but homelessness has a way of making everyone look old, so who knows really? He's just staring at me, wild-eyed and smiley, all teeth. Honestly, his smile and mannerisms, the best way I can describe is Twisty from American Horror Story. This guy looked insane. I obviously should have reversed, but my brain was panicking and I didn't think that fast. I'm frozen in my car, thinking this is how I die. The whole time, he's not saying anything, just leering. And then, like a ninja, he jumps onto the hood of my car and slams his fist against my hood. I am frozen in terror, just watching this guy. He starts pounding on the hood of my car, crawling around on his hands and knees, not saying anything, just crawling and staring at me. That was the most terrifying part. He never broke eye contact once during all of this, and he never stopped grinning. The thought of my windows being open made me want to throw up, but at the same time, looking away and moving to roll them up felt scarier, like if I made any sudden moves or looked away, he would try to get inside my car. He never said a word. I think it would have been less scary if he said something. But he just pounded his fists on the car and stared. In reality, this whole encounter probably lasted all of 15 seconds, but it felt like days. I am freaking out, and before I can gain a sense to do anything remotely intelligent, I see headlights in my rearview mirror coming up behind me from down the street. This man sees them too, and in an instant, he jumps off of my car and breaks off into a run behind me, heading towards the new car. Jesus Christ. I floor it and don't look back until I'm halfway home on the freeway, and at this point, it's all adrenaline. For a long time after that, I stopped delivering at night. I sure as hell don't go to that section of downtown anymore. I take the longer route home, and I don't drive with the windows down at night if it's in an area even remotely run down. What I've realized from this is how naive I can be to just automatically trust and obey someone just because they have a uniform on. I didn't even question slowing down at first, even though the situation was clearly sketchy. In my mind, I was comforted by the fact that somebody trustworthy was on the road. My subconscious thoughts were like, oh, nice, a public servant doesn't want me to take a wrong turn. By the time I stopped, it would have been already too late if this guy wanted to attack me. I shudder thinking about it. I calm myself down eventually by reassuring myself that this man was probably using something, and he meant no harm, which, hopefully, that's the case. And for my own peace of mind, I'm going to believe that. But what got to me is the fact that this guy was dressed as a road worker on the road and deliberately behaving at first in a way that led me to believe that he was a real worker. Why else would that get up, and why are you trying to pull cars over? I don't know the answer, and I'm glad I didn't find out what it was that he wanted from me. I'll start with some context. I live in Michigan. I won't specify which city, but it's incredibly safe. I mean, there's absolutely no crime besides domestic disputes and occasional stealing, pretty close to Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, I suppose. It's for this reason, I think, that my friend and I were targeted. Down the street from my house, there's a semi-large dog park. It's got a playground, some trails, and a big parking lot. During the day, it's used by plenty of people. It's an open area with housing all around it. All the streets next to it are filled with different associations, including mine that's barely a mile away. At night, the park is filled with a different crowd. Since it's safe and open, lots of people go there to have fun in their cars and not be disturbed, or they smoke. My friends and I stopped in for the latter. We parked our car in the middle of a row, a few spaces away from other cars, rolled the windows down a bit, and started chatting and smoking, same thing we've done plenty of times. The parking lot is like a huge oval. Once you're in, you have to go all the way around to exit. My friend Morgan parked facing the entrance on the opposite side, with the divider in the center, in case we smelled bacon so we could leave if need be. You never know. But enough context, I digress. Morgan and I had been sitting around for about 10 minutes. A few cars passed through. Each time, we watched carefully, wanting to always be aware of who was around us, and probably a small bit of paranoia. We kept a close eye until we saw no threat. Eventually, a large, bright yellow truck pulled in. Now, when I say large, I mean you'd have to hoist yourself into this thing, and it was hard to miss. The windows were tinted, making it impossible to see into the cab. The driver pulled around the parking lot and went right for the exit. Not terribly slow, and not rushing out, as if he was just turning around. Morgan and I made a few snide comments about his choice in color and moved on. No big deal, right? We sat for another 15 minutes, had a deep and meaningful talk, smoked some more. The time was almost midnight. Obviously, it was time to go home. Morgan began to pull out of the park, look both ways down the main street, and so did I. But something piqued my interest right away. The same yellow truck was driving by in the same direction we were headed. A little bit about me: I have severe anxiety, always have, and probably always will. So I'm usually nervous about usual things. I've had issues in the past that caused me to be extra paranoid. I'll get nervous if I see someone twice in the grocery store, so my reaction to the truck was typical. It being noticeable, I told myself I was being silly, getting anxiety just because I noticed it. It didn't mean danger. I didn't say anything, and we continued home. My neighborhood is set up kind of strangely. Let me explain so this makes a bit of sense. There's a long, winding road down the center. It's a straight shot to the very end of the houses. But off the side of the main road are small parts of houses. Mine is second to the last. Arriving at my house, we started our goodbyes when we were both stopped in the middle of our conversation. We sat silent as the same yellow truck drove past the exit of my circle into the last circle of the main road. Morgan said to me, "That's the same truck from before, right?" I responded, "Yeah, they drove by us leaving the park too." We watched the entrance. There's no other exit from there, one entrance, one exit. So in a moment, he was driving past again on the main road. I was freaking out. Why was this guy here? This truck's never been here. It's too obvious to miss. It couldn't possibly be a coincidence. I started begging Morgan to come inside, telling her to just wait a few more minutes, making sure he leaves and doesn't follow her home. She tried brushing me off, saying it was fine and there was no way he was following us home. As we argued in the car, the truck pulled into the first entrance of my circle. He automatically pulled into a spot and turned off the car. My anxiety was screaming to run. There's no way this person wasn't following us. Morgan screamed, "Screw this, get inside." We shot out of the car. I dug through my purse, fumbling to get my keys, begging any god or any demon that would listen to me to let my key work and get us inside. Now, I don't live alone. My younger sister lives with me, and my grandparents were visiting. They would be right inside. The only thing I could think about was the fact that my hard-ass West Virginia redneck grandfather was sitting downstairs with his rifle next to his chair, and he would know what to do. With Morgan right behind me, I flung the door open on the first twist of my key. Thank God. We ran in, slamming the door behind us, shaking violently. I scrambled down to where my grandfather was, screaming his name out of panic. He jumped up and started calming me and Morgan. After telling him what happened, we began to realize how stupid we must have sounded. He said we were probably paranoid from the smoking. We calmed down, and my grandfather said he would check it out. He just needed Morgan to move her car from the front door. We agreed to go out and park it together, buddy system for life. We tried to laugh everything off, saying how silly we must have sounded running through the door like that. All sense of comfort was lost as soon as Morgan walked down my front steps. She gasped and turned around so fast, and I barely had time to react. She screamed, "He's right there." Apparently, when she looked around the corner, the truck was driving directly towards us, a few feet away. We clambered inside, and as I closed the door, I saw the truck peel off past my door. We ran back into the house and into the kitchen, which looks into the circle where my family was staring out the windows. They watched the truck pull around the main road, back to my house, over and over. It felt like being stalked in my own home. I felt like I was going to puke. I could barely keep from crying. Once again, the truck pulled out, and my grandfather wanted to take action. With gun in hand, he got ready to leave. He asked if I wanted to go along. I felt compelled to find out what this creep's problem was. We hopped in his car and pulled out to the main road. Almost as soon as we pulled out, we saw the truck pull out of another circle. I started to flip. I kept yelling. My grandpa told me to calm down and pay attention. The person in the truck hadn't seen this car and didn't know it was us. We watched as he pulled around into a circle past my house and then to the exit, the same exact exit our car was approaching. My stomach was in my throat. My shaking got worse as we began to drive towards him. Just as the truck tried to pass next to us, my grandfather pulled the front of his car directly in front of the truck, flashing his high beams into the cab. There was an older man driving the truck. He had wire-rimmed glasses, a balding head with a white t-shirt. You couldn't get more ordinary. I saw him yell, "Oh," before reversing and doing a full 180 towards the other exit of the circle, back to the main road. My grandfather wanted this guy to get the hell out of Dodge. He slammed on the gas and sped right behind this dude, navigating through the winding road 80 miles per hour in a 25-mile-per-hour zone. And that was nothing short of a heart attack. We chased him out of my complex and down the street. Unfortunately, other cars got in the way, and he sped off on the highway. I kept it together until we finally turned around to go home. After trying to look for the truck, I broke down and started crying. The man I saw seriously resembled my estranged abusive father, who was supposed to be states away. I asked my grandfather if he saw what I saw, and in return, he simply rubbed my back and told me it would be okay. Returning home, we told the rest of the family. They'd seen us pull away and chase after the car, but there's not much visibility from my porch. We called the police and made a report. When first asked our address, the operator responded, "Are you sure you guys don't get crime out there?" It gave me a good laugh. Nothing came from the report. No one reported the truck in the area doing anything, and we never got a license plate. No explanation as to who or what this person wanted. A sort of side note, my sister and I had a weird moment before everything. She told me, once everything calmed down, that right before I burst through the door, she had a feeling something was off. She was thinking to herself, wondering if I was okay. Maybe just intuition, but I like to think it was more. Anyway, creepy bald dude who likes to stalk pretty young girls, you better hope we don't meet again. My grandfather is waiting. This unnerving event occurred in July of 1996. I had just finished my time of service in the Army and was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas. At midnight, I decided to outprocess and travel back to Wisconsin. All day, I was so anxious to leave that I had trouble sleeping. Finally, at 11:45 p.m., I got out of bed and went to sign out with the desk sergeant. Knowing that people wanted to sign out at midnight, he decided to do his rounds. You can't leave until you get your final sign-off from the sergeant and turn in your key. So I waited. Finally, at 2:45 a.m., he returned. I turned in my key, got the sign-off, and by 3:30 a.m., I was on my way. At first, I was so full of adrenaline that I felt I could drive for days. Unfortunately, that adrenaline didn't last long, and by the time I was getting through Dallas, I was nodding off. I decided, just past Denton, that I would pull over at the next stop and take a quick nap until the sun came up. Barely able to keep my eyes open, I pulled over as soon as I found a spot. I got out of my car to get some air, throw away some trash, and survey my surroundings. There were only about 3 other cars and 2 semi-trucks there. It was a picnic stop, not a rest stop, so there were no restrooms. I threw away my trash and glanced at a poster of a few missing persons, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I returned to my car, a basic Geo Metro with no radio, power windows, or power locks. I cracked the windows, turned on the boom box for some music, and lay down to sleep. I had been asleep for only 5 or 10 minutes when I felt my car shake slightly. Cracking my open, I didn't see anything, so I dismissed it and tried to sleep again. Soon after, I heard what sounded like my door handle being pulled and scratching at the door keyhole. Sitting up quickly, I saw no one there. I checked all the windows but didn't see anyone, so I shrugged it off as fatigue, lay back down, and turned off the radio. Being a Texas night in July, it was hot, but I was so tired I just lay back down. A few minutes later, I heard the door handle again and the car shook more vigorously. This time, sitting up quickly, I saw a man standing at the passenger side, looking in. Despite the heat and humidity, he was wearing a red sweatshirt with the hood up, and I couldn't see his face. Young and fresh out of the military, I yelled at him, "What do you want?" He just stared at me. I got out of the car, and although I'm only 5'6" and was angry, he just walked off towards the picnic tables as if nothing had happened, while I continued yelling that I would take him out if he came back. Deciding it was best to leave, I got back into my car and continued my journey. However, only about 10 miles down the road, I was extremely tired again. Luckily, another 10 miles down I-35, there was another picnic stop. North Texas doesn't have many rest areas, but they do have these picnic spots. I pulled into the second picnic stop, backed into a spot just in case I needed to leave quickly, and, not sure why, noticed there was only one other car there and no semi-trucks. I again locked the doors, cracked the windows, and turned on my boom box. I fell asleep right away, but about 30 minutes later, I heard a loud thud on my driver's side window. Jumping up, I looked around, but no one was there. With my military mindset, I got out of the car, which was very stupid, but found no one around. I assumed it was my nerves from the previous stop. I got back into my car, locked the doors again, and closed my eyes. Still amped up, I lay there with my eyes closed, feeling like someone was watching me. Suddenly, I opened my eyes and saw the same guy, in the red sweatshirt with his hood up, smiling at me. I quickly tried to open the door to confront him, but the cheap locks on my Geo didn't give. He backed away, still staring, and by the time I got out, he was about 30 feet away. In the darkness, he appeared skinny but was around 6'2" or 3". Despite feeling I could take him due to my military experience, I noticed something shiny, possibly a machete, as he stood there. Quickly, I grabbed a baseball bat from my back seat and started yelling at him to come get some, though I'm not sure why I provoked him. He began walking toward me, and just as I took a few steps, the yellow van pulled up quickly and parked just off the side of my car. Realizing what was happening, I saw 2 other guys wearing hooded sweatshirts in the van. Before they could get out, I dashed to my car, thankful it was a manual and didn't stall as I peeled out of there. The first guy was just about at my car as I cut hard right and sped away onto the interstate. I didn't stop until I was about 20 miles into Oklahoma. There, I stopped for gas and used the restroom. Inside, I noticed a flyer I had barely glanced at the first picnic stop. It had several missing persons on it and warned people not to stop for long periods at rest areas. It described a possible suspect about 6 feet tall, wearing blue jeans, green shoes, and a red hooded sweatshirt. I went completely white. Since it was daylight, I drove the rest of the way to Wisconsin wide awake. I'm not sure why, but I never reported it to the number on the flyer or told anyone about it. Now living in North Texas, I pass those 2 picnic stops every day on my way to work and often think about that night. I wonder if they got anyone else or if they were ever caught. I tried looking it up but found no stories about it on the internet. A little while ago, when the sun was just setting, I decided to go for a drive with my friend Rose, up to the mountains. I grew up near the city limits and often drove the mountain roads. Rose, a newer friend in my life, had only been up to the mountains a few times before. I was eager to show her how cool it was at night, especially when you're headed back to town and can see all the city lights as you're leaving the foothills. I love listening to creepy videos and watching scary movies, which may have been a big help for us on this particular night. We headed up in my van, a dependable '03 Toyota that had made the journey dozens of times before. There is a part where the pavement ends, and the gravel road takes you deeper into the mountain. Just beside the stretch from asphalt to gravel, there's a stretch of dirt where people used to park their trucks and trailers. Rose and I drove by, and I noted that the pullout was empty, as was normal for this time of night. It was about 10 p.m. The sun had set, and the lights with timers had all turned on in town. I had never seen any lights up on the mountain. Almost every farming field on the mountain is fenced off with a locked gate that will say private property, normally with bullet holes in the metal to show that the owners are armed and generally pissed off at idiots who try to break into their fields. Every field in the mountains is watered with the central pivot irrigation system. Those are the long, repeated arch systems with metal frames and wheels that are commonly seen all over the United States as agricultural districts. I'd seen a few irrigation systems in town that have lights with timers on them, so at first, I wasn't too surprised when I saw one light in a field. We'd only got a quarter mile by now, but then I remembered that not only had the light not been there before, it was in the wrong place. "Oh no," I said, which was probably not what Rose wanted to hear in the middle of her first nighttime mountain excursion. "What's up?" Rose asked me. "Well, I know farmers are harvesting now, so I guess a light in the field makes sense, but at the same time, I have never seen that one before." I gestured off to a right where there was a very random amber light at the edge of the field. It was dark enough that I couldn't see any fences or any of the boulders around it, but I was familiar enough with the mountains to know that it was the edge of a property. I started to tap on the wheel anxiously as I was filled with mixed emotions. I was eager to keep going because the mountains were going to be beautiful in the half moon, and Rose had never seen them at night before. At the same time, my brain told me that if I'm going to listen to a few dozen hours of horror stories per month, I'd at least better get some meaning out of them. "I'm sorry, Rose. I'd keep going if those were tractor headlights, but I've never just seen one light right there, especially in that field. I've never even seen it farmed, so it wouldn't make any sense to waste energy or money lighting it." Rose is amazing and didn't mind that we were turning around only a quarter mile in. We turned around and headed back towards the asphalt. I had no idea why, but I felt like there was a clock that had suddenly started ticking. "Hey, Rose, could you please hold the handle? I'm going to go fast enough that you might want to hold onto something." "I promise we're safe," I said. Rose silently clutched the handle above the passenger side of the car, and I went faster. I felt the sense that it was time to hurry up, so I did. I zoomed back towards the asphalt as fast as I dared, my sense of trepidation only intensifying when we reached the truck parking zone. There was a white truck and a flatbed trailer that had not been there less than 10 minutes before. About 6 guys were around the truck that had its headlights on. One guy was in a UTV, backing off a flatbed trailer so fast that I thought he was going to crash into one of his friends. I raced by, and someone ran behind the car. I turned onto a road that would lead me to a main road. "Rose," I asked while accelerating up to 70 miles per hour, "were those people there when we drove by earlier?" I just wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy. "No," Rose said. I sighed, copying her tone even as I jumped up to 75 and glanced in my rearview mirror. As far as I could tell, they weren't following us, but we had 8 miles of straight, flat roads with no cover before we actually managed to reach civilization. "Did they seem like they were in a hurry to you?" There was no other traffic, so we didn't have to slow down for anyone, which helped us both remain as calm as possible. "Just a bit," she laughed nervously, looking over her shoulder to check for any cars as well. Thankfully, nobody came. We drove to a crowded restaurant and sat in the car while we calmed down. We tried to think of a reason why this guy had shown up so abruptly in the middle of the night. Rose suggested that maybe their friends were camping and in trouble. All the land in the mountains is private property, so nobody can camp out there. I'm glad Rose and I left so we didn't have to find out why 6 guys decided they needed to rush up the mountain in the middle of the night. Since high school, I've come to realize that some of the most rewarding purchases result from the most annoying transactions. When I was about 17, I decided to get my driver's license because I was tired of spending so much time at home with my parents. They weren't bad people, but my mom had a habit of loudly arguing with the political news channel alongside my dad, and it got old pretty fast. After getting my license, I initially used a texting service called QWERTY, but it went out of business, leaving me without a phone. Since having a cell phone was deemed necessary by my parents, it fell to me to go purchase my own. They agreed to pay for it, and I would work around the house to pay them back. I had to handle all the legwork of getting it. I didn't live in a bad area, but the Radio Shack, where I needed to go, was in a sketchier part of town, known for its escorts and dealers. While I never heard of anyone getting hurt there, the vibe was definitely off, and one particular apartment building on the way to Radio Shack was notoriously dangerous, a hotspot for addicts. At Radio Shack, the purchase process was unnecessarily complicated. The girl who first assisted me not only activated the wrong phone, but also broke it. It was a long ordeal, but finally, we got everything set up, and they instructed me to set up security on my new phone and add a backup passcode. I opted for one of those swipe pattern codes and promptly forgot it as soon as I got back into my dad's truck. It was around 8 p.m., and I had to stop at the intersection near the notorious apartments, heading west. The road was nearly empty, except for 2 other vehicles also driving west. As I stopped at a red light behind an orange PT Cruiser, a truck turned right, and a man stood at the northwest corner waiting to cross east past us. The light turned green, but the PT Cruiser didn't move. I waited a second before honking my horn, prompting the car ahead to back up slightly, which panicked me. In my confusion, I didn't shift the car into reverse. Instead, I put it in park and frantically pressed the gas, but the car didn't move. I struggled to find the right gear, and by the time I figured it out, the PT Cruiser had taken off. The man who was waiting to cross then approached my vehicle. He was about 5'6", slim, with long limbs and a sunken face that screamed zombie. His expression was twisted in anger. He wore a dirty, neutral-colored hoodie, and as he got closer, I could see how bloody he was. It was hard to tell how badly injured he was because his face was so dirty and bloody. As he tried to open the driver's side door, I finally managed to shift into neutral. The truck made a strange noise, which startled him, but I still wasn't moving. He then slammed his face against the window, looking as if he was bleeding from his eyes. He wasn't showing any signs of pain. As he tugged at the handle, I was finally able to find the right gear. Despite being terrified, I didn't want to harm him by driving off too fast. However, when he pulled out a gun, I shrieked, slammed on the gas, and inadvertently dragged him a bit as his arm was wrapped around the side mirror. He yelled and let go, and I sped off at 60 miles per hour down the road to my house. Arriving home in a full panic, I was chastised by my mom for barging in. As I tried to explain, I was so overwhelmed that I started to throw up and had to run to the bathroom. After I explained this situation, my parents were skeptical and thought I was exaggerating, prompting them to call the cops. The police dispatcher informed us that I wasn't the only one calling about a man with bleeding eyes. Shortly after, a deputy arrived at our door. My mom, still thinking I might have staged the whole ordeal, sent me to talk to him. I gave him a description and showed him the bloody face print on the window of the truck. The police took a sample and later confirmed they had a suspect in custody who matched my description. The man had road rash and a dislocated shoulder but was in no mortal danger. He appeared on the local news, linked to a string of attempted carjackings while under the influence of cocaine. He was eventually sentenced on a drug charge, and since then, I haven't heard any more about it. About 29 years ago, after graduating from high school, I moved to Saitama, a prefecture in Japan that neighbors Tokyo. I bought a second-hand car a few months after moving there, which was almost a necessity for getting around. I really enjoyed taking long, relaxing drives after work, listening to music and smoking cigarettes. One night, during a particularly extended drive out in the mountains, surrounded by nothing but darkness and the sound of cicadas, an unsettling event occurred. I drove with the windows down, usually just the driver's side since I was smoking. As I navigated along this dark, secluded road, I heard a scream. It wasn't just any scream, it sounded like a child's, blood-curdling and chilling. It's a sound that haunts me to this day, so much that I hesitate to talk about it. Instinctively, I slammed on the brakes. I've never been one to believe in the paranormal, always trusting my five senses, but something felt wrong. Pulled over onto the hard shoulder, I got out of the car, feeling chills up my spine. It was the dead of night, and there was no logical reason for what I heard. Scanning the area as best I could with my car's headlights illuminating the dark woods ahead, I was overwhelmed with fear and paranoia. I began to tremble, a physical reaction I'd only heard about but now knew all too well to be true. Apart from the sound of my own heartbeat and the shuffle of my feet on the dirt road, the night was eerily silent. I tried to convince myself it was just an auditory hallucination, perhaps due to fatigue. Hearing nothing further, I decided to drive home, trying to put the incident behind me. 3 weeks later, while watching TV, the same mountain roads and passes were displayed on the screen. The newscaster reported that Tsutomu Miyazaki had confessed to murder, identifying the scene of the crime to the authorities. It became clear that the scream I heard, while not occurring in real time, might have been a distant echo of past horrors. That scream was no ordinary one, it was what I can only describe as an end-of-life scream, full of terror and despair. The area I had pulled over was shown on screen, the very site of unspeakable acts. As details of Miyazaki's crimes were later documented by the media and by himself, the full scope of the horror unfolded. If you look up Tsutomu Miyazaki, you'll find chilling details, but I refuse to give his actions any more recognition here. That experience profoundly changed me. I never went for night drives in the woods again. The echo of that scream and the grim reality of what occurred in those mountains has stayed with me ever since. I was about 8 years old when this incident occurred, and although my memory of the event itself is patchy, I vividly remember how my mom reacted, which tells me just how serious it was. I was with my mother and my little sister on a road trip across Wyoming. This was a common activity for us since we had families spread across the state, and my mom loved taking long drives. Anyone familiar with Wyoming knows that the roads there can be mostly deserted. On this particular day, we had been following an older green and white truck for several hours. As we approached a gas station, my little sister got excited about picking up one of those wax juice bottles she loves so much. The green and white truck pulled into the gas station just ahead of us. We stopped too, used the restroom, grabbed some snacks. My mom filled up the car with gas, and soon we were back on the road. Not long after, my mom asked from the driver's seat, "Is that truck behind us the same one that we followed into the gas station?" I turned around, confirmed that it was indeed the same truck, and then settled back into my seat, continuing to indulge in snacks. However, I could sense my mom's growing unease. She kept glancing in the rearview mirror at the truck. For the next stretch of road, the truck would speed up, getting dangerously close to us, then slow down again, maintaining this pattern for several miles. As we neared another gas stop, my mom spoke with a seriousness that immediately alarmed me. "I'm going to pull in and open up my door like I'm getting out. I don't want you to open your doors. Don't get out, just sit tight and hang on," she instructed. My sister and I exchanged puzzled looks, sensing the tension but not fully understanding the gravity of the situation. We pulled into the station and up to a pump. My mom fine-tuned the rearview mirror to keep an eye on the truck as it pulled in and parked to the side of the entrance. The driver, a large man, popped his hood, got out, and started fiddling under it with his back to us. My mom seized the moment. She slammed her door shut and sped out. I twisted in my seat to see the man turn around abruptly, startled by the screech of our tires. He quickly closed his hood and stared as we drove off. My mom drove faster than I had ever seen her drive before. The road ahead bent sharply, and just before the bend, she slammed on the brakes, yanked the steering wheel to the right, and expertly maneuvered the car around the corner into a small parking lot behind a building. We were hidden from the road but could still see the green and white truck speed past the bend. Terrified, we sat in silence until my mom broke it to check if we needed to use the restroom. I said yes, but she decided it was safer to wait and drive to the next station. Then she said something that has stuck with me ever since, completely out of character for her. "I'd rather piss my pants in this car than be murdered on the side of this road." We eventually continued our trip and never saw the green and white truck again. This chilling experience, driven by my mother's quick thinking and fierce protective instincts, remains vivid in my memory. A stark reminder of the dangers that can lurk on desolate roads. Back around April 2005, I was leaving a buddy's house, headed home. He lived on Lake Ariel in Wayne County, Pennsylvania. I was a good 15 miles away, so I decided to take the back roads to save time and avoid the cops. As I crossed the mountain road, I saw a van off to the side, doors open and lights on. It was well after midnight, and there was no one on the road. I slowed my car, a 1989 VW ragtop, down to first gear, looking for any person or persons that might be hurt. The woods were quiet, and the van off the road was not running, but all the lights were on, even the driver's door was open. I remember thinking to myself, shit, I don't have cell service until the top of the mountain, I gotta call the cops. So, I proceeded to go towards where I knew I had cell service, maybe going 30 miles per hour tops. I knew this situation was funky, but then it got worse. No more than 3 or so miles away, as the brush thinned on the roadside where you had a better view of the woods, I saw movement. I let off the gas, thinking I didn't want to hit a deer. As I let off, this man, soaked in fresh blood, came from the tree line and into the road. He was so covered in gore I couldn't tell it was a man at first. He stumbled out in front of the car and waved me down. I was in my ragtop, top down, of course. He was yelling and grabbing at my door. I dropped it into first and took off. Another mile or so, I had cell service and called the cops. The guy was obviously hurt. His grab from my door scared me. There was a wide space on the mountain where I agreed to wait for the cops. They met me there in under 10 minutes. While I waited, I put the top up and locked the doors. An officer took my statement, and he looked over my car with a torch. The guy from the woods left a bloody smear down my door. Another officer found the van, but they couldn't locate the guy who came out of the woods. The cops let me go home and said they'd call if they needed anything further. Within a few days, I did get a call. They said the van was stolen, and they asked if I could describe the man. They never found him that night, and as far as I know, they never did. Apparently, the van was stolen, and the cops surmised this guy banged himself up and took off in a panic. As far as I know, they never did track him down. To this day, I keep a lookout for a bloody man running out of the woods. This experience has stuck with me, and it is 100% true. I've been dating my girlfriend for a few years. She's petite, blonde, and always has a positive attitude about everything. We both attend different colleges, hers in New Hampshire and mine in Massachusetts. Since she doesn't have a car, I drive up to see her in my old little red car that I got from my grandmother. I'm not a huge fan of the car, but since I got it for free, I can't complain. I've never had an issue with the hour-and-a-half drive, but a few weeks ago, I got more than I bargained for. I was visiting my girlfriend, and the day was already turning rough. We wanted the dorm room to ourselves, but her roommate wouldn't leave, so we hung out in the common room. After spending most of the day together, we finally called it time for me to head back to my own college. I said goodbye and told her I would text her when I got back. It was 6 o'clock, and it was getting pretty dark outside, given that it was winter. I normally take the New Hampshire back roads for a more scenic route and to avoid traffic. It doesn't affect the travel time at all, so I guess that's a plus. Most people who live in or visit New Hampshire know that most of the back roads are not well lit with street lights, or are not lit at all. This isn't too much of a problem because I can just put my high beams on. About 30 minutes into the drive, I turned down a road that looked as if it was just a wide path. The GPS said I would be going straight for about 7 miles, and knowing what New Hampshire roads could be like, I didn't think anything of it. The street was narrow, enough for a car and a half, and surrounded by woods. It was not lit with streetlights at all. I got about 3 or 4 miles in when I saw a guy in my I-beam standing in the middle of the road, waving down my car, asking for help. The road wasn't big enough for me to pass around him, so I had to stop. The man then came around to my driver's side window and gestured for me to put it down. I wasn't fully thinking straight, so I put my window down about halfway. He looked like an average 40 to 45-year-old man, but he gave off a disturbing presence. He told me he was having car troubles and asked me to get out of my car and help him. Now, I am a 19-year-old with an average build. None of my physical qualities hinted me knowing anything about cars. I told him that I knew nothing about cars and that if he really needed help, all I could do was call a mechanic or tow truck. He kept gesturing to his black, rusted pickup truck and insisted I got out to help him. This started to give me the chills, and I didn't know what to do. That's when I noticed there was someone crouching behind the truck. The man couldn't tell, but I began to internally panic. My fight or flight senses kicked into gear, and I chose to try something risky. I told the guy I would pull over on the side of the road up ahead and then get out to see what I could help him with. This seemed to work, and the guy began to smile. He backed off from my car, and I stepped as hard as I could on my gas pedal. I sped off and looked in my rearview mirror to see both men run out into the middle of the road and then just stand there. I kept driving as fast as I could until I got off the road. I got to a nearby gas station where I stopped to call the police. I told the dispatch about my experience and asked them if I needed to stick around for questioning. They told me they would send some officers to check out the street and that I was fine to continue on driving. I then called my girlfriend and told her what happened. She was just happy I was safe. I have no idea what the intentions of those men were. I don't know if they were actually having car troubles or if I was going to get carjacked or worse. Needless to say, after that night, I will not be driving the back roads alone at night anymore. This happened nearly 20 years ago, but I will never forget it for the rest of my life. I went to college in a very small town in northwestern Maryland. Our school was nestled in the foothills of the Catoctin Mountains. My friends and I would drive around the mountains. We became very comfortable on those roads and knew them well. However, this story takes place before we knew the roads, when we had just started school. One night, several of my girlfriends and I went out for a ride. The roads are winding and narrow, with some parts dropping right off the side of the mountain. Since it was nighttime, we were taking our time. We rarely saw many cars when we drove around, which was perfect. That night, however, as we pulled down to the parking lot, another car did as well. We didn't think much about it, assuming it was another person looking for some solidarity. We entered the back roads, and initially, the car was no longer behind us. But as we went deeper into the mountains, the car came up behind us. It was getting very close to us, and we were getting freaked out. Mind you, we didn't know the roads very well yet, and they were backward roads, unpaved, with nowhere to turn around. I tried to drive as quickly as I could to get away from the car. All of us were freaking out, convinced this person was out to kill us. Finally, we saw a chapel with a parking lot. We pulled in, turned back to the road, and watched as a red-haired man drove past us, slowly staring at us. We booked it down the mountain, parked the car, and called public safety to tell them what had happened. A day later, we received an email from campus security telling us to look out for a man with red hair, glasses, and a beard. He had been trying to get into the campus doors and was following women around campus. I know it sounds a little bit uneventful, considering we got away from him so easily. But I'm fully convinced that if he caught us when we were parked up, we wouldn't have been seen again. I had booked a taxi with a licensed taxi firm to take me from a friend's house to my home in the early evening. It was dusk as the driver arrived. As I left the house to get into the car, he was coming to the house to get me, and for some reason, as he turned to walk back to his car with me, he briefly touched my shoulder with his hand. It wasn't lingering, but it was deliberate. My immediate thought was, why is this guy touching my shoulder? My intuition said it wasn't right, but I was in my 20s, and this guy must have been in his 50s. I convinced myself that it was just something people from that generation did. He was an older Muslim man with a strong Middle Eastern accent. I sat in the back. The journey should have been around 20 minutes from North to South London. In the first 5 minutes of the journey, there was some initial chat where he told me I was his last job for the day, and he had no plans afterward. When he told me that, I felt a pang of fear, but I thought, this guy's from a licensed firm, he's been identity checked and approved to do the job. His ID card with his name, photo, and registration number was clearly displayed on the dash. He was from a firm my friend used regularly and had an account with, although she had not met this particular driver. My logical brain told me that he's clearly traceable to me if he decided to do anything, so he just wouldn't take that risk. Plus, it was early evening in a very busy area, and that made me feel safe. And by this time, we were already on the road. I spent the next 15 minutes or so of the journey looking at my phone. I really don't know why. Maybe I was deliberately trying to distract myself because I was nervous. But I felt my nerves were unreasonable. This was the early 2000s, so the phone would have been basic compared to today's standards. But there must have been a game or something on it that distracted me, because I did not look out the window for some time. Until I noticed it was mostly dark. And when I did look out, I expected to be very close to my home. To my horror, I saw we were in some very deserted part of town that I'd never seen. This area was most certainly not on the way from my friend's house to my home. It should have been a straightforward drive through central London, and this was a very remote area with what looked like an abandoned housing estate and abandoned cars. I looked to the driver to ask where we were, but before I had the chance to say anything, I noticed he was repeatedly looking left and right, down dark alleys that we were going past. I noticed we were slowing down. He was also breathing very weird. It was very audible. And that's when this overwhelming sense of danger hit me. He was looking for a deserted place to stop. At that point, a very clear voice in my mind told me that he was going to do something to me and then kill me. I had to think fast. I blurted out, "I don't know where we are." He didn't say anything. I then said the words to the effect of, "My friend asked me to call her when I was home safe, and I should be home by now, so I need to call her and tell her I'm not home safe, or she will call your firm and call the police because she's really over the top like that." That must have jolted him into thinking about the consequences of whatever he was planning to do. These were the very early days of mobile phones, and not everyone had them, especially the older generation. Perhaps it was a lifeline he hadn't considered I might try to use. With that, he turned around out of this abandoned area. Then we came to a main road. After a while, I saw places I recognized, and we headed towards my home. He said, "I'm sorry if I made you worried." But there was something weird about the way he said it. And that wasn't the end of it. When we got close to my home, I decided I did not want him dropping me off outside my door. I lived with my sister, but she was staying at her boyfriend's house that night, and we lived in a communal block. I was concerned he might try to come in the main front door and try to get access to my flat. So I said, "Could you drop me off at the store on the next street?" He had to agree to this, obviously. I entered the store and hung around in there for a bit. I remember being completely broke in those days. My friend paid for the ride via her account. After a few minutes, I left the store and walked the 3 to 4 minutes back to my flat. As I approached the flat, I saw a car parked facing the main door and thought to myself, "Oh my God, it's him." And I knew he would clearly be able to see I bought nothing from the shop, as I didn't even have a bag on me. So he would know I was lying. As I passed the car, I couldn't bring myself to turn around and look at her, so I got my keys out, quickened my pace, and entered quickly. Once in my flat, I plucked up the courage to look out my window, and sure enough, it was that guy. He had driven from where he dropped me off to my flat, and he was sat in his car staring at my flat. Just then, my friend called, and I told her I'd only just got home. She couldn't believe how long it had taken. I explained the whole thing to her. As I was on the phone to her, I looked out the window again, and he had finally gone. I didn't report any of this at the time, and from my safe vantage point of 20 years down the line, I do regret it, but at the same time, I still doubted my good instinct, even though I had this strong sense of knowing in the core after the event. I convinced myself it was fleeting hysteria, and my logical brain returned. My logical brain also told me that if I did report him, nothing would be done because he hadn't actually done anything wrong. I couldn't prove anything, and even if he did admit the detour, he could say he took a wrong turn, and he would just deny having returned to my flat. But reporting him might have caused trouble for him, and he knew where I lived. That scared me more. I was always cautious around my flat after that, and thankfully, I never saw him again. Looking back now, and knowing about the grooming gangs, I should have reported it. I know nothing would have been done, because practically every level of government covered up the assaults for years, and I would have probably created a bigger risk to my safety in doing so. But I should have reported it for other people's sake. I regret not doing it. This happened a few years ago when I was bartending in college. I was coming home down a stretch of divided highway at around 3 a.m. when I noticed a car heading towards me in the wrong lane. At first, I doubted myself and thought the car was on the other side of the highway. However, a white Ford sedan passed me at a really high speed. It's worth noting that I also drive a white Ford sedan. I was accustomed to encountering drunk and reckless drivers in the middle of the night, so I pulled to the side of the road and let him pass. I then had a moment of clarity and decided to call the police, thinking this person could hurt themselves or somebody else. After I provided the dispatcher with the road and mile marker details, they said they would send a car. The state police station was only a few exits away, so I figured they would send somebody quickly, and I resumed my drive home. As I headed back onto the highway, I noticed some lights a few miles behind me. Living in a rural part of southeastern Pennsylvania, I knew traffic at 3 a.m. tends to be mostly truckers and police. The car gained on me as I was getting up to speed, so I stayed in the right lane and waited to be passed. Instead, they flipped on their high beams, making it uncomfortable to drive, and rode my tailgate. At this point, I thought I was going to be pulled over by the police since I had called about a different white Ford sedan. I grabbed my registration from my glove box. Suddenly, the car behind me audibly slammed on the brakes and stopped in the middle of the highway. They must have shut off their car because the lights went out, and I saw what looked like the same Ford sedan from earlier. Still, I thought this might have been a police car, and I guess they could have thought I was reaching for a gun in the glove box. Panicked, I called 911 for the second time and asked the dispatcher if they had sent a cruiser to investigate. The dispatcher was a bit curt with me, but assured me they had sent someone out. I explained that someone was following me and acting weird. It could be a cop, and I thought I might have freaked them out by getting my registration. The dispatcher tried to reach the trooper they had sent out as the car sped towards me and stopped inches from my bumper again. Their high beams were on, and they slammed their brakes. I told the dispatcher I was pretty sure this was not the police behind me. The car sped to my bumper again and turned on their high beams, this time laying on the horn. The dispatcher asked what was going on. I explained that the honking was from the car behind me and that I did not think it was a cop. I decided I didn't care if I got pulled over. I started to speed. If they did put their lights on, then I would pull over. I tried to signal for an exit, then bail out, but they followed. At the next exit, I took the off-ramp and continued onto the on-ramp, and the car behind me followed the whole time. I thought about trying to go to a Wawa as it would be the only populated gas station in southern Pennsylvania at that hour. However, the dispatcher and I thought that would be unsafe. She was calm and spoke to another person, trying to send police to my location. The other person, presumably a supervisor, asked if I could drive to the state police station. Realizing I was one exit away, I told her I was heading there, and she said she would have some troopers meet me outside. As I pulled off to the exit, the car followed me. I blew a few red lights trying to get to the police station, and the car tried to pull into the other lane to pass me or pull up alongside me. Once the police station was in view, I put on my turn signal, and the car slammed on its brakes again, turned off their lights, and then turned into a parking lot. The story ends somewhat anticlimactically as I pulled into the police station and met the troopers. 2 of them went to find the car, and I stayed with the 3rd trooper. I thanked the dispatcher and supervisor, and the state trooper escorted me home after taking a statement from me. I was never called to follow up or testify, so I can only assume that the person wasn't caught. I am an old man now, but this incident occurred when I was younger. I wanted to share this story just in case it helps someone. One night I drove to a remote tourist location and parked in its parking lot. I was alone and had nothing much planned for the evening. Around 8 p.m., I started feeling drowsy and eventually fell asleep. I don't know how long I was asleep, but I woke up to the sound of tapping at my window. As I woke up with a stiff neck, I turned my head in the direction of the tapping. There was a woman standing by my driver's side door, tapping frantically at the window. She looked young and was alone. Confused and still groggy, I heard her speaking. I cracked the window open slightly, and she pleaded frantically for help, asking me to open the door. She claimed she had been chased by a man. I was convinced it was real, even though I had just woken up. For a brief moment, I thought I might be seeing a ghost, but that thought quickly vanished. This was real, and it was happening. I hurried to unlock and open the door to help her, but then I hesitated. Something felt off. Her hair, makeup, and clothes were in perfect order. There wasn't a hair out of place, None of her makeup had smeared, and she didn't seem to be sweating as one might expect after being chased. She looked frantic and frightened, but it seemed somewhat forced. It was as if she knew exactly what to say before she arrived, as if it were an act. Looking around from inside the car, I saw no one else in the vicinity and no other cars in the parking lot. I was scared. Part of me really wanted to help, thinking about if I were in her shoes or if she were one of my family members. However, I just wasn't buying her story. I decided to start my engine, thinking I might use my headlights to check her claims. I didn't see anything in front of my car, but when I adjusted my rearview mirror, something caught my eye. I saw several figures, male by their appearance, crouched behind my car like runners at a starting block. Once the woman realized I had seen them, she glanced back at them quickly. I stepped on the gas and sped away from the park. It was difficult to drive initially because I had adjusted my seat to sleep earlier. While I was far enough from the car park, I checked the time and found it was just after 2 a.m. I realized those men were probably trying to hide in my blind spot, knowing exactly what they were doing. If I had unlocked the door, I might have been robbed, or something worse could have happened. That night taught me to park in well-lit areas, close to surveillance cameras. Nowadays, I tend to park in the center of parking lots. From that day forth, I haven't slept in my car in sketchy areas like that parking lot. If I sleep in my car, I make sure it is somewhere with plenty of lights, restrooms, vending machines, and cameras. The one positive takeaway from that night is that the woman didn't actually need my help, as she wasn't abducted or chased. I resent her deceptiveness, but I am relieved she wasn't in danger. This is a story my mom often told me about an incident that occurred when I was very young. Definitely before I turned 5. My memories of the event are vague, mainly because my mom tried to shield me from the distress at the time. To provide some context, we had families scattered all over the country, and much of my childhood was spent driving from state to visit relatives. We were seasoned travelers. Additionally, as a child, I was unusually outgoing. I would spontaneously hug strangers and tell them I loved them, overflowing with joy and affection. However, there was one stranger I instinctively avoided the moment I saw him, and this is the story of that encounter. My mom was taking me to visit some relatives while my dad stayed home with my brothers. She also had to house sit, and generally, she was more attentive to me than my father, so it made sense for me to accompany her. After hours of driving, we finally stopped at a rest area to use the restroom. There was a man in the parking lot who seemed to be watching everyone coming and going. As soon as we exited the car, his attention turned to us. Holding my mom's hand, I suddenly let go to switch to her other hand, positioning myself away from the man. Reflecting on it later, my mom realized that even at that young age, I sensed some danger and wanted to stay as far away from the man as possible. I quickened my pace both to the restroom and back to the car, behavior that was completely uncharacteristic of me with strangers. When we returned to the car, the man had retreated to his own vehicle but started following us as soon as we drove off. My mom quickly realized we were being followed and attempted to lose him on the highway. Despite her efforts, he persisted and kept trying to close the distance between our cars. During this tense moment, a semi-truck driver noticed how erratically my mom was driving and the desperation evident even from his position behind us. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he pulled up alongside us, and he and my mom exchanged a look that communicated their mutual understanding. The truck driver then contacted other drivers via his radio, explaining our situation. Several truckers from nearby routes converged on our highway and began to strategically block the man's car, effectively isolating him from us. My mom seized this opportunity to exit the highway, heading to another rest stop, with the original truck driver following close behind. Once safe, the truck driver approached us to confirm that we were okay and even accompany us to a Burger King for a meal. We chatted for a while, and he stayed with us on the road until it was safe for us to part ways. I am eternally grateful to that truck driver and the others who came to our aid, likely saving our lives. Thank you. I live in a county that was pretty rural until the last 10 to 15 years. The biggest town in our county is now overcrowded, and I dislike it. I moved from there to the countryside. I like where I live, except it can be really creepy at night because, for miles, it's dark with no street lights. One thing about this county is that the main roads get backed up quickly, especially if there's an accident, so it pays to take the back roads. Like any rural area, these back roads are less populated, darker, and lined with lots of trees, and there are no sidewalks. A few years ago, something happened that almost made me stop using these roads. I was driving home late one night and decided to take a particular back road that shaved off 10 minutes from my commute home. I was tired and had to get up early, so I was going fast, trying to get home soon. This road is a bit more populated than some, but it's really spooky in some stretches because huge trees line the side of the road, and their branches and leaves create a tunnel of sorts. As I was zipping through and rounding a curve up ahead, I saw what I thought was a giant garden flag, the kind that people put up in spring in their yards. It seemed like a weird flag because it was fairly tall and large and was in the middle of the road. As I got closer, my headlights revealed it wasn't a flag, it was a person, a lady wearing a red fez. Living in rural Maryland, you just don't see a fez every day. She had on a long, flowy white dress and an orange reflective sash across her chest, which was strange because she was in the middle of the street. As I drove past her, it got weirder. Despite the darkness, I could see she was about 60, had glasses, and bright blue eyes. She looked into my passenger window and started doing this weird bounce thing. I thought she was going to try and get into my car. Mind you, I was going pretty fast. I don't know what it was about her, but she freaked me out. I didn't think she would rob me. I really thought she was a soul snatcher or a skinwalker. I honestly didn't think she was human. I can't adequately describe how creepy she was. I sped past her as fast as I could, continually glancing in my back seat to make sure she hadn't materialized in my car. I prayed, recited scripture, and kept watch in my rearview mirror. It was spring, so it should have been a bit warmer, but I felt bone-chillingly cold. I finally made it home and ran to tell my mom this story. As I got in, my brother was already telling my mom about this weird lady he saw while he was driving. It was the same lady, but he saw her at the intersection from the highway to the back road, whereas I saw her further down the road. We both had the same reaction. She also tried looking in his car, and she was bouncing around when he saw her. He said there was a car in front of him that sped off so fast when they drove past the lady. My brother was so freaked out that he won't travel that road anymore, even during the day. Eventually, I found out that the lady lives in the woods. Apparently, at one time, her family lived on that road. Her father was ill, and she tried to take him to the hospital, but he died on the way there. She drove around with his body in her car for hours. I guess she has mental health issues, and I think she lost the house or got kicked out. I have friends who live off that street, so when I was talking about it, they knew exactly who it was. I still use that road, but I haven't seen her since. I do hope she's okay, but I really do not want to run into her again. Years ago, during a Memorial Day weekend, I experienced a harrowing drive from Las Vegas to LA with 2 friends. After a long weekend of partying in Vegas, we faced the typically 5-hour drive through the desert, which can extend up to 7 to 9 hours on busy weekends. Hungover from a 3-day binge, the journey was always going to be challenging. Our friends, who were flying out, convinced us to stay longer to avoid traffic. We enjoyed a buffet and relaxed by the pool, hoping to recover before departing at 3 p.m., expecting to be home by 8 p.m. However, 2 accidents and heavy traffic significantly delayed us. It took us 6 hours just to reach Barstow, which was normally about 2 hours away. After refueling and grabbing coffee, we resumed our journey at 10 p.m. More traffic and a wrong turn later, it was 2:30 a.m., and we were passing through Santa Clarita, about 45 minutes from our destination, when suddenly there was a loud sound. It was like steel ripping and then exploding. I managed to pull the car off the freeway onto a side street and called AAA. They estimated a 30-minute wait, which seemed bearable considering the circumstances. The area had multiple gated communities, but the road we were on was deserted and served as an artery between these communities. About 15 minutes later, I was awoken by an SUV driving by in the opposite direction, with about 4 people inside, all staring at us. Shortly after, AAA called back to inform me that there had been a mix-up. They thought I was in Santa Clara, 6 hours north in the San Francisco area. They said it would be another hour before help could arrive. We decided to go back to sleep, but about 30 minutes later, the same SUV drove by again. This time much faster and flashing a light into my car, which raised my suspicions. For safety, I always kept a Bowie knife and a miniature bat under my seat. I took the knife and handed the bat to my buddy in the passenger seat, who was half asleep and confused. 15 minutes later, the SUV pulled up about 300 feet behind us, turned off its lights, and its occupants began talking animatedly about something. This intensified our fears, as we were stranded and outnumbered. As we sat there forming strategies and stewing in fear, I noticed the SUV's passengers, 2 large men dressed in black, exit the vehicle. One leaned against the grill, smoking a cigarette while staring at us, and the other urinated on the sidewalk. It felt like a mind game. Eventually, the passenger finished, conversed briefly with the driver, and then 2 more individuals, one small and one large, exited the car and they started walking towards us. In response, I readied my knife, my friend prepared to defend with the bat, and my other friend clenched his fists, ready for a confrontation. They stopped about halfway as the lights of the tow truck appeared in the distance. They quickly returned to their SUV and sped off as the tow operator arrived. We didn't get home until 5 a.m., unsure of the group's intentions. They might have thought the car was abandoned and wanted to steal it, or had other sinister motives. If they realized we were inside, they might have mistaken my long-haired friend in the back seat for a woman. The ordeal was intense, and the moral I took away is never to leave Vegas late if you're driving. I'm Jamie, a 32-year-old freelance photographer from Portland. I've always enjoyed the peace of late-night drives. There's something calming about being alone on the road, the city lights fading behind you, and the open space ahead. But a few nights ago, a drive I thought would be relaxing turned into a nightmare I can't shake off. It was a Friday night. Around midnight, I decided to take a drive out of town using a rural stretch I frequently use to unwind. The road is known for its solitude and natural beauty, and I thought it would be a good way to decompress. The drive started smoothly. The city lights disappeared, and all I could see was my headlights cutting through the darkness. The road is narrow and winding, flanked by dense trees. The isolation has always felt peaceful to me, but tonight something felt different. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the night seemed heavier. About halfway through, my car began to sputter. I initially thought it was a minor issue, but soon the engine lost power completely and the car coasted to a stop. I tried restarting it, but nothing worked. My phone had no signal, so calling for roadside assistance was out of the question. The situation was starting to feel dire. I took a deep breath, grabbed my flashlight, and locked the car before starting to walk. My goal was to find the nearest town, which I knew was several miles away. The woods on either side of the road felt like they were closing in on me. With only my flashlight for company, I trudged on, trying to ignore the sense of isolation that grew with every step. After a couple of hours, I saw a distant light. It was faint but visible, and it gave me hope. I quickened my pace, my exhaustion temporarily forgotten. As I approached, I realized the light was coming from an old farmhouse. I was relieved but apprehensive. The place looked abandoned and decrepit, but I had no other options. I knocked on the door, my heart racing. After a few moments, the door creaked open, and a man in his 60s, with a grizzled beard and a wary expression, peered out. His eyes were sharp and seemed to study me carefully. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice gravelly. I explained that my car had broken down and that I'd walked for hours to get help. The man introduced himself as Earl and seemed to take pity on me. He agreed to help and said he'd drive me back to my car with his tow truck. As we drove back to where my car was parked, I tried to make small talk to ease the tension. Earl was polite but distant, and his eyes kept darting to the road behind us. I started to feel uneasy. Why was he so jumpy? When we arrived at my car, he got to work hooking it up to the tow truck. I watched, my exhaustion making me feel vulnerable. Earl worked quickly, but his movements seemed a little too practiced, almost mechanical. My sense of unease grew stronger. As he was finishing up, he suddenly stopped and turned to me. "You know," he said, "it's not safe out here at night. Lots of folks have had problems. You're lucky I came by." I forced a nervous laugh. "I appreciate it. I'm just glad I found you." Earl's eyes narrowed. "You're very lucky. There are things out here you don't want to encounter." I was about to ask him what he meant when I heard an engine growling in the distance. Earl's demeanor shifted. He seemed suddenly alert, almost anxious. "We need to get out of here," he said sharply. "Now." Before I could react, Earl shoved me towards the tow truck and jumped into the driver's seat. I barely had time to process what was happening before the truck lurched forward, dragging my car behind it. "What's going on?" I asked, my voice trembling. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he kept his eyes on the road and his grip on the steering wheel. "We've got to get to town. There's no time for explanations." The drive was tense and silent. Every so often, I'd glance in the rearview mirror and I could see the truck in the distance, pulling up exactly where we just were. I felt a growing sense of dread. Who were those people, and why was Earl so intent on avoiding them? As we approached the edge of town, Earl finally spoke. "They're the reason I stay away from people, why I keep to myself. They're dangerous." I was bewildered. "What are you talking about? Who are those people?" Earl shook his head. "It's better if you don't know. Just stay away from this area. It's not safe for people like you." He dropped me off at a gas station on the outskirts of town, and I thanked him, though my gratitude was overshadowed by confusion and fear. Earl didn't wait for my response. He drove off quickly, leaving me with a sense of foreboding that wouldn't leave me. I finally got my car towed to a nearby mechanic and made my way home. I was exhausted and shaken, the events of the night replaying in my mind. I've tried to make sense of what happened, but the fear I felt is still fresh. I don't know what Earl was hiding or who those people were, but I'm certain that night was more than just a series of unfortunate events. I've learned to be more cautious on my night drives and avoid that place altogether. That stretch of road is no longer my peaceful place. So, thanks for the help that night, though I wish you had been more forthcoming. And to anyone driving out there, be careful. Some things are better left unexplored, and some roads should be avoided, especially when the darkness hides more than you can imagine. I'm Alex, a 28-year-old graphic designer living in Denver. I've always been drawn to the quiet, solitary nature of late-night drives. There's something about the stillness of the world at night that helps me clear my mind and escape from the daily grind. But a few weeks ago, a routine drive turned into a nightmarish ordeal that still haunts me. It was a Saturday night in early June, and I had been working long hours on a major project at the office. I was exhausted and needed a break from staring at my computer screen. So, around midnight, I decided to take a drive on Route 54, a highway that bends through the countryside just outside of Denver. It's a route I've driven many times before, and while it's remote, it's always felt safe and familiar. As I headed out, the city lights of Denver gradually disappeared behind me, and the road stretched out in front of me, illuminated only by my headlights. I had the radio on low, playing some mellow tunes, and I felt the usual sense of calm that came with driving through the quiet night. About an hour into the drive, I noticed something odd. A car was parked on the side of the road, its hazard lights blinking. I slowed down, my curiosity piqued. The car was a beat-up sedan, and it looked like it had been there for a while. I couldn't see anyone around, but it was strange to see a car in that condition in such a desolate area. Should I stop and see if they need help? I thought to myself. I've always been the kind of person who wants to help others, but the isolation of this stretch of road made me hesitant. I continued driving, convincing myself that it was probably nothing. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. As I drove on, I started thinking about how late it was and how far from civilization I was. The darkness seemed thicker, and the quiet seemed more oppressive. The only sounds were the hum of my engine and the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see the sedan following me, but it was just empty road behind me. A few miles later, I saw headlights approaching from behind. I was relieved to see another car, and I hoped that maybe they would have some insight into the situation with the broken-down sedan. As the car drew closer, I noticed it was an old pickup truck. It passed by quickly, but something about it made me uneasy. The driver didn't even glance my way, which was strange considering we were the only vehicles on the road. I tried to brush off the feeling of unease and focused on the drive. But as I rounded a bend, I was hit with a sense of dread. The road ahead was blocked by a large, makeshift barrier made of wooden planks and old tires. I had no way to get around it, and the barrier seemed intentionally placed to block the road. What the hell? I muttered, my pulse quickening. I stopped the car and put it in park, trying to think of what to do next. My phone had no signal out here, so calling for help was out of the question. I was completely on my own. I turned off the engine and got out of the car to inspect the barrier. It was crudely built, and it didn't look like it had been there for very long. My heart was pounding as I tried to figure out how to move it. I was about to start pushing the planks aside when I heard a noise coming from the woods. It was a low, shuffling sound, like footsteps dragging through the underbrush. My breath caught in my throat. I scanned the trees, but the darkness made it impossible to see anything clearly. I didn't want to panic, but the sound was growing louder and closer. Suddenly, the pickup truck I had seen earlier came into view again. It was moving slowly and seemed to be circling back. My first instinct was to get back in my car and lock the doors, but I knew I had to do something about the barrier if I wanted to get out of there. I was frozen, caught between the fear of the unknown and the practical need to clear the road. The truck stopped behind my car, and I saw the driver get out. It was a man in his mid-40s, with a grizzled beard and a weathered face. He looked at me with a curious expression and then at the barrier. I felt a mixture of relief and suspicion. "Need some help?" he called out. His voice was gruff but not unfriendly. I hesitated before replying. "Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to move it." The man walked over and started helping me with the barrier. We worked in silence. I was clearly on edge. I glanced at the truck and saw a toolbox in the back. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off about this whole situation. As we moved the last of the planks, the man started talking. "This area's been having some trouble lately," he said. "Strange things happening." "What kind of strange things?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He shrugged. "Just rumors. People say there's gangs out here causing trouble, taking things that ain't theirs, breaking into places they don't belong. It's enough to keep people on edge." I felt a chill run down my spine. I saw a car back there with its hazard lights on. "Did you know anything about that?" The man's face tightened, and he looked away. "Nope. Haven't seen it." We finished clearing the road, and he offered to follow me until I was back on a main route. I was grateful but still uneasy. As we drove, I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the sedan or the man's truck following me. Eventually, we reached a more populated area with streetlights and a gas station. I thanked the man and went on my way. I didn't look back, not wanting to see if he was still following me. When I finally got home, I was exhausted and shaken. The whole experience felt surreal, like something out of a horror movie. I couldn't stop thinking about the broken down sedan, the mysterious barrier, and the man in the pickup truck. In the days that followed, I tried to make sense of what happened. I asked around, but no one seemed to know anything about strange occurrences on Route 54. I considered reporting it to the authorities, but what exactly would I tell them? Looking back, I'm still not sure what I encountered that night. The only conclusion I could come to was that there had been some trouble in the area and the man in the truck set up the barrier to control who was going up and down the road. The memory of that drive still sends shivers down my spine. I've learned to be more cautious and to trust my instincts. Late night drives used to be my favorite way to unwind, but now they're a reminder of how quickly things can go wrong. This happened back in my university days when I was on the way back from a trip with my friend. I guess I must have misread the map, or we took some kind of shortcut because we got lost somewhere on the mountain roads. My friend was driving, and I was supposed to be the navigator. It was the one job I had. It was around 8 p.m., but it was already really dark since we were in the shadow of the mountains. I noticed a white truck up ahead and said to my friend, if we follow the truck, we would probably get back to a main road in no time. I thought it was a pretty solid plan, considering I had no clue where we were, let alone what mountain we were on. We tailed the truck for a while, then realized we were going further and further from the main road and deeper into the desolate mountain roads. As the roads turned to dirt and became one-lane paths, the truck, better suited to these roads, sped up, and we lost sight of it. It was weird and kind of unlikely for the truck to disappear all of a sudden. There was nothing ahead of us apart from dark, dirty mountain roads. It was playing on my mind, but our priority was getting back to a main road. I was flipping through a map with a torch held in my mouth. There was no cell phone coverage. We were going further down the road when I noticed some lights behind our car. I looked in the wing mirror and noticed a white truck behind us. It was the same truck we had been tailing. I told my pal what I'd just seen, and we both watched the truck in the mirrors. We began to get a little creeped out by this. The truck then turned its lights off. Is it even possible to navigate these winding mountain roads with the lights off? It was getting really freaky now. I was nervous, and I could tell that my friend was even more nervous than me. I stated the obvious at this point. I think that truck from before is behind us. He's following us. As soon as I said that, I began to swear. My friend shifted nervously in his seat. He sped up to test my theory, and the truck behind sped up to catch us, still with its lights out. We didn't know what to do. We began to argue about it. It was incredibly tense. Then, suddenly, the truck behind us seemed to disappear. It felt totally hopeless. Whoever was in the truck clearly knew the roads. I really wish we hadn't decided to follow that guy. We kept going forward on the one-lane road, keeping an eye out for a chance to turn back, sending snappy, bitey remarks to each other about how we could get out of this mess. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, the truck swerved into our lane again and slammed on its brakes. My friend reacted in time, and once again, we were behind the white truck. He said, if we don't do something, it's gonna end bad. This was the worst. I've never felt so stressed out. A moment or two later, we reached a point where the road got wider, and my friend took his chance. We spun into a U-turn. There wasn't too much space to turn, so my friend's car kissed the guardrail on our escape. We noticed points in the road where the truck could have disappeared and appeared in front of us that answered the question of how it was possible, but we still had the unanswered question of why. Why was this guy doing this to us? We knew that we were on our way back to civilization, so my friend floored it while I kept nervously glancing over my shoulder to see if the truck was following us. I kept asking him to speed up, but I knew that he couldn't, and that truck could pop out of nowhere again at any moment. So, we kept heading down those dirt roads until eventually they became concrete again. I saw the lights of people's homes. And before long, we came across a non-franchised gas station. My friend immediately pulled in, and we skidded to a halt. My friend ran in and grabbed the clerk by his arm and frantically explained the situation. He asked the guy to call the cops and for directions to get off these mountain roads. The clerk didn't seem that interested in our plea for help, so we got him to go outside. My friend then said, "Believe us, there's someone chasing us." "Okay then, if a white truck with all its lights off turns up at any second, then will you believe us?" And just as he finished saying that, the truck arrived with its lights still off. It screeched to a stop a few meters away from the gas station, then it slowly turned around and headed back into the darkness. We weren't able to get a look at the driver, but we noticed something. There was some sort of logo and some text on the side of the truck. The clerk at the gas station said, "Oh, now I understand you. The guys from the church." Maybe cult's a better word. I pressed him for more information, and it turns out that apparently the entire mountain is their territory. They own a village, and the leaders and the followers all live there together. I understand that there are cults, but I didn't understand why that truck was following us. I asked why they'd follow us, and according to the old fellow at the gas station, there are frequent attempts to escape by followers of the cult who change their mind. So the cult is very wary of cars getting anywhere near their village. Their reckless driving and relentless pursuits of anyone who gets close to the village is said to be the cause of numerous accidents up here in the mountains. I remember that the cult featured quite heavily on the news and in the media a few years after, but it seems to have gone radio silent since. I guess that guy who followed us was a lookout for escapees or for families trying to rescue their loved ones or something. It was a very creepy experience. I took in a hitchhiker who turned out to be legitimately crazy. I won't ever do that again, and hopefully, my experience will discourage you. I live in a foreign country, and I don't know about your country's sanitary measures against the epidemic, but at the time, we were no longer confined. It happened in September, 2 years ago. I was driving from my parents' house to a friend's apartment near our college campus. It was an hour-and-a-half drive. We had plans to spend the weekend together after not seeing each other for months. Even though the incident is not related to my friend in any way, it just hit me how dangerous it actually was when I started telling them what happened. I remember one of them saying, "This must have been the worst 45-minute drive of my life." I laughed at it back then, but it hits me now how true it was. I left quite late that day, around 9 p.m. I remember the sun had already set, and I was going to arrive late, which I didn't like, but I was used to the road as I'd often taken it. For a bit of context, it was an hour-and-a-half drive, and I would usually stop midway in a McDonald's parking lot to smoke a cigarette before carrying on. Just remember this for later. I saw the hitchhiker not long after I left my parents' house. I had driven for about 10 to 15 minutes or so when I saw him at the exit of a roundabout. He was a tall, slender guy with one of those tiny shoulder bags worn across the chest. I thought he was a guy in his 20s who had just been dropped off by his friends on his way back from a party or something. Which was stupid because it was still too early for a party to end. But that's not the first thought I had. I immediately felt sympathy and stopped. I opened the passenger side window and asked where he was going. I realized right away that he was way older than I thought, at least in his 30s. He had a really pale face, and the way he looked at me honestly freaked me out. The guy was going in my direction, to the town where I would stop midway to take a break. I don't know what I was thinking, to be honest. I just responded automatically. It was on my way, and he got in the car. Then I had the worst 45 minutes of my life. I don't mean to be dramatic, but it really was hell. I knew right away I'd made a mistake as I drove off, because as soon as I started driving, he held his stomach tight, crouched in the passenger seat, going back and forth, saying he wasn't feeling good. I offered to open the window for some fresh air, but he said he just had to take his meds. Saying I felt uncomfortable is an understatement. I remember thinking I'd screwed up and that whatever was going to happen, I should not stop under any circumstances. The first thing I did was to ask him if he would be okay if I dropped him off at the city's McDonald's. I think he agreed, but either way, it didn't matter because I wasn't planning on stopping elsewhere. I was already freaked out. I thought I'd pretend to focus on the road and try to appear as calm as I could, and he kept talking during this whole time. I don't remember in what order it happened exactly, but I remember he asked me if he could look at my nails, to which I responded I was driving. He apologized and said I shouldn't worry because he'd never assaulted anyone. He told me his girlfriend was mad at him, wanted to break up with him if he didn't come back. He asked where I was going, what I was planning to do tonight, and if I was planning to have a long, steaming shower. He kept going, asking if I had a boyfriend and how we liked to do it. I said that was private and that I did not want to answer. He nodded and said that he used to be young like me until he got arrested. He insisted twice that we were followed by cars. He asked me if I smoked and I said no. He offered me a cigarette. I said it's nice, but he didn't have to. He left a cigarette on the board, took out his phone at one point, and wanted to show me a picture of him and a picture of his mom, saying she was beautiful. I took a quick glimpse, and the thing was broken. It had multiple straight black lines of broken pixels. It was reddish on the left and yellowish on the right, which made the picture really creepy. He got mad at that point because I was just taking a quick glimpse, and he started talking louder, saying I didn't give a crap about what he was saying. I straight up said, "I'm listening, I can't watch, I'm driving." He calmed down immediately, said okay, and apologized, and wanted to show me another picture. He asked if this was my car. I said it was my parents'. Somehow, I did not want him to think I was rich or had any kind of money. I'm just a young student who has no money. Leave me alone. I lied, saying I had hit a deer last week and I was trying to focus and pay attention because I didn't want to break my parents' car. I hoped he would shut up. At some point, he was just straight up staring at me and muttered, "Poor thing," then straightened up and pointed to a road sign in a panic, saying, "I meant the road sign, poor road sign." Honestly, I think at that point I was thinking if he ever tried anything, I would crash this car with both of us in it, into a tree. Because if I could not make it out, neither would he. I'm ashamed to say this, but I didn't want him to get out of this easily. He screamed that his name was Archangel Michael. He asked my name, and I gave a fake name. He kept asking if I remembered his name, and suddenly crouched himself in a panic, going back and forth again, saying I should know his name. I just said okay. To be honest, that was the only thing I would say. In the end, when we got to the city where he had to stop, he asked if I could take him to the train station. It was almost 10 p.m., and I knew there were no trains, no lights, and surely no other cars or human presence. I told him we said we'd stop at the McDonald's, and he nodded and said, "Yes, yes." He said I was nice and put a coin on the board next to the cigarette. I stopped in the parking lot, didn't park, just stopped right there in the middle of the way where I felt the most exposed. He just left, saying, "See you later," and I drove away very fast. I never saw or heard from him again. I took in a hitchhiker who turned out to be legitimately crazy. I won't ever do that again, and hopefully, my experience will discourage you. I live in a foreign country, and I don't know about your country's sanitary measures against the epidemic, but at the time, we were no longer confined. It happened in September, 2 years ago. I was driving from my parents' house to a friend's apartment near a college campus. It was an hour-and-a-half drive. We had plans to spend the weekend together after not seeing each other for months. Even though the incident is not related to my friend in any way, it just hit me how dangerous it actually was when I started telling them what happened. I remember one of them saying, "This must have been the worst 45-minute drive of my life." I laughed at it back then, but it hits me now how true it was. I left quite late that day, around 9 p.m. I remember the sun had already set, and I was going to arrive late, which I didn't like, but I was used to the road as I'd often taken it. For a bit of context, it was an hour-and-a-half drive, and I would usually stop midway in a McDonald's parking lot to smoke a cigarette before carrying on. Just remember this for later. I saw the hitchhiker not long after I left my parents' house. I had driven for about 10 to 15 minutes or so when I saw him at the exit of a roundabout. He was a tall, slender guy with one of those tiny shoulder bags worn across the chest. I thought he was a guy in his 20s who had just been dropped off by his friends on his way back from a party or something. Which was stupid because it was still too early for a party to end. But that's not the first thought I had. I immediately felt sympathy and stopped. I opened the passenger's side window and asked where he was going. I realized right away that he was way older than I thought, at least in his 30s. He had a really pale face, and the way he looked at me honestly freaked me out. The guy was going in my direction, to the town where I would stop midway to take a break. I don't know what I was thinking, to be honest. I just responded automatically. It was on my way, and he got in the car. Then I had the worst 45 minutes of my life. I don't mean to be dramatic, but it really was hell. I knew right away I'd made a mistake as I drove off because as soon as I started driving, he held his stomach tight, crouched in the passenger seat, going back and forth, saying he wasn't feeling good. I offered to open the window for some fresh air, but he said he just had to take his meds. Saying I felt uncomfortable is an understatement. I remember thinking I'd screwed up and that whatever was going to happen, I should not stop under any circumstances. The first thing I did was to ask him if he would be okay if I dropped him off at the city's McDonald's. I think he agreed, but either way, it didn't matter because I wasn't planning on stopping elsewhere. I was already freaked out. I thought I'd pretend to focus on the road and try to appear as calm as I could, and he kept talking during this whole time. I don't remember in what order it happened exactly, but I remember he asked me if he could look at my nails, to which I responded I was driving. He apologized and said I shouldn't worry because he'd never assaulted anyone. He told me his girlfriend was mad at him, wanted to break up with him if he didn't come back. He asked where I was going, what I was planning to do tonight, and if I was planning to have a long, steaming shower. He kept going, asking if I had a boyfriend, and how we liked to do it. I said that was private, and that I did not want to answer. He nodded, and said that he used to be unlike me, until he got arrested. He insisted twice that we were followed by cars. He asked me if I smoked and I said no. He offered me a cigarette. I said it's nice, but he didn't have to. He left a cigarette on the board, took out his phone at one point, and wanted to show me a picture of him and a picture of his mom, saying she was beautiful. I took a quick glimpse, and the thing was broken. It had multiple straight black lines of broken pixels. It was reddish on the left and yellowish on the right, which made the picture really creepy. He got mad at that point because I was just taking a quick glimpse, and he started talking louder, saying I didn't give a crap about what he was saying. I straight up said, "I'm listening, I can't watch, I'm driving." He calmed down immediately, said okay, and apologized, and wanted to show me another picture. He asked if this was my car. I said it was my parents'. Somehow, I did not want him to think I was rich or had any kind of money. I'm just a young student who has no money. Leave me alone. I lied, saying I had hit a deer last week and I was trying to focus and pay attention because I didn't want to break my parents' car. I hoped he would shut up. At some point, he was just straight up staring at me and muttered, "Poor thing," then straightened up and pointed to a road sign in a panic, saying, "I meant the road sign, poor road sign." Honestly, I think at that point I was thinking if he ever tried anything, I would crash this car with both of us in it, into a tree. Because if I could not make it out, neither would he. I'm ashamed to say this, but I didn't want him to get out of this easily. He screamed that his name was Archangel Michael. He asked my name, and I gave a fake name. He kept asking if I remembered his name, and suddenly crouched himself in a panic, going back and forth again, saying I should know his name. I just said okay. To be honest, that was the only thing I would say. In the end, when we got to the city where he had to stop, he asked if I could take him to the train station. It was almost 10 p.m., and I knew there were no trains, no lights, and surely no other cars or human presence. I told him we said we'd stop at the McDonald's, and he nodded and said, "Yes, yes." He said I was nice and put a coin on the board next to the cigarette. I stopped in the parking lot, didn't park, just stopped right there in the middle of the way where I felt the most exposed. He just left, saying, "See you later," and I drove away very fast. I never saw or heard from him again. This happened back in my university days when I was on the way back from a trip with my friend. I guess I must have misread the map, or we took some kind of shortcut because we got lost somewhere on the mountain roads. My friend was driving, and I was supposed to be the navigator. It was the one job I had. It was around 8 p.m., but it was already really dark since we were in the shadow of the mountains. I noticed a white truck up ahead and said to my friend, if we follow the truck, we would probably get back to a main road in no time. I thought it was a pretty solid plan, considering I had no clue where we were, let alone what mountain we were on. We tailed the truck for a while, then realized we were going further and further from the main road and deeper into the desolate mountain roads. As the roads turned to dirt and became one-lane paths, the truck, better suited to these roads, sped up, and we lost sight of it. It was weird and kind of unlikely for the truck to disappear all of a sudden. There was nothing ahead of us apart from dark, dirty mountain roads. It was playing on my mind, but our priority was getting back to a main road. I was flipping through a map with a torch held in my mouth. There was no cell phone coverage. We were going further down the road when I noticed some lights behind our car. I looked in the wing mirror and noticed a white truck behind us. It was the same truck we had been tailing. I told my pal what I'd just seen, and we both watched the truck in the mirrors. We began to get a little creeped out by this. The truck then turned its lights off. Is it even possible to navigate these winding mountain roads with the lights off? It was getting really freaky now. I was nervous, and I could tell that my friend was even more nervous than me. I stated the obvious at this point. I think that truck from before is behind us. He's following us. As soon as I said that, I began to swear. My friend shifted nervously in his seat. He sped up to test my theory, and the truck behind sped up to catch us, still with its lights out. We didn't know what to do. We began to argue about it. It was incredibly tense. Then, suddenly, the truck behind us seemed to disappear. It felt totally hopeless. Whoever was in the truck clearly knew the roads. I really wish we hadn't decided to follow that guy. We kept going forward on the one-lane road, keeping an eye out for a chance to turn back, sending snappy, bitey remarks to each other about how we could get out of this mess. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, the truck swerved into our lane again and slammed on its brakes. My friend reacted in time, and once again, we were behind the white truck. He said, if we don't do something, it's gonna end bad. This was the worst. I've never felt so stressed out. A moment or two later, we reached a point where the road got wider, and my friend took his chance. We spun into a U-turn. There wasn't too much space to turn, so my friend's car kissed the guardrail on our escape. We noticed points in the road where the truck could have disappeared and appeared in front of us that answered the question of how it was possible, but we still had the unanswered question of why. Why was this guy doing this to us? We knew that we were on our way back to civilization, so my friend floored it while I kept nervously glancing over my shoulder to see if the truck was following us. I kept asking him to speed up, but I knew that he couldn't, and that truck could pop out of nowhere again at any moment. So, we kept heading down those dirt roads until eventually they became concrete again. I saw the lights of people's homes. And before long, we came across a non-franchised gas station. My friend immediately pulled in, and we skidded to a halt. My friend ran in and grabbed the clerk by his arm and frantically explained the situation. He asked the guy to call the cops and for directions to get off these mountain roads. The clerk didn't seem that interested in our plea for help, so we got him to go outside. My friend then said, "Believe us, there's someone chasing us." Okay then, if a white truck with all its lights off turns up at any second, then will you believe us? And just as he finished saying that, the truck arrived with its lights still off. It screeched to a stop a few meters away from the gas station, then it slowly turned around and headed back into the darkness. We weren't able to get a look at the driver, but we noticed something. There was some sort of logo and some text on the side of the truck. The clerk at the gas station said, "Oh, now I understand you. The guys from the church." Maybe cult's a better word. I pressed him for more information, and it turns out that apparently the entire mountain is their territory. They own a village, and the leaders and the followers all live there together. I understand that there are cults, but I didn't understand why that truck was following us. I asked why they'd follow us, and according to the old fellow at the gas station, there are frequent attempts to escape by followers of the cult who change their mind. So the cult is very wary of cars getting anywhere near their village. Their reckless driving and relentless pursuits of anyone who gets close to the village is said to be the cause of numerous accidents up here in the mountains. I remember that the cult featured quite heavily on the news and in the media a few years after, but it seems to have gone radio silent since. I guess that guy who followed us was a lookout for escapees or for families trying to rescue their loved ones or something. It was a very creepy experience. I'm Alex, a 28-year-old graphic designer living in Denver. I've always been drawn to the quiet, solitary nature of late-night drives. There's something about the stillness of the world at night that helps me clear my mind and escape from the daily grind. But a few weeks ago, a routine drive turned into a nightmarish ordeal that still haunts me. It was a Saturday night in early June, and I had been working long hours on a major project at the office. I was exhausted and needed a break from staring at my computer screen. So, around midnight, I decided to take a drive on Route 54, a highway that bends through the countryside just outside of Denver. It's a route I've driven many times before, and while it's remote, it's always felt safe and familiar. As I headed out, the city lights of Denver gradually disappeared behind me, and the road stretched out in front of me, illuminated only by my headlights. I had the radio on low, playing some mellow tunes, and I felt the usual sense of calm that came with driving through the quiet night. About an hour into the drive, I noticed something odd. A car was parked on the side of the road, its hazard lights blinking. I slowed down, my curiosity piqued. The car was a beat-up sedan, and it looked like it had been there for a while. I couldn't see anyone around, but it was strange to see a car in that condition in such a desolate area. Should I stop and see if they need help? I thought to myself. I've always been the kind of person who wants to help others, but the isolation of this stretch of road made me hesitant. I continued driving, convincing myself that it was probably nothing. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. As I drove on, I started thinking about how late it was and how far from civilization I was. The darkness seemed thicker, and the quiet seemed more oppressive. The only sounds were the hum of my engine and the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see the sedan following me, but it was just empty road behind me. A few miles later, I saw headlights approaching from behind. I was relieved to see another car, and I hoped that maybe they would have some insight into the situation with the broken-down sedan. As the car drew closer, I noticed it was an old pickup truck. It passed by quickly, but something about it made me uneasy. The driver didn't even glance my way, which was strange considering we were the only vehicles on the road. I tried to brush off the feeling of unease and focused on the drive. But as I rounded a bend, I was hit with a sense of dread. The road ahead was blocked by a large, makeshift barrier made of wooden planks and old tires. I had no way to get around it, and the barrier seemed intentionally placed to block the road. What the hell? I muttered, my pulse quickening. I stopped the car and put it in park, trying to think of what to do next. My phone had no signal out here, so calling for help was out of the question. I was completely on my own. I turned off the engine and got out of the car to inspect the barrier. It was crudely built, and it didn't look like it had been there for very long. My heart was pounding as I tried to figure out how to move it. I was about to start pushing the planks aside when I heard a noise coming from the woods. It was a low, shuffling sound, like footsteps dragging through the underbrush. My breath caught in my throat. I scanned the trees, but the darkness made it impossible to see anything clearly. I didn't want to panic, but the sound was growing louder and closer. Suddenly, the pickup truck I had seen earlier came into view again. It was moving slowly and seemed to be circling back. My first instinct was to get back in my car and lock the doors, but I knew I had to do something about the barrier if I wanted to get out of there. I was frozen, caught between the fear of the unknown and the practical need to clear the road. The truck stopped behind my car, and I saw the driver get out. It was a man in his mid-40s, with a grizzled beard and a weathered face. He looked at me with a curious expression and then at the barrier. I felt a mixture of relief and suspicion. "Need some help?" he called out. His voice was gruff but not unfriendly. I hesitated before replying. "Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to move it. The man walked over and started helping me with the barrier. We worked in silence. I was clearly on edge. I glanced at the truck and saw a toolbox in the back. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off about this whole situation. As we moved the last of the planks, the man started talking. "This area's been having some trouble lately," he said. "Strange things happening." "What kind of strange things?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He shrugged. "Just rumors. People say there's gangs out here causing trouble, taking things that ain't theirs, breaking into places they don't belong. It's enough to keep people on edge." I felt a chill run down my spine. I saw a car back there with its hazard lights on. "Did you know anything about that?" The man's face tightened and he looked away. "Nope. Haven't seen it." We finished clearing the road and he offered to follow me until I was back on a main route. I was grateful but still uneasy. As we drove, I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the sedan or the man's truck following me. Eventually, we reached a more populated area with streetlights and a gas station. I thanked the man and went on my way. I didn't look back, not wanting to see if he was still following me. When I finally got home, I was exhausted and shaken. The whole experience felt surreal, like something out of a horror movie. I couldn't stop thinking about the broken down sedan, the mysterious barrier, and the man in the pickup truck. In the days that followed, I tried to make sense of what happened. I asked around, but no one seemed to know anything about strange occurrences on Route 54. I considered reporting it to the authorities, but what exactly would I tell them? Looking back, I'm still not sure what I encountered that night. The only conclusion I could come to was that there had been some trouble in the area and the man in the truck set up the barrier to control who was going up and down the road. The memory of that drive still sends shivers down my spine. I've learned to be more cautious and to trust my instincts. Late night drives used to be my favorite way to unwind, but now they're a reminder of how quickly things can go wrong. I'm Jamie, a 32-year-old freelance photographer from Portland. I've always enjoyed the peace of late-night drives. There's something calming about being alone on the road, the city lights fading behind you, and the open space ahead. But a few nights ago, a drive I thought would be relaxing turned into a nightmare I can't shake off. It was a Friday night. Around midnight, I decided to take a drive out of town, using a rural stretch I frequently use to unwind. The road is known for its solitude and natural beauty, and I thought it would be a good way to decompress. The drive started smoothly. The city lights disappeared, and all I could see was my headlights cutting through the darkness. The road is narrow and winding, flanked by dense trees. The isolation has always felt peaceful to me, but tonight something felt different. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the night seemed heavier. About halfway through, my car began to sputter. I initially thought it was a minor issue, but soon the engine lost power completely, and the car coasted to a stop. I tried restarting it, but nothing worked. My phone had no signal, so calling for roadside assistance was out of the question. The situation was starting to feel dire. I took a deep breath, grabbed my flashlight, and locked the car before starting to walk. My goal was to find the nearest town, which I knew was several miles away. The woods on either side of the road felt like they were closing in on me. With only my flashlight for company, I trudged on, trying to ignore the sense of isolation that grew with every step. After a couple of hours, I saw a distant light. It was faint but visible, and it gave me hope. I quickened my pace, my exhaustion temporarily forgotten. As I approached, I realized the light was coming from an old farmhouse. I was relieved but apprehensive. The place looked abandoned and decrepit, but I had no other options. I knocked on the door, my heart racing. After a few moments, the door creaked open, and a man in his 60s, with a grizzled beard and a wary expression, peered out. His eyes were sharp and seemed to study me carefully. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice gravelly. I explained that my car had broken down and that I'd walked for hours to get help. The man introduced himself as Earl and seemed to take pity on me. He agreed to help and said he'd drive me back to my car with his tow truck. As we drove back to where my car was parked, I tried to make small talk to ease the tension. Earl was polite but distant, and his eyes kept darting to the road behind us. I started to feel uneasy. Why was he so jumpy? When we arrived at my car, he got to work hooking it up to the tow truck. I watched, my exhaustion making me feel vulnerable. Earl worked quickly, but his movements seemed a little too practiced, almost mechanical. My sense of unease grew stronger. As he was finishing up, he suddenly stopped and turned to me. "You know," he said, "it's not safe out here at night. Lots of folks have had problems. You're lucky I came by." I forced a nervous laugh. "I appreciate it. I'm just glad I found you." Earl's eyes narrowed. "You're very lucky. There are things out here you don't want to encounter." I was about to ask him what he meant when I heard an engine growling in the distance. Earl's demeanor shifted. He seemed suddenly alert, almost anxious. "We need to get out of here," he said sharply. "Now." Before I could react, Earl shoved me towards the tow truck and jumped into the driver's seat. I barely had time to process what was happening before the truck lurched forward, dragging my car behind it. "What's going on?" I asked, my voice trembling. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he kept his eyes on the road and his grip on the steering wheel. "We've got to get to town. There's no time for explanations." The drive was tense and silent. Every so often, I'd glance in the rearview mirror, and I could see the truck in the distance, pulling up exactly where we just were. I felt a growing sense of dread. Who were those people, and why was Earl so intent on avoiding them? As we approached the edge of town, Earl finally spoke. "They're the reason I stay away from people, why I keep to myself. They're dangerous." I was bewildered. "What are you talking about? Who are those people?" Earl shook his head. "It's better if you don't know. Just stay away from this area. It's not safe for people like you." He dropped me off at a gas station on the outskirts of town, and I thanked him, though my gratitude was overshadowed by confusion and fear. Earl didn't wait for my response. He drove off quickly, leaving me with a sense of foreboding that wouldn't leave me. I finally got my car towed to a nearby mechanic and made my way home. I was exhausted and shaken, the events of the night replaying in my mind. I've tried to make sense of what happened, but the fear I felt is still fresh. I don't know what Earl was hiding or who those people were, but I'm certain that night was more than just a series of unfortunate events. I've learned to be more cautious on my night drives and avoid that place altogether. That stretch of road is no longer my peaceful place. So, thanks for the help that night, though I wish you had been more forthcoming. And to anyone driving out there, be careful. Some things are better left unexplored, and some roads should be avoided, especially when the darkness hides more than you can imagine. My name is Danny, and I was 19 when this happened. I lived with my parents and wanted to move out, so I bought a car with the money I'd saved and eventually got a job for Uber Eats. I'd seen their advertisements all over. Apparently it was easy money with flexible hours. All you had to do was pay for fuel. I had a few friends tell me how good it was, so I figured I'd go through the sign-up process and give it a shot. However, the reality was quite different. Driving around on a tight schedule made the job pretty stressful, and the payouts were often just a few bucks. If you didn't claim the orders with high tips or payouts, then you'd barely make enough to cover the fuel. Being a teenager, I only had to cover my car payments and insurance, so I didn't need to make a fortune. But it did feel like I was getting shortchanged given the time and effort required. I pushed the idea of finding another job to the back of my mind because I was a bit lazy, but everything changed after a particular incident. I accepted an order from KFC and set off to deliver it to the customer's location. It was a pretty large order, enough for maybe 4 or 5 people, but the pay for this delivery was much higher than usual and the tip was $20, which was unheard of. It tells you on the app when you accept an order how much you'll get paid. While en route to the destination, I received a text through the Uber Eats app. The customer was asking about my whereabouts. The app said delivery time was about 30 minutes and I was on track to be there in about 15. They could literally see my live location on there, so I didn't understand why they were asking. I didn't see the point in pulling over to reply, so I just kept driving, as I'd be there in about 5 minutes. Within pretty much a few seconds, they sent another message, impatiently asking me why it's taking so long. I had only picked up the order a couple of minutes ago, and they could literally see this on the app, so it wasn't as if I was running late. I ignored the weird messages, thinking it was probably a mistake on their part, or that they were drunk or just a typical Karen. I knew the area reasonably well, but I'd never really been to this part of town. It was located in, I guess, what you'd call the hood. It was a pretty rough neighborhood, gang violence and a lack of police presence. Most people knew not to come here. But I'd driven through a few times and knew it wasn't too dangerous. The address was to an apartment building, and as I approached the place, I noticed that a lot of people were staring at me. I parked my car and checked my phone. Another message had come through with some harsh language, telling me that I better hurry up. I usually leave my phone on the stand, where I can see the delivery instructions, but I knew it was a bad idea to keep it out in the open, so I took it with me. The instructions said to come inside and deliver it to the customer's apartment, which was a little unusual, but I figured they just didn't want to come down. I pressed the button for the apartment number and was buzzed in. As I climbed the stairwell, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. There were people just scattered around this building. I had to step over some passed out woman on the stairs, and I really wanted to just drop the bag and run. I reached the door to the apartment, and a voice from inside told me to come in. I hesitated for a moment, confused as to why they couldn't just come and grab it. But I was on the clock and wanted to get this delivery done. I walked into the apartment, and as the door closed behind me, I realized my mistake. All the lights were off, and the only source of visibility in the room was the massive TV they had on the wall. I looked around and saw a couple of shady-looking characters. I offered them the bag, and they looked at me like I was disgusting. The guy who seemed to be the leader gestured for someone else to take it from me. He started circling me as I stood there, completely frozen. I had no idea what the hell I was doing, or how I'd ended up in such a dangerous situation. He didn't hesitate to start poking at me, asking me what I got. I told him I just had the food and that I've gotta go. He laughed and told me to sit. I was completely shitting myself at this point. He starts quizzing me about why I took so long and what can I do to make up for it. I told him I could refund the tip, and this made him freak out. Tip? What tip? I ain't pay you no tip. I stupidly pulled out my phone to show him that he put down a $20 tip. He snatched it out of my hand and told me that he's taking the refund. Everyone else started laughing. I was being completely humiliated in front of these people, and I was powerless. I passively asked for my phone back, but I'm not the biggest guy in the world, and I was really trying not to die, so when he refused, I just accepted my fate. He sat down and started looking through the bag, grabbing the food he wanted. He looked over at me and asked me what the F I was still doing there, jumping up and pulling out a knife as he said it. I apologized and quickly made my way to the door and ran down the stairs. I almost tripped over the unconscious woman on my way out. I got in the car and I've never driven so fast in my life. I drove to somewhere safe and immediately broke down into tears. My whole body was shaking and I was hyperventilating. I was a complete mess. What the hell was I thinking, walking up and going inside someone's apartment, never mind a place like that? I'd literally been told to never go inside anywhere, but all I could think of was that big tip. I drove home and told my parents what had happened. They were really supportive and glad that I was okay, but they were furious that I'd not followed their advice about going into dangerous places. We got the phone locked remotely, so you probably can't use it for much, but I know I'm never getting it back. I found out weeks later when I got a new phone that Uber also suspended my account because he said the order wasn't delivered. In their defense, as far as they could see, I just disappeared with the delivery and never showed up again. So he got a full refund and free food and my phone. Losing my phone and my job really sucked, but I was grateful that I got away unharmed. I had no interest in working as a delivery driver after that and got a job at a restaurant instead. Earlier this year, I borrowed my dad's Tesla to go visit my aunt who lived in the countryside. I'm a 24-year-old guy, and I love driving, especially my dad's car, so I was glad he let me take it. The road trip took me through some pretty remote areas, but it was a pretty smooth drive heading over. I passed through one small town that had a charging station for the car. Whilst I was there recharging the Tesla, I got quite a lot of attention. Apparently not many electric cars came through the area and they had lots of questions for me. I traveled the rest of the way with no issues and I stayed with my aunt for a few days and eventually decided to head back home on a sunny afternoon. I began my journey around 3 o'clock. The first part of the drive was through a busy town, and after that, I passed through some quiet suburban neighborhoods. But as I was taking the same route back, I soon found myself once again on the long narrow highway that seemed to stretch and turn endlessly. It was peaceful, but as the hours passed, I started to feel more tired. To keep myself awake, I turned on the radio quite loud, hoping it would wake me up a bit. I squinted at the road, trying to focus, and that's when I noticed a small glimmer of light in the distance. It was the reflection of my car's headlights on another vehicle parked by the side of the road. As I approached, it became evident that the car was abandoned. It was dark, and the windows were tinted. The area was quite remote, and the thought of getting stranded there was unsettling. The nearest town was an hour's drive back. I continued my journey but kept my eyes open, just in case someone was nearby. A few minutes later, I noticed a blindingly bright light in my rearview mirror. The intense glare made it impossible to see the car, only their dazzling lights. They seemed to be getting closer, so I reduced my speed, thinking they would soon overtake. But as I continued down the road, I saw something unsettling up ahead. There was another car right in the middle of the road, blocking my path completely. The car had its lights turned off, and I didn't see it until I was almost right upon it. I slammed on the brakes as soon as I realized what was happening. The lights in the rearview mirror kept getting brighter. I could hear the sound of an approaching vehicle behind me. I decided to turn my car around to escape the situation, but when I looked back, there was another car parked diagonally behind me, effectively sealing off any retreat. Suddenly, it all clicked in my mind. I heard the doors of the cars around me opening and closing. Panic coursed through my veins. Without thinking, I veered off the road, plowing into the trees, attempting to bypass the obstructions and get to the other side of the road, past the parked cars. I was so preoccupied with avoiding trees and avoiding getting my car stuck that I didn't even look to see if the people were chasing me. About 10 seconds after driving off the road, a gunshot echoed. I looked back and they were chasing me. The bullet hit somewhere in front of my car. Fear and adrenaline pulsed through me as I continued maneuvering around the twisted dirt road. Another shot rang out, hitting the back of my car. I was driving like a maniac, going full speed through these tight trees, desperately trying to lose them. My Tesla was impressively handling the practically off-road adventure that I pushed it through. Eventually, I could see that I lost them, but I didn't slow down until I hit the highway again. It took about 10 minutes of driving before I regained enough cell phone reception to call the police. The attackers didn't catch up, and as far as I know, they were never apprehended. To this day, I can't help but wonder about how they had such an elaborate setup. Had they spotted me coming in an expensive car and somehow thrown together a plan? Was it the guys I'd been speaking to when charging my car? I told them that I was going to be heading back through in a few days. It really bothers me not knowing, but as you can imagine, I'm not allowed to drive my dad's Tesla anymore. My name is Christine, and I was 23 years old when this unforgettable New Year's Eve story happened. I was out with my beloved dog, Max. It was a few hours before midnight, so I took him for a quick walk before getting ready for the party. Max was usually well behaved and fine without a lead, so I decided to let him off for just a minute to enjoy the crisp air as we strolled through our neighborhood. The evening was filled with anticipation. People around the town were preparing for the upcoming New Year's festivities. The streets were lined with colorful decorations, and you could feel the excitement in the air. As Max and I walked along the sidewalk, he was happily sniffing around, enjoying the scents of the night. The night was still young, and there was no sign of chaos yet. Little did I know that everything would change within the next minute. It was then that the first firework exploded in the sky, lighting up the darkness with brilliant colors and a deafening bang. I instinctively grabbed Max, pulling him close, but it was too late. The sudden noise startled him, and in an instant, he broke free from my grip and bolted down the street. I called out his name frantically, but he didn't respond. The barrage of fireworks drowned out my cries, and I watched in panic as he disappeared into the night. My heart raced as I realized I had to find him amidst the chaos of the celebrations. I spent hours driving around the neighborhood, searching for my dog. The fireworks kept lighting up the sky, and the noise was deafening. It was hard to focus with all the bright lights and explosions, but I had to find him. If I was distracted by the fireworks, then he was probably going through hell. Every corner I turned, every street I drove through, I called out his name. I was desperate to bring him back home, to keep him safe from the fireworks. The celebration was all around me, but all I wanted was to find my furry friend. I told my friends and family that I wouldn't be coming out as I was looking for my dog. A few of them volunteered to look for him too, but even if they found him, I wasn't convinced that he'd go with them. Finally, as I turned down a dimly lit street, I spotted a crowd of people surrounding a public bus, as if there were some sort of disturbance. My heart leaped with hope. I parked the car and rushed towards the crowd. I could tell by the chatter and the body language that they were reacting to some kind of animal on the bus. I made my way to the door and climbed on. He was there hiding in the corner, barking frantically at every firework whistling through the sky. I spoke to him gently, and he recognized my voice. The fireworks kept going off, but I didn't care. I reached down and picked him up, cradling him in my arms. He nestled against my chest, seeking comfort from the frightening night. I thanked everyone for trying to help him and rushed him back to my car. I got back in my car, holding Max securely. The drive home was a little quieter, the sound of fireworks slowly fading. Max had been found, and the new year could finally begin with both of us safe and sound. I sat in the car with Max, watching the fireworks through the window. The bright lights that had once scared him now seemed to twinkle in celebration of our reunion. It was a New Year's Eve we'd never forget, one that sent me on a wild late-night drive, looking for my best friend. On a bitterly cold winter night, I found myself in the kind of situation that would chill any parent to the bone. My two young kids sat shivering in the back seat of our car as I tried to keep my composure. We were stranded on a snow-covered road in the middle of nowhere, far from the nearest town. The car's engine had sputtered and coughed its last breath a while ago, and my phone had no signal. Desperation clung to the cold air as I tried to reassure my children that help was on the way. I had called a tow truck, but it seemed like hours had passed since then, and the icy darkness was unrelenting. Just as I was losing all hope of being rescued, a set of headlights appeared in the distance, slowly growing brighter. Relief washed over me as a man pulled up in a pickup truck. His frosty breath covered his face in the cold night air. "Looks like you folks could use some help," he called out. His voice was friendly, but something about the situation had my guard up. I was hesitant, but the thought of my children suffering in the cold pushed me to accept his offer. "Yes, thank you," I replied, trying to hide my unease. "We've already called a tow truck, but it's taking a while." The man didn't waste any time. He opened the hood of my car and started tinkering with the engine. His hands moved deftly, almost too quickly, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. As the minutes turned into what felt like an eternity, the man turned his attention to my children. "You know, it's pretty darn cold out here," he said, looking towards them with a warm smile. "Why don't you let them sit in my truck? It's nice and toasty in there." I hesitated, glancing at my children. They were practically blue from the cold, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. "No thank you, we're okay," I stammered, trying to muster some courage. But the man was persistent, insisting that it was the best thing for them. "It won't be long, just until I get this fixed up," he said, his smile never faltering. "I've got hot chocolate in the truck, they'll love it." The children began to whine, their tiny voices filled with misery. I felt a lump form in my throat. "All right, just for a little while," I relented, my heart pounding in my chest. As my son and daughter climbed into the stranger's truck, I watched anxiously from a distance. Minutes turned into what felt like hours as the man continued to work on my car. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, and my mind raced with dark scenarios. The kids wrapped in the stranger's blankets seemed oblivious to the unsettling atmosphere that had settled around us. They giggled and chatted about how cozy and warm the truck was. My daughter even mentioned how nice it would be to spend the night in a comfy bed instead of the cold car. The stranger, who had been fiddling with my car engine, suddenly looked up and said, "You know, the nearest town is only about a half-hour's drive from here. I'd be more than happy to take your kids there, get them a warm meal and a place to sleep for the night. It's not safe for them to stay out here." My heart raced as my children's faces lit up with excitement. They began pleading with me to let them go, their voices filled with innocence and trust. "Mom, please, it'll be fun," my son exclaimed. Despite the freezing cold that still gripped me, a chill of a different kind ran down my spine. I absolutely hated everything about this situation. I needed to protect my children, but letting them drive away with a stranger obviously wasn't an option. But neither was freezing to death. They weren't helping the situation at all. I hated how naive they were, and I hated how they would ignore my attempts to give them a serious stare when I was trying to communicate to them that we were in a bad situation. The stranger's insistence, coupled with my children's growing enthusiasm, created an agonizing dilemma. I mustered all the politeness I could, and replied, "Thank you so much for your offer, but the tow truck should be here soon, and we'll be on our way. We wouldn't want to trouble you any further." The man's expression changed. His eyes narrowed as he glanced at me with a hint of frustration. "Ma'am, I'm just trying to help. It's not safe for your kids out here in the cold. I promise, I'm a good guy." The standoff continued, my heart pounding in my chest as the tension thickened. The stranger's insistence clashed with my maternal instincts, and I felt a growing urgency to protect my children from whatever threat might be lurking behind his seemingly kind offer. As the minutes passed, the kids continued to shiver despite the warmth of the stranger's truck. I couldn't ignore their discomfort any longer. Trying to sound as composed as possible, I said to them, "It's time to get back into our car. The tow truck should be here soon." The children reluctantly agreed, and we climbed out of the stranger's truck, thanking him for his help. As we made our way back to our car, the man's eyes followed us. He seemed disappointed but didn't insist any further. I hurriedly bundled the kids back into the car, and we locked the doors. Just as we settled in, the distant sound of a tow truck's engine reached our ears. The tow truck arrived, its lights cutting through the darkness like a beacon of hope. The driver, a burly man with a kind face, jumped out and got to work on my car. As he worked, he glanced at me and the stranger. "You're lucky I got here as fast as I did," he said. His tone was serious. "You know, this road isn't safe at night. It's best to stay in your car." The stranger's demeanor changed instantly. His friendly smile vanished, replaced by a look of cold determination. Without a word, he climbed into his truck and sped away into the snowy night, leaving me with a chilling sense of dread. With my kids safely beside me and our car on the road to recovery, the sense of dread that had hung over me earlier began to fade. The late-night drive home, though still chilly, felt considerably less ominous than the creepy encounter we had just experienced. And as we finally drove away from that desolate stretch of road, I couldn't help but wonder what might have happened if we had accepted the stranger's offer to take the kids away in his truck. The thought made me feel sick, and I knew we had narrowly escaped a potentially perilous situation. The worst part about all of it was my children's lack of situational awareness. They were so eager to be taken away by a stranger. I made a very conscious effort to teach them more about dangerous situations, and that when mommy looks at them with a big serious expression and tells them something, that they need to listen and do as they're told. I had been chatting with this girl online for weeks, and she seemed like the perfect match for me. So when she suggested we meet at hers, which happened to be in the middle of nowhere, I couldn't resist the adventure. My GPS had guided me through the labyrinth of back roads, with the promise that I was nearing her location. But as I rounded yet another bend, I found myself in the middle of a seemingly abandoned junkyard. Rusty old cars and worn-down buildings loomed in the darkness. The place was only lit by my car and the moonlight. Confusion turned to fear as I realized this was the wrong place. Panic set in when the harsh glare of headlights suddenly appeared behind me. A group of burly men, their faces obscured by the shadows, blocked my way and surrounded my truck. One of them, clearly the leader, approached my window. His eyes were filled with suspicion. "What the hell are you doing here, boy? This is private property." My words tumbled out in a rush as I explained my predicament, that I was supposed to meet someone nearby, but my GPS had led me astray. They exchanged glances, their suspicion turning into a sinister grin. Sure, the leader said, "but you see, we've been having some trouble with trespassers lately. Can't be too careful, you know?" His companions chuckled ominously. Without another word, I threw my car into reverse and backed out of there as fast as I could. My heart was pounding. I turned the car around quicker than I thought was possible, and I fumbled with the GPS, trying to tell it to return home. The men continued to shout at me as I sped away, but my troubles were far from over. My GPS, unable to keep up with my rapid escape, soon led me onto an even narrower road. Darkness surrounded me as I ventured further into the woods. My anxiety was making my legs shake aggressively, and my hands could barely follow simple instructions. With no cell service and no signs of civilization, I was well and truly lost. Suddenly, as if mocking my desperation, a deer bounded out from the shadows and onto the road. Panic surged through me as I slammed on the brakes, screeching almost to a complete stop. The deer barely reacted and just continued to slowly prance down the road. Suddenly, I noticed the rednecks from the junkyard had caught up, their truck now dangerously close behind me. They were leaning on the horn, yelling obscenities, and I really started to feel like I wasn't getting out of this alive. Desperation pushed me to follow the deer. I drove at a crawl, praying the animal would move aside. But it just dominated the road in front of me for a painful amount of time. It continued to run ahead of me. The longer it was there, the more it started to look like some type of demon. It looked like something you'd see in Norse mythology. Its horns looked like human arms reaching into the sky. My heart raced as I watched the creature's every move. The rednecks were relentless, inching closer, their voices growing louder, getting even angrier. The suspense was unbearable. I was trapped behind the deer, with nowhere to go, and a group of hostile men closing in behind me. The narrow road seemed to stretch on forever, and with every passing second I couldn't help imagine all of the different ways that I was going to be killed. The men in the truck behind me were starting to push into the back of my car, and I could hear the revving of their engine, eager to push me off the road. I really started to panic and started honking at the deer. I even contemplated abandoning my car and fleeing into the darkness, but I knew that would be futile. They would catch me within moments. As we continued our awful drive on that terrible road, the deer suddenly leaped to the side, disappearing into the dense underbrush. I seized the opportunity and accelerated. When I looked back in my mirror, I saw the deer jump out again right in front of their truck. They slammed on the brakes and were frantically shouting at it to get out of the way. I'm sure they had no issue with killing a deer, but ramming it with their truck at that slow speed would likely just make it angry, and it wouldn't be worth the damage. I didn't hesitate for a second as I went full speed down the rest of the road, hitting every bump with no regard for the condition of my car. I drove for what felt like hours, my heart still pounding, until I finally stumbled upon a small town. There, I found my bearings and eventually made it to the nearest motel. It was only when I locked the door behind me that I felt safe enough to breathe. As I lay in bed, trying to process what had happened, I couldn't help wondering about that deer. Was it merely a coincidence, a strange twist of fate? Or did it know what it was doing, sensing my fear, deciding to lead me away from danger and preventing them from chasing me? I'd almost completely forgotten about my date, and when I checked the app to tell her what had happened, she'd unmatched. I have mixed thoughts about the whole thing. Was she a catfish the whole time, luring me into danger? Did she think that I had ghosted her, so she unmatched out of embarrassment? I kind of believe that she set me up, either as a prank or as part of the junkyard group. What their plan was, I'm not sure. But I've given up with dating apps. A few years back, I'd just gotten my first bike. As a young female rider, I often attracted unwanted attention. People couldn't help but notice me as I cruised through the streets. It was exhilarating, and I loved the feeling of the wind and the freedom of the open road. Most bikers I came across were so kind and welcoming, and there's a really strong community. But there were times when the attention crossed a line. One evening, I was riding home after a long day. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow across the sky. The road was quiet, just the way I liked it. My bike growled beneath me, and for a moment, everything felt perfect. But then, as I pulled into a gas station to top up my tank, I noticed him, a young guy on another bike, maybe in his 20s. He parked beside me, and our eyes met. I offered a polite nod, thinking he'd move on. Instead, he removed his helmet and started chatting. He had a friendly smile and an easygoing demeanor, and although his confidence was admirable, something about his persistence set me on edge. We talked for a few minutes about our bikes and the thrill of riding. He seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was being a bit too forward. I nodded and kept my responses short, hoping he'd eventually get bored and ride off into the sunset. However, that wasn't his plan. After filling up our tanks, he hopped back on his bike and revved his engine, indicating that he was going to follow me. Anxiety began to creep in as I realized this stranger wanted to ride with me. This wasn't completely unheard of. I'd gone side by side a few times with some other bikers until we both go our own ways. But I was heading home, and I didn't want to be followed. As the miles rolled by, he continued to ride beside me, occasionally trying to impress me with a wheelie or a burst of speed. It wasn't overtly creepy, just persistent. I decided it was time to lose him. I knew my bike and its capabilities well, so I hit the throttle, speeding away from him. The wind rushed past me as I pushed my bike to its limits. He caught up again and I realized that I wasn't going to lose him. I decided to pull over and he pulled up next to me. He was so proud of himself. He took off his helmet and had a massive grin on his face as if we'd been playing a fun game. I told him I was heading home now and that I'd see him around. He continued smiling at me and told me he'd make sure I get back safe. I really wasn't in the mood. I kind of snapped and told him directly that I was good and didn't need an escort. Just as I started to leave, I gave him a wave. One last attempt to make it clear that I was saying goodbye, leave me alone. He'd rested his helmet down, so it took him some time to get ready. I managed to get some serious distance this time. Glancing back, I saw him in the distance, desperately trying to catch up. The adrenaline was pumping through my veins as I weaved through the winding roads. But the persistent rider wasn't giving up. He was closing in fast. I could hear the roar of his engine growing louder, and I knew I had to make a decision. Ahead, the road took a sharp turn. I had to slow down to navigate it safely. That's when he saw his chance to overtake me. He revved his engine, racing forwards. But he misjudged the turn, and before I knew it, he slammed into the wall with a deafening crash. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched in shock. He flew over the barrier, disappearing into the darkness. Without hesitation, I screeched to a halt and rushed to the edge. I pulled out my flashlight and shined it into the water, desperately trying to spot him. It was almost pitch black and I'd barely even seen how far he went. All I know is that I saw him fly straight ahead. He clearly landed in the river, but it was really wide, and visibility was minimal. I shouted for him, whilst pulling out my phone to call for help. The river was moving fast. He could have easily been miles downstream by the time help arrived. I stayed there for hours that night, searching for this stranger, desperately hoping that we'd find him. I had this awful feeling of guilt. One moment I was racing away from him, the next, I wanted nothing more than to see him alive and well. I still wrestle with the idea that it was my fault. I didn't even give him a chance to explain why he was going the same way as me. They never did find his body. That river has claimed many lives over the years, and I feel like I contributed to it. I've been with my wife Rebecca for 6 years and married for 11 months. Our entire history together has been very normal and never once have I noticed any weird behaviors or red flags. I can't stress enough how out of character this whole thing has been. She doesn't even like watching horror movies. When we first started dating, she agreed to watch The Shining with me because she knew how much I loved horror. She was so scared that she didn't even make it through half of the movie before we had to turn it off. She isn't into anything creepy and has never been into pranks, and that's fine. But that's what was so strange about this. It's just so unlike her. I should also add that she never had any mental health issues, and as far as I'm aware it doesn't run in her family. I know some people are able to hide their mental health problems, but in the 6 years we've been together I think I have seen some sort of sign. 2 months ago, I was in the kitchen making myself some coffee. I was running a bit late that morning and knew I wouldn't be able to grab some food on the way to work. I took a sip of my coffee as I hurried down the hall towards the front door when I happened to notice Rebecca peeking at me from around the corner ahead of me. I could only see her eyes and a strand of her long dark hair hanging against the wall. The rest of her body was concealed behind the corner. I nearly spilled my coffee when I saw her. "What the hell, Rebecca?" I said, wiping a few drops of coffee from my pants. "You scared the hell out of me." She immediately popped out of view like a little kid that had been caught. I heard her scurry off towards the living room, and by the time I got to the front door she was out of sight. It was really weird, and just totally out of character for her, like I said. But I also found it kind of funny that she was being more playful and a little less serious. I shouted that I loved her, and called her crazy. As I shut the door behind me I heard her laughing. Her behavior was a bit odd, but it certainly wasn't something to call a priest over. I forgot about it by lunch, and by the time I got home she was her usual self. I didn't bring it up, and life went on. The next incident happened 3 days later. It was around 2 a.m. and I had woken up to get a drink. I was standing at the kitchen island, glass of orange juice in my hand, when I felt a strong feeling that I was being watched. For whatever reason, I looked down at the floor and saw my wife's smiling face staring back. She was peeking at me from the other side of the island, staring up at me with wide, unblinking eyes, and grinning like the Cheshire Cat. I screamed, I'll admit it. Not out of irritation, but fear. For some reason at that moment I was scared. At the sound of my scream, she scurried backwards out of my view, her hands and feet smacking the tile floor as she hurried out of the kitchen on all fours. I didn't run after her, or even shout. I just stood there frozen in shock, wondering what the hell had possessed her to do that. It took me a little longer than I'd like to admit to go back upstairs, but I eventually did. When I got to our bedroom, Rebecca was lying on her side asleep. Or at least pretending to. I stood there for a while, watching her breathing, to be sure she really was asleep. I had the feeling she might jump out at me the moment I got into bed. I climbed in, and she didn't even move. Her breathing was soft, and I was starting to wonder if I'd dreamt the whole thing. The next morning, I waited for her to come down for coffee, and after handing her a mug and kissing her cheek, I decided to ask her about it. What was that about last night? I was keeping my tone light so I didn't offend or embarrass her. She frowned over her cup of coffee, shaking her head like she had no clue what I was referring to. You were peeking at me again. From over there, I said, pointing to the spot on the floor by the kitchen island. She followed my gaze, and when she looked back at me, she burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that I couldn't help joining in. You creep me out sometimes, you know that? She laughed at what I'd said and wrapped her arms around my neck. You creep me out all the time, so I guess we're even. We said our goodbyes and left for work. As I drove, I kept thinking about how creepy it had been seeing her grinning at me from behind the island like that. The sounds her hands made on the floor as she crawled away. I told myself she was just trying to be silly. Just trying to join me in my love of all things horror. It's not like I was afraid of her. But it still didn't sit right. I started seeing her peeking at me more and more. Sometimes she'd be peeking out from behind the couch or living room curtains. Once she even managed to get inside her grandmother's old trunk that sits at the foot of her bed. I might not have even known she was there if the trunk's old hinges had not given her away. She had the lid propped up just enough so that only half of her face peeked out. She'd been grinning like an excited toddler. It was unnerving. I didn't even know what to say to her. All I could do was stare. When I finally found my voice, I asked her why on earth was she doing this. She didn't answer, but she had slowly closed the lid, shutting herself inside the trunk. I just walked away, feeling disturbed. I didn't understand why she was doing it, but it clearly made her happy. I just hoped she would tire of the game quickly. Rebecca didn't peek at me for the next 2 weeks. I started to think she was done with her weird prank, and I was relieved. We were watching a show on Netflix one night, and I jokingly said that I hadn't seen her peeking at me lately, and that she must have given up on her game. She looked up at me with a small smile and said, "Maybe I've just gotten better at it." I didn't say anything, but I wondered whether or not she was joking. For the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. Was she still peeking at me when I wasn't looking and I just hadn't noticed? And if so, what the hell was she getting out of this? I started to feel paranoid, constantly checking whether she was watching from around the corner or behind a door. I was jumpy whenever I was home and she wasn't in full view of me. I felt stupid and a little crazy. But after a few weeks without another incident, I began to relax. I stopped checking behind furniture and walls and told myself it was just a bad memory. That a few days ago things got so much worse. Rebecca left to go to a friend's, and I lounged on the couch and played a couple games on my laptop. Around 9 p.m. I hopped in the shower, and as I was washing the soap from my hair, I felt that awful feeling that I was being watched. I slowly opened my eyes and almost had a heart attack. Rebecca was peeking from behind the shower curtain, her entire head stretched into the shower, leaving just her body outside. Her long dark hair hung against the curtain, the ends dripping with water. Her mouth hung open in a terrible grin, eyes wide open and red, as if she hadn't blinked in a while. I screamed and jumped back against the wall. She didn't move, nor did her smile waver. Her makeup ran down her cheeks in 2 black streaks. She looked giddy and completely deranged. I was terrified. We stood like that for a few moments, neither of us saying a word. Finally, after what felt like forever, she slowly pulled her head back out of the shower, and I watched her blurry figure through the curtain as she moved backwards towards the bathroom door. A second later, the bathroom door slammed shut, hard enough to rattle the mirror. I screamed again and jumped out of the shower to lock the door. I stayed inside the bathroom for over an hour. Maybe I overreacted, but joke or not, I wasn't going to put up with the craziness anymore. That's what I kept telling myself as I paced in my bathroom, stopping to listen at the door every few minutes. Suddenly I heard a muffled sound, and I pressed my ear against the bathroom door, straining to listen. I couldn't hear anything, but I envisioned Rebecca standing on the other side of the door, giggling at her joke. I felt a surge of anger. I was beyond annoyed at being made to feel scared in my own house, and having to hide in the bathroom for an hour. All for what? If it was a joke, it was an awful one. What the hell, Rebecca? I snapped. This is getting really annoying. I waited for her to apologize, or to call me a jerk. But instead, I heard a faint moan. So quiet, I wondered if I heard it at all. And then complete silence. Rebecca? I called out, not able to even hide the shakiness in my voice. I got no response. Just my own heavy breathing. I swear to God, just stop it. I yelled at her, pounding my fist on the door. I waited for her to cuss me out, something I would expect from me talking to her like that. I never screamed at her before. But there was nothing. Just the occasional drip from the shower head. I won't deny that I was scared. Too afraid to open the damn door and face my own wife. I waited another 30 minutes or so, which feels like a lifetime when you're scared. Finally, I decided I wasn't going to spend the night hiding in my bathroom, so I got down on my knees and peered under the door. I almost expected to see her face peeking back at me, but thankfully she was gone. I could see straight down the hallway to the top of the stairs, but no Rebecca. I didn't know if I should be happy about that or not. I looked for a few minutes, waiting to see her head pop up over the top step, but it never came. I stood up, my hand hovering over the door, and prepared myself to open it. I slowly turned the lock with shaky fingers and was about to yank it open when I heard a sound that still makes me feel nauseous when I think about it. A moan. Louder than before. But this time I was able to tell just where it was coming from. I turned my head to the closet door as if in slow motion and locked eyes with my wife, who was peeking out at me from the slight gap. Her eyes were still wide as ever, and her mouth was hanging open in the most grotesque gaping smile. I didn't even scream. I was too scared for even that. Her hands were clasped to her chest, body trembling with sheer delight, as if she could barely contain her excitement. A short raspy moan bubbled up from her throat, deep and raw, sending a shiver through my entire body. Somehow I found the ability to pull the bathroom door open and ran as fast as I could all the way down the steps, snagging my keys and phone from the table in the living room before running outside to my car. I could hear her shrill laughter behind me, but I didn't hear her getting closer. I didn't bother shutting the front door. I drove away from the house faster than I legally should have, shivering the entire time, either from fear or the cold. Maybe a little of both. I hadn't grabbed a coat or even a pair of shoes. I was still in my boxers and my hair was still damp. I drove straight to my brother Chris's house about 40 minutes away, ignoring any and every call and text I got. I didn't check my phone until I was safely parked in my brother's driveway. Rebecca had called 4 times and sent a flurry of texts, all wondering where I'd gone and why I left like that. I threw my phone at the dash. I was furious at her nonchalant attitude. My brother and his wife were surprised to see me show up, especially dressed in just a pair of boxers, but told me to stay as long as I needed. Chris lent me some clothes and asked me what happened. I told him we had a fight, but didn't get into the details. I didn't want him to think I was overreacting, leaving my wife over a prank, even if it was a strange one. I mean, hadn't I encouraged her for years to lighten up instead of being so serious all the time? I had wanted her to relax and loosen up, but this was definitely not what I had in mind. I tried to sleep on their sofa, but my brain wouldn't let me sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Rebecca's face staring at me from inside the closet. Knowing she'd been in there with me the entire time made my skin crawl. She'd never left the bathroom at all. Instead, she slipped inside the closet and slammed the bathroom door shut to fool me. The mere thought of going back home gave me anxiety. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Chris ended up giving me a sleeping pill, so I was able to get a little rest. My sleep was filled with terrible dreams, all of which were Rebecca's smiling face. I woke up just as the sun started to rise. My whole body ached, and I felt drained. I knew I'd have to call her at some point, but I didn't know what to say to her. I wouldn't be going home unless she gave me her word she'd never do any more creepy stuff. I just wanted my wife back. Her normal serious self never looked so good to me. I was contemplating calling her and telling her when that familiar feeling came back. I was being watched. I was staring at the ceiling, my heart in my throat. I didn't want to look away, but the longer I ignored the feeling, the worse it got. My eyes drifted away from the ceiling almost on their own. Her face was pressed up against the window beside the couch, staring down at me with that same gaping smile. Drool dribbled down her lips, leaving 2 long streaks down the glass. I didn't know how long she'd been there, but something told me she'd been there quite a while, possibly all night. I didn't bother screaming, though I was afraid anger trumped any fear I felt at that moment. I jumped up from the couch and pounded my palm against the glass. "Rebecca, are you crazy? What the hell is wrong with you? Just go home. Now." She didn't move, and her ghastly expression never changed. If anything, her smile only grew, as if she had never been more elated. I could hear Chris and his wife moving around upstairs. As if Rebecca could hear them from her place outside, her head twitched slightly in their direction, and she began to close her mouth slowly. Chris called my name from upstairs, obviously concerned. I turned around to see him running down the stairs. When I turned back to the window, Rebecca had disappeared. The only sign she'd been there at all was the 2 streaks of drool still dripping down the glass. I tried explaining to Chris and Jess about waking up to see Rebecca watching me through their window. They were skeptical. We went outside to the spot in front of the window, but there were no footprints in the dirt, just a slight indent. Animal probably, Chris guessed, and I didn't argue. He and Jess assumed I dreamt the entire episode, but they didn't understand, and I was too tired to explain it to them. I called out of work that day and turned my phone off. I didn't want to face Rebecca. Just talking to her was too much for me at that point. I really started to believe something was irreversibly wrong with her. That no matter what promises she made, we'd never be the same again. The thought saddened me to my core. I cried most of the morning. By noon, I figured I was ready to confront her. Give her one last chance to explain herself. I could at least give her that after 6 years, I told myself. I turned my phone on and saw the dozens of texts she'd sent, all from a seemingly concerned wife. "Can we talk? I love you. Please call me. I'm really worried. Can you answer? Just come home." And more of the same. All texts telling me she loved me, and she wanted me home. How worried she was. Not a damn one addressing the crazy crap she pulled. Like she hadn't been acting like a character from a Stephen King book. Even her texts were different. She normally texted novels just to tell me to pick up a loaf of bread. You'd think she'd have more to say to me after her bizarre shenanigans. I know it probably seems childish to some of you who are miles away from this situation. But if you saw the way Rebecca had looked at me, how she scampered away on all fours like some wild animal, grinning at me from inside the closet like a lunatic, then I think you'd find my reaction was warranted. I ended up staying with them for another night. I didn't wake up yesterday until afternoon, and thankfully I didn't see Rebecca's face watching me through the window. I don't want to pry, because it's not my place. But is this fight something that can be mended? Jess was asking me about the situation. She made us both a sandwich for lunch, and I knew she wanted to breach the subject without seeming to be nosy. I don't know, she's like a different person. I chose my words carefully. I still wasn't ready for her or my brother to know the full extent of the craziness I had been dealing with. People change, but she's still the same woman you married. Maybe you both just need to talk through your issues. Whatever's going on, I'm sure it can be fixed. I think it's beyond that now. I don't think talking would help. I just don't trust her. The words stung in my heart. I missed and loved my wife. But how could I live with someone like that? Living in constant fear didn't sound too appealing. Rebecca loves you. She has to be absolutely crushed. I don't know about that. Well, she certainly seemed like it. I've never seen her so upset. It took a full minute for me to realize what she just said. And when I did, I felt dread rush over my body. Wait, what do you mean? You saw her? You saw Rebecca? I asked with my mouth suddenly feeling very dry. Jess nodded casually as if that fact was a nightmare fuel. Maybe for her it wasn't, but for me it was. She stopped by this morning just after Chris left for work. I didn't see her car though. Maybe she took an Uber or something. What did she say? Did she come inside? Sweat started to break out on my forehead. I began looking around, examining corners as though a predator lurked behind them. No, she just asked if you were awake yet, and I said that you weren't. I asked if she wanted me to wake you, but she said no. Just said to let you sleep. That's all. She didn't say anything else? No, she looked awful though. Like she hadn't slept in days. I think you should call her. I got from the table and thanked Jess for lunch. I felt a little bit better at the knowledge that at least she hadn't come inside. Still, I needed to double check that the doors were locked. I sat for a while trying to figure out what to do next. I didn't want to go home, but I felt that I owed it to Rebecca to help her if I could. Hadn't I sworn an oath to love and honor her through sickness and in health? Clearly she was very sick. If she was sick, which I truly believed she was, I had to try and get her the help she needed. But I didn't even know where to start. I didn't want to call the police, and besides, what the hell was I going to tell them? That my wife was peeking at me? That she was being creepy? As bizarre as she'd been, she still hadn't committed any crime. Not yet anyway. The police would have probably said that I was overreacting. But this wasn't some prank. It felt wrong. Dangerous. Like something sinister lurked beneath her smile. I knew as her husband I was well within my rights to have her committed, but what if she simply acted normal in their presence? She'd obviously been able to fool Jess into thinking she was just a concerned wife. As long as the doctors didn't find her a danger to herself or others, they'd have no choice but to release her after 72 hours. I felt lost and overwhelmed. So I did what any husband in my position would do. I called her mother. I didn't want to, believe me. We were never on the best of terms. We never fought or anything like that. She just wasn't a very warm person and wasn't very easy to get along with. She hardly ever smiled, and when she did, only her lips would move into a thin-lipped smile, leaving her eyes as blank as before. She gave off this aura that felt like she was permanently on the offensive. I'd only met her twice, and both times were very short. I got the impression she didn't approve of me for her daughter. Rebecca always ushered us out quickly, as she didn't want me to feel uncomfortable, which I was grateful for. Being in her mother's company felt almost unbearable, like walking on glass. I was glad when we moved 3 states away so we didn't have to see her often. I was happy to avoid the woman, but I needed her help. I really didn't want to talk to her, but I had to talk to someone. She was the only person who might know Rebecca better than me. I took a deep breath and picked up the phone. "Yes," she answered, already sounding irritated. "Marianne, it's me, Ben. Do you have a minute to talk?" I could hear her cluck her tongue in irritation. "I'm in the middle of writing some checks, but if you insist, I suppose I can spare a moment." "What is it that you want to discuss?" "It's about Rebecca. She's been acting strange. And I was wondering if you had any idea whether there was something." She interrupted me abruptly. "It's a bit difficult to follow your rambling, Benjamin. What is that you want from me?" I could almost see her standing there in her thin sweater and slacks, tapping her fingernails impatiently on the table. "I wanted to know if you ever noticed any odd behavior, or possibly any mental health issues." There was a long, uncomfortable pause, maybe because she was just thinking, or something else. Finally, after a few seconds, she spoke. "I'm not sure if this is one of your jokes, Benjamin, but if so, I don't find it very funny. Now I do have business to attend to, as I've said, so if you don't mind, I cut her off before she could get rid of me. Marianne, it's not a joke. I'm sincerely concerned about Rebecca's mental health. Her behavior has been very erratic lately. I'm very worried about her, and I figured as her mother you would be as well." The frustration was evident in my voice. "If you're truly concerned, then I suggest you get the health professionals involved. I don't know what you expect of me," she snapped. I could tell she was seconds away from hanging up, and for some reason I was desperate not to let her. I had the feeling that she knew a lot more than she was letting on. "Please. If not for me, do it for Rebecca." I heard a faint shaky intake of breath, as if she were trying to hold her steely persona together, but failing. "Marianne? Benjamin, I don't know what to tell you. My only advice would be to seek professional help. Do not call here again." I tried to call out to her, but she'd hung up. I tried to wrap my head around the call and her refusal to help me. Even if she didn't like me, why wouldn't she want to help her own daughter? I couldn't understand that. I tried to replay the conversation, desperate to find something I missed. I almost gave up, until I remembered her last words to me. Seek professional help. She'd said those words with a bit of urgency. I could have just been grasping at straws, but no, I was sure her voice had changed ever so slightly when she'd said that. As if those words were very important. What had she meant? I assumed she'd been referring to medical professionals, but maybe she was referring to someone else. Someone that for some reason, she didn't feel comfortable saying directly. Or maybe I was just desperate. I waited for Chris to get home, and after a very long and exhausting conversation, I convinced them that Rebecca truly needed psychiatric help. I didn't tell them everything. I wasn't prepared to go into it yet, but I told them about our last encounter. How she'd hidden in the bathroom, peeking at me from the closet. They were obviously shocked, but thankfully they believed me. They too just wanted to help her. Still, they didn't think it was all that serious. Weird, maybe, but not dangerous. They just kept saying that Rebecca had to be playing some kind of weird joke. Maybe for YouTube? Jess offered, if only half-heartedly. Chris didn't think we should involve the police just yet. He offered instead to go with me, and I readily accepted. He reasoned that calmly talking to her, trying to coax her into going willingly, was the best recourse. I agreed to do it his way. At least I wouldn't be going into that house alone. We drove over this morning, just after breakfast. There was no way I was going at night. When we pulled into the driveway, my stomach began doing somersaults. Her car wasn't there, but I still didn't let my guard down. The front door was ajar, and for a split second I thought we'd see her eyes staring through the gap. I was shaking and starting to sweat. Chris, however, was fine. He waited for me to open the door, his hands in his pockets like he was going on a stroll through the park. I envied his ignorance. I pushed the door open and was immediately hit with the stench of rot. Chris smelled it too, and he walked in the house behind me with his nose scrunched up. My eyes were looking around for any signs of Rebecca. The house was deadly quiet and dark, despite being late in the morning. All the curtains were closed up tight, refusing to allow any sunlight inside. If I hadn't left just 2 days ago, I'd have thought the house to be abandoned. We moved through each room, carefully checking any place that she might hide, occasionally calling her name. "Why the hell are you looking under the couch? Aren't we looking for your wife?" He was looking at me like I was a moron. "Let's just go upstairs." He shook his head but followed me up the stairs to check the bathroom and spare bedroom. On the way up, my shoes crunched over pieces of glass that looked to be littered over a few of the steps. I noticed that one of our wedding portraits that hung on the wall along the staircase had been smashed. The frame hung crookedly, all the glass was removed. I stared at the picture, a lump forming in my throat. We had taken the photo just after leaving the church. She looked so beautiful in her white gown. I looked at her beautiful face. I never dreamed her face would ever be a source of terror for me. We climbed the rest of the steps and checked the spare bedroom, but it looked completely untouched. I was hesitant to go into the bathroom, my fear from that night coming back to me all at once. Chris noticed and offered to go in by himself, but I couldn't let him do that. So we walked in together, checking the closet and the shower. The bathroom looked as if it hadn't been touched since the night I left. "I don't think she's here. Why don't you pack some clothes and we'll try coming back tomorrow or something?" I nodded and went into our bedroom and shoved some clothes into a duffel bag. When I checked inside our closet, I found the source of the smell. I immediately started gagging. Chris took one look and lost all color in his face. He had to go stand by the stairs to get away from the sight and smell. I gazed down in shock at what lay inside my bedroom closet. Soaking into the rug were at least a dozen eyeballs, all carefully laid out in pairs. Some were as large as a coin, while others were as tiny as a marble. I stared down at the eyes she collected from small animals, and I wondered how she'd gotten them. I shuddered at the thought. Man, I thought I had it bad with my wife's shoe addiction. "Yours is in here collecting eyeballs," Chris said while gagging. "Ben, I think we should go," he called from the hall. "I'm getting nauseous." I grabbed my duffel and shut the closet door. I stepped out into the hall and took a deep breath of air. I could taste the rotten smell on my tongue and I couldn't help but gag. Who the hell lines up eyeballs in their closet like that? I tried to tell you she needed help. She doesn't need help, Ben. She needs an exorcist. You coming or what? I can't stand the smell anymore. His words died in his throat, and his eyes grew wide with fear. I didn't ask him why. I could feel it. Someone was watching me and I didn't think it was the eyes in the closet. I turned around, my eyes slowly scanning the bedroom. "Christ," I whispered as I finally saw what we'd missed. Under the bed, curled on her side, watching us with the excitement of a kid on Christmas morning, was my wife. She held her hands together just under her chin, and they were shaking eagerly. Now that she knew she'd been found, I could hear the quiet noises she was making. A sort of hiccuping sound in her throat, as if the excitement was just too much for her. It was unnerving to say the least. Wide eyes, and that same huge smile. Everything in me told me to run, but I forced it away. This was my wife. No matter how twisted, she was still the woman I married. I had to help her. "Rebecca," I said softly. She didn't respond, but her head bobbed back and forth in 2 quick little movements as if she were nodding. "Baby, I just want to help, okay? Can you let me do that?" I had taken a single step forward, approaching her like some kind of dangerous animal. "I love you, Rebecca," I said softly, taking another step closer. She let a tiny moan escape her wide-open mouth, and I had to resist the urge to run. Her shoulders were starting to quiver, and her eyes grew as large as saucers. I crouched down so I could see her better, and immediately saw the blood. Her hands were covered in it. They trembled more the closer I got, as if she was barely able to contain herself. "Rebecca, are you hurt? You're bleeding." She bobbed her head again, her bloody fingers moving up and down as if playing an invisible piano. They occasionally grazed her chin, leaving smears of blood on her skin. I wanted to recoil in disgust. The smell that was coming off of her was revolting. I could feel the vomit trying to climb up my throat. Her lips were dry and stretched thin, blood seeping between the cracks. I knew she wouldn't come on her own, but I didn't want to leave her in the state she was in. I scooted closer and reached out to her. The excited hiccuping sounds got louder and her hands shook, fingers flexing. It was then that I could see the blood oozing from in between her fingers. "Oh my God, you're bleeding." Instinctively, I reached out to take her hand, but before I could even touch her, her hand sprang out towards me. A sharp pain shot through my arm, and I fell back on my ass. My arm burned, and I could see the blood dripping down onto the carpet. I looked back at her in shock and saw her grinning madly, her fingers clutching a large shard of glass. "You all right in there?" Chris asked from behind me. I turned my head slightly and nodded to him, cradling my arm to my chest. When I turned back to face Rebecca, I saw that her focus had shifted. She wasn't looking at me anymore, and she wasn't smiling anymore either. She was staring past me, her eyes glaring at Chris the way a hungry lion might stare at an antelope. Her mouth was still hanging open, but it was twisted into a snarl. I got to my feet and began walking backwards down the hall, afraid to take my eyes off her. "Are you bleeding?" The moment the words left his mouth, Rebecca started fast scooting out from under the bed, the glass shard still in her fist. "Chris, run, go!" He must have been too afraid to move, because a second later I felt my back bump into him. He was still standing at the top of the stairs, staring at the horror that was my wife. Rebecca had crawled completely out from under the bed and stood in the bedroom doorway, her face twisted in rage. Her whole body was visibly tense. Blood ran down her fingers and onto the floor. "Jesus, Rebecca." My brother tried talking to her, but I reached back and pushed him towards the steps. "Move your ass," I said as quietly but firmly as I could. Rebecca bobbed her head in sharp motions and began to grin, stretching her mouth open wider and wider so that her chin seemed to touch her chest. I heard Chris mutter a prayer, and then he was running down the stairs. I stood at the top of the steps, stuck between self-preservation and the love for a woman who clearly needed serious help. "I only want to help," I said whilst holding back tears. Her eyes focused on me once again as she slowly lifted the glass, holding it out in front of her. And then she started sprinting towards me, grinning with utter excitement. Thankfully, my body took over and I flew down the stairs, skipping 2 or 3 steps until the bottom. I made it to the front door before I felt her leap onto my back, wrapping her arms around my neck, her open mouth next to my ears so that I could hear those terrible hiccuping sounds. I shook her off me, knocking her to the floor. I felt a searing pain in my back as she fell, but I tore open the front door and bolted to my car. Chris was standing in the front yard, talking on the phone with the police. I didn't say a word, I just ran to my car and jumped in. Chris took the hint and followed me, still on the line with the cops. I watched the rearview mirror, sure I'd see her there, running after us. But I never did. I went straight to the emergency room and got 11 stitches in my arm and 3 on my back. The police asked a lot of questions and went back to the house to do a search, but of course, she wasn't there. They advised me to stay with a friend or relative for a while and to file a restraining order as soon as I could, but none of those things would matter. I dropped Chris off at home and went to a motel an hour away. I wanted to put as much distance between me and Rebecca as I could. This is where I've been for the last 4 hours. I thought maybe the police would find her, maybe they'd get her the help she desperately needs. But now I don't think so. Because 40 minutes ago I got a text from an unknown number. Just 3 words. I found you. And a picture attached. The picture was dark and grainy, but I instantly knew what it was. There was no mistaking my wife's eye. I started typing this out immediately after. I don't know what to do. I'm alone and scared, and I can't help but feel that I'm being watched. This happened about 20 years ago, and I don't think I will ever forget it. Back in those days, I was an apprentice hairdresser for one of the top 5 ranked stylists in Japan. Training in that profession at that level was very strict, and beauty standards were a bit different. You probably don't need me telling you that, but it's probably worth keeping in mind. Back to training, it was long, and the time off between sessions was pretty much non-existent. We were expected to be at training even during national holidays. I'm not sure if that was strictly by the books, but as impressionable young stylists, we couldn't be seen refusing training. I think I had about 3 or 4 days off for summer. I took them all at once, and a lot of my friends and coworkers used that time to head back to their hometowns and see families. Since I lived really close to where I was studying, I didn't want to use my time off just hanging around at home. I could do that any time. So, I accepted an offer from one of my seniors to visit his hometown. It was really late by the time I finished work, and we managed to get to my senior's hometown at around 2 a.m. The satellite navigation system told me that we were about 15 minutes away from arrival. The roads were dark and empty. We were the only ones on the road that late. He lived in the middle of nowhere, so that could have been a reason. I remember seeing empty fields on either side of the road. I kind of regretted coming already. I mean, what the hell were we going to do here? He should have probably mentioned that he lived in the rural countryside. I just watched the road and tried to stay awake. I should say that I was driving. I felt like driving since I didn't get to drive much. I might have changed my mind if I had known it was going to be that far to get to his family home. Then suddenly, something appeared out of the darkness in front of the car. A woman with no clothes came running down the opposite lane of the road towards us. I slammed on the brakes because I thought that I just witnessed the paranormal. She ran past us. I looked in the rearview mirror to see a woman between the ages of about 18 to 20 years old. She kept running, then she turned around and ran towards our car. I looked at my friend, and he had a look of disbelief on his face, and I guessed that I didn't have that much of a different look. I think the reality of the situation was we both didn't know what to do. I said to him, "Is that a ghost?" "I don't know. Shall we just keep going?" he replied. We slowly pulled away. I was very skeptical because I thought she looked so real. I made sure I kept to a low speed, and I kept checking the mirrors. The woman got closer, and I stopped the car and said to him, "That's not a ghost. Come on, we have to stop and see if she's okay." He agreed and said he would call out to her. It was so creepy to see someone running around in the middle of nowhere, even creepier if you haven't been to that place before. She kept on running past our car, so I tried to match her speed as my friend rolled down the window and tried to speak to her. "Hey, you shouldn't be running around on the roads like that, this late at night. Maybe you should head home," he said something like that. It wasn't very well put together or that sympathetic, I remember that much. She didn't even turn to face the car, she just said, "Hey, don't worry, I'm fine." It feels so good. I could see her a little closer now and guessed her age to be around 18 or 19 years old. Why are you like this? Have you been kidnapped? Has someone done something to you? It's really dangerous to be out here with no clothes and alone. We have to get you home, I said to her. She stopped running and looked down at the floor as if in thought, and then replied, "I ran away from home." I don't even know where home is. I noticed at that point that she was actually wearing socks and shoes, so at least her feet weren't too bad. She stood there with her hands behind her back, looking completely lost and confused. It was very odd. I couldn't leave her out here. I told my friend in a hushed voice that we had to help her, and he sighed but then nodded. We decided to take her to the nearest police station. I had a dress that belonged to one of my female colleagues at work in the back of my car. Long story short, I told the woman to throw it on, and she reluctantly agreed. Once she was dressed and in the back seat, I turned to her and said, "Right, if you can't remember where home is, I can take you to the police, and we can figure it out from there, okay?" To that, she responded with something outrageous. "I hate the police, they're always on my dad's side. Please, can you just take me to a hotel? Hotels are safer than police for sure. You can stay there with me. Hold me tonight, I'm a virgin." We were young, but even though we were young and often threw caution to the wind, we knew that we had to get her somewhere safe. It's a scary world out there. If she said that to another pair of guys like us in the next car that came along, well, I don't even want to think about it. We told her that wasn't going to happen. She didn't say anything for a while, but then she handed me a piece of paper. I don't know where she got it from, but it had a name, a number, and the address of a hospital. My friend saw the address and said, "Oh, I know that place." It was a psychiatric hospital. We called the number, and a voice that said it was the security department answered. I explained to the security guard what happened, and after we hung up, we got a call from the woman's mother. We found out where her mom lived and took her there. My friend said that he knew that side of town, but he had never been there before. The woman's mother was extremely apologetic over the phone. My friend spoke to her, and he said that he could tell that she was definitely genuine and sorry for the inconvenience. I felt sorry for her, it wasn't her fault. When we got to the house, we heard more about this situation from her mother. The woman we found out in the middle of nowhere had only just turned 18. She had been assaulted by her biological father when she was 16. A few days after he did what he did, she stabbed him in the neck with a box cutter knife. She was admitted to a mental asylum because of this attack. No one seems to know how she keeps getting out, but the mother said to us that this was the third time she'd successfully broken free. What a sensational story, I remember thinking. We drove the mother and daughter to the hospital at the mother's request. I could see how mentally tired she was by all of what had been going on. She was so polite and grateful, she really impressed me. I mean, with all that happened, she seemed to be incredibly in control of her own emotions. The girl didn't seem to say much, she seemed to like the dress we gave her. The mother apologized for not washing it before returning it, and we both agreed that no apology was necessary. Obviously, she got dressed into clothes of her own. She disappeared upstairs to change, and then she came back, and we took off. She didn't say much when we were driving. She was taking being returned to the asylum a lot better than expected. I thought that she would be going kicking and screaming. Her mother spoke with her in the back as we drove. She said, "You didn't get injured or anything when you were out, did you?" "No, I'm fine," the daughter responded. "Oh, that's great, I'm relieved," the mother told her. We left them at the hospital and told them that we couldn't stay because we were already really late getting to my friend's parents' home. My friend's parents were really worried by the time we got there. I think that we both wanted to tell them everything about the situation, but we were too tired to go through it all again. At that point, I just wanted to go to sleep. I stayed with him and his family for 3 days. It was actually a really great time and just what I needed, a break from studies in the city. It was certainly going to be a trip I would never forget. We said our goodbyes to the family, and his little sister asked us for a ride to the station. I said that it wouldn't be a problem. Just before we dropped her off at the station, she said something that scared the hell out of me. "Hey big bro, why does your friend have a box cutter stabbed in the back seat?" So, a quick backstory. I used to live in a very small town, predominantly safe for kids, with only some drug issues. My house was located in a small upscale part of the town. Most people who lived there were families. A small pond with lots of greenery in the neighborhood was about a 5-minute walk from my house. To get to the pond, you had to go down a grass hill. Neighborhood kids, including myself, would always go down to the pond for hours to catch frogs, skip rocks, and enjoy nature. Now, on to the story. On this particular day, it was rainy and pretty cold, so there were no other kids at the pond. My best friend, her brother, who was 1 year older than us, and myself, decided to head down to the pond for a bit. After about half an hour, we saw a minivan pull up at the top of the hill. We thought nothing of it, assuming it was probably someone stopping at the neighborhood mailbox. A man, probably in his 60s, got out. In our small town, everyone knew everyone, or at least recognized each other. I found it strange that I had never seen this man before in town or the neighborhood. He just stared at the three of us for what seemed like forever. Suddenly, he yelled at us, saying, "It's not safe down there, you kids better come up here." My best friend and her brother looked terrified, and I had this gut feeling that something wasn't right. We didn't respond, but he kept repeating that phrase. "It's not safe down there. You kids better come up here." Our fight or flight reaction kicked in, and we all sprinted up the other side of the hill, just a few meters away from him and the minivan. As soon as he saw us running, he got into his minivan and started driving slowly behind us, literally following us until we reached my house. Fortunately, my garage door was open and my parents' cars were parked inside. We hid behind one of my parents' cars and watched as he pulled to the side of my house and parked. My parents were inside, unaware of what was happening. He stayed parked in front of my house for a couple of minutes until my dad came outside to take out the trash and saw the three of us hiding. I guess the man saw my dad and drove away, but as soon as he left, we told my parents everything. Even now, 12 years later, my parents still think we were being overdramatic and that the man was genuinely concerned for our safety because of the weather. Nonetheless, we weren't allowed to go back to the pond anymore. I understand why they think this. The three of us tended to exaggerate things and be dramatic. However, I knew from the strange feeling I had when I first saw him at the top of the hill that something was off. To this day, I still believe he was planning something, but maybe it was just my childish imagination. I used to work in a hole-in-the-wall gas station in the sticks of North Carolina. I was freshly 18, had a new car, a rundown Chevy, but it got me from point A to point B, and was newly promoted to assistant manager, so I was working many late nights by myself. Truthfully, I loved working alone. My boss was super laid back, and his philosophy was, as long as the work gets done, do whatever you please. We even had a shotgun behind the counter, which he taught me to shoot on my first day there. So even though I would be there late, I always felt safe. On this particular night, it was extremely dead, so with my boss's permission, I closed the store early and hopped in my car. It was probably 11:30 to 12 a.m. at this point. Other than being able to get out of work early, this was my usual routine. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I texted my roommate to let her know I was getting home early. We always looked out for each other like that, lit up a cigarette, and then started on my way home. For those of you who don't know North Carolina very well, I'm going to provide a little bit of detail regarding the terrain. From where I worked at the gas station to where I lived, I had to drive down the back roads. These roads consisted of very dense woods on both sides. Sometimes, the woods would seem so thick that you really couldn't tell where you were, especially at night. This could be intimidating to those who don't know the area, but honestly, I was more worried about deer jumping out in front of me, which was a common occurrence in this area. I'm driving down the road, blaring Nirvana, my favorite band at the time, and just being a typical 18-year-old grunge kid who had newly discovered the freedom of being an adult and getting off work. When all of a sudden, I see something in the middle of the road, probably 75 to 100 feet ahead. At first, I thought it was a deer, but it looked too small. So I started to gradually slow down, ultimately coming to a stop. I have to wear glasses when I drive. I mainly need them at night, but my eyesight isn't terrible enough for me to make it a habit. I grabbed my glasses and put them on. Now being able to see much more clearly, I almost shat myself at what I saw. It was a woman. An older woman, wearing what looked like a nightgown of some kind. Her hair was in disarray, she had her hands behind her back, and she was just standing there, in the middle of the road, just staring at me in my car. Let me remind you, we are practically in the middle of nowhere. There are trees as far as my headlights can shine, and it's midnight. I'm naturally paranoid, so all sorts of questions were running through my head. Who is this woman? Where did she come from? It's midnight. Are my doors locked? Why is she out here at midnight? Should I honk my horn at her? Should I call the police? What if she has Alzheimer's and doesn't know where she is? Or what if she's an escaped patient? Even though the closest mental facility was 3 to 4 cities away, I didn't exclude that possibility. I thought about calling the cops, but I got my phone and of course, there was no cell service. This encounter went on for a while, just sitting in the middle of the road, mentally questioning what was happening. It's now way past midnight, she's still standing there, just staring at me with this zoned out look, hands behind her back as if she's observing me. I'm starting to get tired of this, considering that I had to be up early for work the next morning. So I honked my horn at her. I didn't expect what happened next. This woman's face turns from being spaced out to complete rage. And she raised her arms up. It looked like she was holding something in her hand. She lets out this horrid animalistic scream and charges at my car. As she ran closer, I realized she was holding something sharp. It looked like a kitchen knife or a piece of jagged glass. During this moment of horror, I had a brief flashback to my stepdad giving me advice when I first got my license. If an animal ever runs out in front of you, turn it into a speed bump. I love animals, so I couldn't bear to hear that. But this time, I was taking my stepdad's advice. I was going to turn this psycho into a speed bump. Serve the Servants by Nirvana started playing on the radio. I mention this because the song has much to do with the aura of the moment. As if it was in sync with this instance in time, the intensity of the song enabled me to let out the most intimidating primal scream that I could. Loud enough for her to hear it. The window was open because I had been smoking, and I hit the gas. She was running towards my car like she was going to jump on my hood. I guess she realized I had the utmost intent to hit her, in which at this point, the woman zigzags away from my car and runs off into the woods. Still in fight mode, I didn't question where this woman went. I was just glad that she was gone, so I accelerated on the gas and sped the entire way home. I got home at almost 1:30 a.m. My roommate was still awake, waiting up for me the entire time. She was extremely worried because it was way past the time I said I was going to be home. She had been texting and calling me. When I pulled up to her house, I got all of her texts and missed calls at once, so I started to explain to her what happened. My body went from fight mode to panic as I was recounting everything that happened. My roommate's mother was a 911 operator who also happened to be working that night. So she decided to text her mom to see if there were any silver alerts in the area. Immediately, her mom texted back and said there wasn't. That alone gave me goosebumps to the core of my being. There was no explanation as to where this lady came from. I used to work in a residential care facility, and for a number of years, I worked with a woman named Kajiri. She was generally okay to work with, but she could be intense. The sort of joking flirtation that often found its way into high-pressure environments was common throughout the whole team, but when she directed it at me, it didn't seem so jokey. It took me forever to realize, because I usually didn't notice someone flirting with me until someone else pointed it out 6 months later. But when she started trying to give me jewelry and chocolate bouquets, I finally started to pick up on it. In between things being normal and actually maybe not really normal, there was a long escalation of text messages, comments that made me uncomfortable, personal space violations, dropping by my house uninvited, hanging around on my shift hours after hers had finished, unwanted touching, etc. As mentioned, I can be slow to catch on. Once I realized what was happening, I put as much distance between us as possible. I stopped answering calls and texts, locked down social media, spoke to other colleagues and had them running interference. A lot of interference, actually. At the time, it kind of became a joke, but looking back, it was all kinds of messed up. She even parked outside my house sometimes, and I'd sit in the back room with the light off so she'd think I wasn't home. After a couple of months of my disappearing woman act, she seemed to get the hint and backed right off. I was pleased. We all got on with our lives and lived happily ever after. Yeah, not quite. A few months after it died down, I heard through the grapevine that Kajiri seemed to have focused her attentions on another coworker, Linda. Linda and I had a close mutual friend, but didn't know each other well. I didn't think much other than good luck, you poor sucker. A few months later again, and I got a call out of the blue from a mutual friend. Without preamble, he asked, "Were you dating Kajiri?" No, I don't swing that way. I was shocked. He had been privy to all the awkward details of my experience with Kajiri and had helped run interference. He explained that he had been talking to Linda and she'd asked about my relationship with Kajiri. The story that followed still sounds too fantastical to have actually happened in an actual sensible grown-up workplace. Kajiri had been catfishing her own best friend Amanda, posing as Linda. In a string of emails, fake Linda and Amanda had discussed Kajiri's drug problem, her abusive and dangerous ex, none other than yours truly. There was a story about fake Linda coming out to her family after her brother caught her in bed with Kajiri, and more. The jig was up when Linda got a second job, coincidentally with Amanda's husband, who mentioned how great it was to finally meet Kajiri's girlfriend. Which was a complete shock to Linda when she learned about herself, that she was no longer a straight woman and had a girlfriend. So essentially, Kajiri moved on from me, found a new target, started emailing Amanda from a fake account, pretending to be Linda. She told all these stories about being with Kajiri, about how I was an abusive ex, and how Linda was caught by her family being with a woman and all the drama that it caused. She made up a bunch of insane stories to justify her creepy obsessive fantasies and was telling them to Amanda and other people from a fake email to make it sound like the stories were from the fake girlfriend and Kajiri couldn't be accused of making it up. Here's some highlights of the stories Kajiri had been telling to Linda, her friends, and other coworkers I wasn't close to. She picked her audience very carefully. That Linda and I had physically fought at work over Kajiri. That I had an orgy in the staff office on a night shift with Kajiri and 2 male coworkers. That Kajiri and I had broken up after I cheated on her with another male coworker, not one of the orgy ones. I was really getting around apparently. That I would drug her against her will. That we had planned to have children using a sperm donor, but that I couldn't decide who would have the baby. This woman had been living out a full-on soap opera and using her coworkers and friends as characters. Linda and I reported her to management, and she was immediately suspended, pending investigation. She quit 2 days later. Unfortunately, HR decided they needed to continue their investigation of the allegation that I had an orgy at work. Because that was totally plausible and not at all made up by a crazy woman. They put me through hell investigating this imaginary story about me and 2 men and another woman. Even though the only men in our department are twice my age and happily married. It made me never want to trust HR again. I left that job a month later myself, and when I interviewed for my current job, She had interviewed half an hour before me, and they were looking to hire 2 people. She didn't get the job, but there have been 2 other openings since, and she applied for both of them. I'm terrified of meeting her again. It turned out she has a history of inpatient psych treatment for delusional behavior and was known to be obsessive about people she took a liking to. According to Facebook, her current girlfriend has a similar first name as me and shares more than a few physical similarities. She still knows where I live. So I'm pretty sure that the current situation is that she's still telling people that I'm her girlfriend, all while she's desperately applying for any job she can get at my new workplace. Okay, so I wasn't conventionally, nor classically pretty. I was the duff in any friend group I found myself in. I never worried about being hit on, disrespected, or kidnapped. Safety concerns were never an issue for me when going out because I was never the one anyone wanted to get to know or be around. I was just too plain. It was always me who had to look out for my friends, male and female alike. I used to go to a local bar almost daily. I didn't drink alcohol there, I just ordered a regular Coke and waited for my ride home. It was my usual hangout spot after work, so I sat, chilled, and minded my own business. A few weeks ago, I had just finished work and was sitting at my regular spot, sipping my drink while working on a new pendant I was making. I had started wire wrapping crystals into jewelry. I didn't expect anyone to strike up a conversation with me, knowing I basically blended into the walls, despite the staff knowing me and paying me slight attention and being nice to me. But this weird guy I'd never seen before came over and sat at my table across from me. I was surprised and engaged in a small conversation that I can't even remember how I started, but he began asking me a few questions about myself that seemed normal and flowed together, so I didn't think much of it. Again, being plain, I didn't think anyone would take interest in me. By then, I had drunk 3 glasses of soda and needed to use the restroom, so I grabbed my phone and purse and went. When I returned a few minutes later, I resumed working since none of my stuff had been touched. I called a waitress over, asked for a new drink, and she nodded. It had always been engraved in me that you never leave your drink unattended. If you do, either have it remade or leave it to the bartender. As the waitress was reaching for my old drink, which only had a few sips taken out of it, the guy got a bit agitated, saying I was being wasteful for ordering a new drink. I looked at him, eyebrows raised in confusion, and asked why it was his concern. It was my money after all, and refills were free. He then accused me of making more work for the waitress for no reason. Annoyed, I told him firmly that it was my business and if he didn't like it, he could leave. He attempted to wave off the waitress changing my drink, but I had enough of his nonsense and flatly said, "You drink it, if you think it's such a waste." It seemed to catch him off guard. He looked shocked, then a bit angry, before storming off. I then handed the drink to the waitress, expressing unease about the guy I was talking to, and asked her to inform the bartender to keep an eye on him. I requested to have my drink dumped out and only water served from then on. I left for home after being picked up shortly after, and the next day after work, I found out he had been arrested for assault. I only found out today what exactly had happened. Apparently, he had gotten into a fight with the bartender working that night. The bartender caught him tampering with the girl's drink while she wasn't looking and prevented her from drinking it. The guy got angry, leading to a physical altercation. The cops were called, and now he's awaiting trial. It turns out he was trying to see if he could take advantage of someone like me, someone who always let her guard down due to low confidence. He thought I'd be an easy target with just a little attention. When I didn't consume my drink upon returning, he targeted another girl. If he truly was targeting me, I have to question his sanity and sobriety. I've worked a few random jobs in my life. My first one was a summer job at 16 during summer break at a dairy farm. I absolutely hated it there, and it made it harder for me to find the motivation to even try finding work again when the time came. I don't really remember how I was first referred to the job, but the following summer, I ended up working as an office assistant for a self-employed photographer. My parents knew her because she used to be a member of their church, and my sister attended her 4-H program when she had it. By that time, her health had begun to take a hit, as she claimed it was a mixture of things from chronic Lyme to fibromyalgia. I had also been warned by my parents that she was a little off. She was very religious and claimed to have had real encounters with demons, even participated in some exorcisms. I'm an atheist and a skeptic, so I never took her stories seriously. Aside from the weird things she would tell me, she was mostly harmless, and working for her was not very hard. The job basically required me to do a lot of data entry, as well as help prep her photos with some minor editing. She would also make me add her company watermark before uploading them. They'd end up on a site where her customers could browse them and then pick which ones they wanted to order. She primarily photographed horse events, dressage, stadium and cross-country jumping, etc. And for the first several months my job was in her living room, which was basically my office space at the time. Eventually, I was talked into tagging along at shows where she trained me as a photographer, and soon I was shooting at the events along with her. It was boring work, I won't lie. I'm not a horse person. But things didn't get weird until a year later when I learned the hard way it was not her that I needed to worry about. She had 2 sons. One who was out of state, the other who was in the Navy. The latter of the two, a guy called Nathan, I had only heard small things about. He was somewhere on the autism spectrum, but she was never clear on what exactly his diagnosis was. When he finally returned home and I met him for the first time while working in her living room, he seemed like a nice guy. A little odd, but not concerning. He was obsessed with movies, and being a bit of a movie buff myself, whenever he would venture to the living room to strike up a conversation, it would almost always be about whatever movies we were into or were excited to watch. I should point out here that I was 18 and he was in his mid-30s. At some point, he got it in his head that I was interested in him, though he never said anything directly to me. I had to find out about it from my parents. My mom worked as the secretary at the church, and Nathan somehow found out. I can only guess my boss had told him. One afternoon, Nathan showed up at my mom's desk and started gushing about his feelings. He talked about how much fun I was, how he loved talking to me, how he was planning to take me to the movies and take me to his church, and all these other plans he had for me. My mom was beyond uncomfortable, as was the pastor who happened to overhear it. And when I got home that night, she told me what had happened and suggested I make sure not to lead him on. I was completely baffled because I hadn't done anything. We'd never even discussed the possibility of doing anything together. I got even more uncomfortable around him over the next few weeks. I made an effort to acknowledge him less when he was around and keep the conversation short while stressing I had to do work. Eventually he got his own place and moved out of his parents' house, so I figured the problem had solved itself. A couple years later, I had moved out, my boss's company had closed, and I was working somewhere else. I was friends with both my boss and Nathan on Facebook, and around that time I was finally coming out as an atheist, something I couldn't do while I was still living at home. One night, my old boss messaged me, asking about a ring I had on my finger. It was a black ring with a white solid star in the middle of a black circle. Already knowing where she was going with this, I told her it was just a ring. She started accusing me of wearing a pentagram because she didn't know what a pentacle was and that I was promoting Satan. I tried several times to explain to her that not only was it not that symbol, but that also paganism has nothing to do with the devil anyways, but she refused to listen, so I just ignored her. It was typical behavior of her and not worth the argument. The next morning, I had a message from Nathan telling me I needed to come to his church with him. I told him no, and the messages I received back gradually grew angrier and angrier. He went from asking to demanding I go with him. He told me I was lost and that I would not find the answers I needed by living the life I was. Eventually, he outright said he thought the fact that I was wearing a pentagram was disgusting and that I was opening myself up for possession. Knowing there would be even less of a point in arguing with him than there was with his mother, I went ahead and blocked both of them, deciding I was done with it all. Then he started showing up at my workplace. He would always search through the store until he found me, and then once he did, he would corner me and not stop talking to me no matter how many times I tried to dodge him or tell him I needed to get back to work. Eventually, the managers caught on and started intercepting him whenever he showed up. I wasn't making enough to pay the rent with that job, so I had to take up a second one. Within a week of working my second job, which was in a different town, he started showing up there. This time I told the managers who he was, and after that, every time he showed up, I was allowed to hide in the back room behind a locked door while they sped his order along and got him out. One of those many encounters, while I was hiding in the back, one of the managers was back there with me, inputting employee time punches into the computer when the both of us heard Nathan shout in our direction. "I know you remember me." That was the last straw for them, and they told him his business was no longer welcome there. He stopped showing up at my other job as well for a while. Fast forward to a few years later, I was getting used to not having to look over my shoulder every shift or check the parking lot for his truck. Then one day, he reappeared. He was browsing a section I was walking past when he spotted me and got this deer in the headlights look. I made a beeline to the break room because just seeing him made me scared. After that, he started showing up regularly. I would always find ways to dodge and avoid him, but he would still eventually spot me and know I was still there. I was debating whether or not to tell the managers, because at this point it had been a while since he had done anything, and saying something just because I was nervous didn't feel right. Call me a coward or an idiot, but that was my thought process. What happened next made me regret not speaking up. It was bound to happen eventually, but one night he managed to catch me while I was at the customer service desk. He approached me and said hi, and I immediately started to look for someone to signal over so I could make a break for it. But before I could say a word, he said something that made me feel sick. "How's your little girl doing?" "She's 3, right?" I looked at him, horrified. I had him completely blocked from all of my social media. I had his number blocked. I was living at a new address, and I had not seen or spoken to his mother since she confronted me about my ring. I had not told either of them I was a parent now, or that I was married, and I was not friends with anyone who knew them. "How's your husband doing?" "He's good." "He's a good man," I said, trying to reinforce the idea that I was not available to him and that I had no desire to have anything to do with him. "Really? Where does he work?" At this point, I felt like I was going to pass out. Thankfully, another employee approached, and I got the hell out of there. As I was leaving, he called out behind me. "I'll see you again. We'll talk. We'll go out and do something together." "We will." I reported him to the managers, telling them everything about the encounter, including all the information that he should not have had. They were able to pull up his face on CCTV, and while I have not heard anything, I'm guessing one of them finally managed to approach him because I haven't seen him since. This has been going on for 10 years and I want it to finally be over. If he shows up again, I'm going to the police, but I'm seriously hoping it never comes to that. I just want him to stop. I haven't seen him since the incident with my managers. I think he may have gotten scared off. Turned out one of my coworkers used to work with him too at a different job, and she also made a complaint about him to the managers. I don't know what they did with that information afterwards, but I know he hasn't shown up since. It sounds like they plan to call the cops if he sets foot in the store again. With 2 employee complaints of stalker-like behavior, they refuse to ignore that. In 2002, I was 14 years old, starting freshman year. I was an awkward, nerdy girl that didn't know how to handle attention from boys, so you could say I made things worse for my situation. I had a knack for making friends with the weird people no one liked, but I tried to be friendly with everyone I met, so it wasn't a big deal to me. Unfortunately, that was also my downfall. Clubs were a big deal, and they actually had an anime club, so of course I was all about that. First club meeting, I sat next to a couple of friends and soaked it all up. I thought I was finally with my people. Then here comes Stalker Kid. I'd use his real name, but to this day I have no clue what it is. He sat in front of me, and being that person, I said hi. I could tell he was uncomfortable and didn't know anyone, so I was just being nice. And boy, did this guy cling to me for that one word. At first, he would just find me during lunch and just stand there mumbling things to me. He had such a soft voice, high-pitched, mousy little guy, that you just felt unnerved when he spoke to you. The way he would look at you as he spoke, I could never look him in the eyes. After a while, it became more asking about my personal life and what I was into. Me being dumb and naive, I tried to be friendly and chat while feeling incredibly uncomfortable. After a while, me and my friends would move to different tables, benches, even hallways to avoid him, but he always found me. After about a year of this, my best friend finally told me that if I didn't tell him to F off, he would. I really didn't want him around anymore, so, sure, go ahead. So one day during lunch, here comes Stalker Kid with his signature greeting. Barely above a whisper. Hey Nancy. My buddy just goes, dude, she's not interested, F off. Looking hurt, he shuffled away. I was like, man, you didn't have to be so hard on him, but thanks. I didn't see him much around school after that except for club days where he would just sit across the room and stare at me while my best friend glared at him. Cut to me being 16 and now driving to school. Minus the awkward club days, I didn't really notice anything from him. That is until an old gray beat-up car started parking next to me, extremely close. One day after school, he was waiting for me in that car. He started asking me how I've been, talking about prom and all that stuff. I was trying to rack my brain on how he knew that was my car, unless he had been watching me before and after school. I started getting there later and leaving later to avoid him, because he was like clockwork. Finally, a boy I used to be friends with in elementary school was walking out with me and made a comment about how that guy is always next to my car and asked if he was my boyfriend. I immediately said no, and he's always following me around, and I hated it. It was really starting to freak me out. Bless this guy, because he walked right up to him and scared him off, threatening if he ever parked near me again he would kick his ass. I figured maybe that was enough to keep him away. So again, there was a small space where I would hear nothing of him except for my friends who had classes with him telling me how creepy he was. One friend had art class with him and said he would draw naked women constantly in his books. Junior year is wrapping up, and I started giving my best friend Jack lifts to school. He was on my way, so I figured why not. At some point, Jack started noticing that little gray car was always heading the same way after school and made a joke about Stalker Kid living next to him. Small world, right? I could only be so lucky. One day, as per usual, little gray car was following us, so we took a detour. Sure enough, he was with us every step of the way, and it was no longer a joke. We both started freaking out. I pushed the gas pedal as hard as my foot could push it and got the hell out of sight. A few other things happened. In order to get into prom, he had to ask someone from my year. So he asked some random girl from my softball team and then dumped her as soon as he got in. He then followed me all night. This includes to the after prom, where I had to avoid him the whole time. Our high school had a TV channel for kids to run, and during prom they would record the whole night. It took one of my friends to point it out, but throughout the whole video, it showed him behind me and following and staring at me all night. I didn't even realize. And the one that still creeps me out to this day is graduation for his class. I was scanning the crowd to see my friends who were graduating when I saw a hand wave as I passed by. I looked back, and of course it was Stalker Kid waving at me. How he picked me out of a crowd of thousands I will never know. 2006 senior year was great, no signs of creepy stalker kid, to the point where I kind of forget about him. I graduate, I choose a college in town, get a job at a local retail store and move on. Life was beginning to be normal. I work the gaming department, so you get the weird guys once in a while. One that I saw a lot was this little Mexican guy with glasses who never purchased anything but would just walk around from time to time. Then, stalker kid comes strolling in the doors and walks into gaming and just talks. I ask how he knew I worked here. He says his friend saw me and knew we were friends. I tried to radio for help for someone to come and get him out. Finally, a big guy from computers walks by and asks for my help in the back. Once he pulls me to safety, I tell him everything. From that point, security is aware and is told to watch for this guy. Of course, he wasn't doing anything physical, so all they could do for me is watch out for him. So every time he came in, they would tell me and I would dip back to the warehouse. I started seeing his friend, who he called Ninja, constantly, and all he ever did was walked around on his phone. I began to suspect he was texting stalker kid to tell him I was at work, because sure enough, 10 minutes later, he would come in. So I tested this theory and started walking randomly around the store. At one point, a friend who worked register asked why I would do this, so I had her take a walk with me on her break. I told her this ninja guy would follow us everywhere, even just going down a random aisle. Sure enough, he did, and she began freaking out. A few minutes later, I told her my stalker would walk through those doors. So I'm making my way to the warehouse, and out steps ninja guy from an aisle and he shouts, "She's right here." I just stared at him, like, what the hell do you think you're doing? Stalker kid walks up behind me and asks why I'm always running away from him, and says that he lost my number and asks if I can give it to him again. I say sure, knowing damn well that I never gave it to him. I go to the warehouse to get a pen and paper. I wrote down, "This is where I work, don't ever come here again," and handed it to him. I told him and his friend to leave and called for security, who walked him out. Security tells me later that he also cried while they took him out. Later that day, as I'm leaving work, security offers to walk me to my car. I say sure. Stalker kid is out by my car waiting for me, so this is where security says he's not having it, and calls the police, which we are conveniently next to their headquarters. He books it when he sees the car. Few years go by, nothing comes up. I buy a fancy new car, and don't see him much. I'm thinking that did the trick, and I'm finally free. 2012, my buddies and I are leaving work, ready to hit the night at the bar, per usual. We are all walking out the door, where we all have to stand and wait to hear the alarm sound to verify it's armed. As we are walking out, I hear it. That awful sound. "Hey Nancy." I cringe, grab my friend's arm and turn. There he is leaning on his car, waiting. My friend recognizes him and asks what he wants. Guy says he just wants to talk to me. He said he didn't ever see my car, so he didn't think I worked here anymore. His other friend is sitting in the back seat of his car just staring at me blankly. I start to think the worst. If my friends leave me here, something tells me I'm not coming into work the next day. Or ever. I'm terrified that he's had years of time to think about our last encounter where I wrote my number down and made him cry. I grab my friend's arm tighter. My friend kicks off, pretends to be my boyfriend and rips into him. My friend is about 2 feet taller and much bigger. They get into it, and I'm just standing in the parking lot and I'm just begging for my friend to kick his ass. He spooked stalker kids so bad that I'm pretty sure he pissed himself before getting in his car and booking it. Ever since, if he comes into the store, my friend stares him down from his office. Years later, I've moved on, gotten married, and moved out of town. Recently we've moved back to start a business, and to this day, I still feel myself looking behind me at stores on the off chance that I randomly bump into him. He caused me to have anxiety, mental and emotional pain, fear and trust issues for a decade. Even after moving on, I still feel the effects today. And I never even knew his name. I'll begin by giving a little background. At the time this happened, I was a 16-year-old girl working at a chain coffee place while in high school. I am 19 now, and in college, 7 hours away from this place. This happened at a time in my life in which I was super shy and had a tough time standing up for myself. In retrospect, I could have handled it a lot better. I used to work closing shifts with my best friend after school. It'd be from like 3 to 10 p.m. We worked at a relatively dead store, so we spent most of our time playing music and talking. We did our duties like taking the trash out and restocking, etc., although both of us always dreaded taking the trash out, as we had to go out back. The dumpsters were behind the store, in a dimly lit area, next to a sketchy liquor store. One night a man came in pretty late. It wasn't unusual to have customers come near closing. It was just uncommon to see anyone we didn't already know. Our store was mostly just regulars. He was lanky, and probably around 30. I mostly just remember his eyes. They were piercing, the type that never break a stare. I remember initially thinking he was attractive. Yikes. The way he spoke was short and concise, just ordering a small hot latte. I made his order and that was it. I told my friend about how I thought he was attractive, and we then started referring to him as the small hot latte guy. We always call people by their drink orders. He came a bunch of times after that. Each time staying a little longer and longer, talking a little more and more. One day he came with a woman, presumably his girlfriend. I remember I felt a little weird, like she was staring at me, or like they had spoken about me beforehand. She glanced over at him and said, "Wow, she is pretty." I didn't think much of it, said thank you, served them, and I thought that would be the end of it. He then began showing up and talking to me a lot without her. He started off as being friendly. I honestly don't even know what we talk about. Then he got kind of flirty. Initially I was just flattered, but being underage and immature, I didn't even think about the fact that it was kind of alarming. He began to stay for a while. Sometimes he would bring a laptop or a notebook. I could feel him staring at me and listening to our conversations. But at that point I wasn't getting creepy vibes from him, as my coworker and I had dealt with our fair share of creeps. He began by just giving little snacks or drinks. I would accept, but would never eat or drink them. It wasn't that I necessarily thought he had ill intentions, I just had a hard time accepting gifts. I remember one night he brought me a book about one of his favorite artists. I reluctantly took it but had tried to decline before. I remember telling him about one of my favorite musicians and sent him a link to a performance I really liked. He started being kind of sexual while still talking about the song. He then began talking super suggestively, and I would laugh it off and decline when he asked to send pictures. I began talking less and less and told my friend about the situation. She agreed that it was getting creepy and said I should maybe change my schedule. I told her I'd be fine, I'm stubborn. He'd still come every week at closing time, and he'd even stay in his car till we closed. Meaning he'd watch me go to the back to take the trash out. It was time to take out the trash and lock up, so we got ourselves together. I was opening the door while juggling like 3 bags of trash and saw something on the ground. I was confused at first, but then realized what I saw. It was flowers and a note. I felt sick to my stomach and looked around the parking lot. I didn't see his car. I threw them away immediately and told my friend I didn't want to read the note. She read it and told me I had to. It was something to the effect of, "I've never felt so connected to someone. You're breaking my heart. Please don't do this. I'm sorry." Looking back, I honestly didn't lead him on, but initially I felt as if I was in the wrong. Nonetheless, we turned the corner to take the trash out and both prayed the parking lot was empty. It was not. Let's just say the trash was not going to get taken out that night. I continued working there and still worked there on my breaks from college. I had different hours after that. Nothing happened for some time until one day he appeared again, just before I was supposed to leave for college. It was around 3 p.m. It was busy. He came in, stared at me, and then he left. That was the last time I saw him. Looking back, I was so naive and could have handled the situation so much better. I am forever thankful to my friend. She really supported me that whole time. A year ago, I used to post my entire life to Snapchat. It was my go-to app for sharing bits of my life with friends and family. But then something happened that made me reconsider my online presence. One day, out of the blue, I received a friend request from an unfamiliar username. I didn't think much of it at the time and accepted the request without a second thought. It was just another random person, or so I assumed. Months passed, and I forgot about that peculiar friend request. My life went on, and I continued sharing snippets of my daily activities on Snapchat. Little did I know that someone was watching, very closely. It started innocently enough, with an unexpected snap. I opened it, thinking it was probably a friend sharing a funny meme or a cute pet photo. But as the image loaded, my heart almost stopped. It was an eerie, edited version of an old Snapchat story I had posted months ago. Floating love hearts surrounded the image, and the caption read, "Can't wait to see you." The chill running down my spine was hard to ignore. How did someone get access to my old stories? Who was behind this? Days turned into weeks, and more edited snaps kept arriving. Each one featured pictures taken from my past stories. The captions became increasingly unsettling, referring to my personal life. "How was your McDonald's on Friday?" And another said, "I loved that movie you watched last night." The sense of being watched was inescapable. I felt exposed and vulnerable, as though a stranger had invaded my privacy. It wasn't long before I decided to check Snap Maps, the feature that lets you see the real-time locations of your friends. My heart raced as I zoomed in on the map. There it was, a bit too close for comfort, the location of this creep. He was nearby, and the thought sent shivers down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was no ordinary prank or trolling. It felt personal, like someone was playing mind games with me. Fear gripped me as I realized the mysterious friend was getting closer to my location. I knew I had to act fast. I began taking screenshots of the disturbing snaps for evidence. Then, I contacted the local authorities and reported the unsettling situation. The investigation that followed uncovered the identity of the creep. To my shock, it turned out to be someone I met at a party months ago. I'd been warned about how creepy and weird he was. He would just invite himself to parties and nobody wanted to be rude and kick him out, so we just tolerated him. To be fair, I had no issue with him and spoke with him a little bit throughout the night, but didn't see much of him. I guess being nice to the social outcast when everyone else kept him at arm's length was enough for him to become obsessed with me. They didn't end up charging him with anything, but they told him to leave me alone and explained to me that I could get a restraining order, but I didn't see the point. This happened a couple of months ago, December of last year. I started working a new job in the mall and had to work for most of Boxing Day. I was done at 10 and transit seemed to have ended at 7. I'm a student who didn't go home for the holidays due to this job and never had to deal with holiday transit hours. I decided to call an Uber and the driver picked me up right in front of the mall. We had a casual conversation during the drive back and he learned about where I worked and how I'm living on my own for the time being since my roommates went to their hometowns. Fast forward to the next day at work, around 6 p.m. This driver walks into the store and tries to strike a conversation with me, but I told him I had to get back to work. He also asked if we could hang out later, to which I said no, and he left. At the end of that shift, I walked out of the store, planning to take transit. As soon as I stepped out of the store, the driver immediately pulled up next to me and offered to give me a free ride back home. After going back and forth with me declining and him saying it's free, I decided to walk away and caught a bus home. I was pretty overwhelmed by the fact that he showed up to my workplace and waited 3 hours until I was done with work to offer me a ride home. I've reported this to Uber and they've notified me that they suspended this driver, provided me with a full refund, and gave me a link to provide to the police if I plan on filing a report. Silly of me to give away information like that to a stranger, but I hope to never meet that driver again. He was about twice my age, he knows where my home is, and my name. Lesson learned. This all went down in the summer of my 8th grade year. I was on my way to finally becoming a high schooler, and it was legitimately one of the best summers of my life. I had 3 weeks of no school until I was officially in high school. I spent my time mostly playing video games, sleeping, or playing basketball with my friends. I was actually home alone for an entire week, and my parents thought I could hold down the fort. I was a relatively good kid, and they trusted me. So it wasn't really that big of a deal. Besides, I had a cell phone, so if anything were to go wrong, I would have a way of calling someone for help. My dad also gave me access to one of his credit cards for when I got hungry and didn't want to eat what we had at the house. I was really stoked about having the house to myself. I've had people tell me that it was pretty messed up for my family to leave me alone for that amount of time, especially considering I was only 14. They didn't expect anything bad to happen, and neither did I. It was a rare occasion that they were gone for so long. This wasn't something they did often. As a matter of fact, I still live with my parents now, and I've just turned 19. Ever since that day when everything went down, I haven't been home on my own for more than 24 hours at a time. It was a Friday night around 11 p.m. when I heard my phone go off. I received a text message from an unknown number, and all it said was, "Hey." I messaged them back and asked who they were, and they immediately became passive-aggressive, upset with me for not knowing who it was. I apologized to them, thinking it was someone I was close with. I had just gotten a new phone a few months prior and lost all my contacts, so I explained that to them, and they still seemed pretty upset. They started harassing me, and I ended up thinking they were just pranking me, so I turned my phone on silent and continued playing my PlayStation. I'm not sure how long later, probably around 10 minutes or so, I heard a knock on my bedroom window. I thought I was just hearing things at first, but I still decided to check and see who was out there just in case. I moved my blinds to the side and looked out the window, but I didn't see anyone. I wasn't convinced. I knew I heard a knock and was starting to become very paranoid. I looked through some of the windows throughout my house to see if I could spot anyone, but again, there was nobody. I can't deny the eeriness I felt. It was like something was about to happen, something really, really bad. I took my phone out to call my mom, and I had a bunch of notifications from that person who had texted me earlier. The most recent message said, "I'm outside." I couldn't believe what I was reading, and it made my nightmares and everything I was feeling come to life. I went to call my mom, and very quickly, I realized my phone wasn't picking up any service, which was extremely unusual. We have really good cell phone reception, especially at home. We never run into issues with that. At this point, I was literally terrified and had no clue what was happening. I had no way of contacting anyone, and I knew I was absolutely screwed. I wanted to message that person back and tell them to leave me alone, but obviously I couldn't because I had no service. If you're wondering why I didn't use my Wi-Fi to send an iMessage, it's because the person texted me wasn't on an iOS device. I was pacing around my living room when all of a sudden, I heard some noises coming from outside. I went in the direction of the noise, which was toward the back patio, and I listened. Someone was screaming for help at the top of their lungs. My heart began thumping out of my chest, and my initial reaction was that it was a setup. However, being brave in the moment and considering I took boxing classes for years and knew how to fight, I wanted to stick up for myself and whoever was potentially being hurt. I'm not going to lie, I was really wanting to beat the crap out of whoever was harassing me. Plus, I knew if I didn't do something now, something bad was likely to happen anyway. So I did the unthinkable. I walked outside to my back patio, and it was silent. The only thing I could hear was the crickets chirping. I waited for a second until I yelled out to whoever was there. I told them I was going to mess them up and acted a lot tougher than I felt. Almost right after that, there was an extremely bright light flashing at me from afar. Our house sits on quite a bit of land, and we have a huge backyard with tons of trees. Whoever it was pointed the light at me, clearly trying to piss me off. The light then began moving all around toward the house for a minute, then it turned off. Within an instant, the screaming picked back up again. It was the same voice pleading for help. I knew it was now or never. I ran back inside, into the garage, grabbed my old baseball bat as a weapon, and made my way back outside toward the woods, heading directly where I first saw the flashlight. My heart was fluttering at this point as I wasn't sure what to expect. As I got closer and closer, my anxiety about doubled. I couldn't believe that I was in this situation, and I had a sudden realization that what I was doing was pretty stupid. Right while I was about to turn around to go back inside, somebody from the woods that I couldn't see said something to me. It was so dark that I couldn't see anything. All I could see were the dark silhouettes of all the trees around me. I shouted loudly into the darkness, asking who was there. That was when the voice ahead of me whispered and told me to quiet down. He asked me to help him and said he was tied up to a tree and that someone had kidnapped him. Obviously, this alarmed me to the extreme. Despite me thinking it was possibly a setup, I went with my instincts and wanted to help him. It's going to be okay. Just calm down. I'm going to call the police for you. Just hang tight. That's when he started yelling at me. No, help me now. You don't understand. He's going to come back in a few minutes and kill me, he said. I was in a really bad situation as I just wanted to do the right thing. Okay, I'm coming. I'm right ahead. Just keep walking straight. I can already see you. My heart was beating at an incomprehensible rate now, so much so that I'm surprised I didn't pass out. All the thoughts crossing my mind set me into a panic, and I was fully into the woods at this point. I looked ahead after walking for maybe 20 or 30 seconds and saw a dark shadow that looked like a person about 30 feet away. Hey man, is that you? I asked, but he didn't reply. I sat in silence for a moment while I tried to piece together what the hell was happening. If that was him, or even if it wasn't, I was in some deep trouble because the man I was looking at definitely wasn't tied up to a tree. He was standing up straight and very much alive. In only a moment's time, the person started running at me. It was at that exact moment I started backing up. Slowly, I eventually snapped out of it and booked it all the way to my house. Somehow, I made it inside before he caught up to me. I shut and locked the sliding glass door behind me, and he was standing right there, pulling on the door, trying to get it open. He was a very tall but slender-looking man with a wolf mask and a big-ass hammer. I barely hesitated and ran to my room. I know what you're thinking right now too. Why didn't I just defend myself with the bat? Well, originally, that was my plan, but things happen. I don't know. I was absolutely terrified, and you would be too if you were in that same situation. I was pacing back and forth in my living room, trying my luck with my phone again, but still, I had no service. I started having some sort of manic episode and began screaming and punching my couch. I was extremely angry and sick of being the victim. I almost ran out there and beat him myself, but I chose a different approach. I waited patiently, and sure enough, after only a minute, he was knocking on my front door. I ran over to the door and told him to see what happens if he stepped even a single foot in my house. He wouldn't be walking out if he did, that's for sure. He then started laughing. I just kept quiet and went back to my room. The knocking grew louder and louder, and eventually, he started screaming. I had no idea what he was saying, but I think he was mocking me. A few minutes went by of this, and that's when I heard my living room window shatter. I got myself ready and hid behind my open bedroom door, just waiting for him to walk in. The footsteps got closer and closer as he walked into a few different rooms. Now he was heading to mine. I gripped the bat tighter and said a little prayer. He walked in, and I was able to hit him in the head with the bat. He fell straight to the ground. I hit him a few times while he was down as well, to make sure he wasn't getting back up anytime soon, and I ran. I ran down the road about 5 or 6 miles to my friend's house, and when I finally got them to answer the door, I briefly explained what happened, and they let me use their phone to call the police. A few police officers were sent to my house, and a few officers to my friend's house as well. I then called my parents, and they rushed home. They were over 2 hours away, so it was going to be a while before they made it back. I told the police exactly what happened, and it turned out I had killed the intruder. I didn't know if he was dead until the police officer told me. I was worried I was going to be in trouble, even though I didn't do anything illegal. It was self-defense. The police took me in for questioning, and since I was a minor at the time, they had to bring my parents in as well. Yes, I killed a man as a teenager, and everything about it has completely changed my life. I've been numb, I've been scared, and I've been anxious. I can't tell you how many nightmares I've had about this whole thing. It's all over, and this was years ago. Sometimes it feels like it only happened yesterday, and I relive the whole thing, the blood, the screaming, and more importantly, my lost innocence. Back in 2012, I sat down with my girlfriend, and after 18 months of dating, I told her my family's deepest, darkest secret. 3 weeks later, I came home from work to find all of her stuff gone and a breakup letter sitting on the kitchen table. I learned not to talk to anyone but my sister about it, but I also feel like if I don't get this stuff off my chest from time to time, it'll just eat me alive from the inside out. I've survived this long by talking to therapists, but at this point, I view therapy like atheists view confessional booths, a nice novelty but inconsequential. The internet, on the other hand, is an altogether different beast. I can remain anonymous, and strangers online can give their opinions. And just like it allows me to say things I'd never tell a person face to face, it allows you to give me your full and unfettered opinions, as brutal as they may be. But I'm okay with that, and that's why I'm writing this. Because I don't want absolution, I want judgment. I was 12 years old at the time of my discovery, and all summer I had this one all-consuming obsession, Pokemon Red. I put hours into catching and training all the original 150 Pokemon. Then, when I beat the Elite Four and completed my Pokédex, I just deleted my save and started all over again. By showing that I loved playing Pokemon so much, I gave my parents a way of punishing me whenever I misbehaved. They were great parents to me for the most part, and my frequent misdeeds were mostly harmless. But whenever I failed to do my chores, or was rude to my sister, their go-to confiscation item was my Game Boy. It'd go like this: they'd hide my Game Boy somewhere, but I'd always find it, then get caught playing it and have it taken away again. This meant that I spent a lot of time snooping around their bedroom and my dad's office. Since it was still summer vacation, I had plenty of time to do it. It was during one of my little searching sessions that I discovered my dad had a secret space hidden away in his office. He normally kept it locked, but during one afternoon snooping, I found the key in his office. My dad had this big old antique cabinet that he kept all kinds of junk in, and I knew he sometimes hid my Game Boy in it. So after having no luck elsewhere, I began to search it. I remember sticking my hand into one of the bottom cabinets, leaning in just a little too hard, and then I heard a dull crunch of wood as the rear wall of the cabinet suddenly gave way. When I looked, hoping I hadn't broken it, I saw that there was a small hidden compartment. Due to the dim light, the only thing I recognized at first was the gun. But there was also something that looked like a letter and, more importantly, something shaped like my Game Boy. I reached out to grab it, but as soon as I touched it, I realized it wasn't what I was looking for. It felt leathery, not the plastic I was used to, and as curiosity got the better of me, I pulled it out of the hidey hole to see what it was. It was a journal, this old-looking leather-bound journal. When I opened it up, I recognized my dad's handwriting. I might have recognized his handwriting, but I definitely didn't understand most of what was written. The entries were clearly dated, but what followed was an unintelligible mess of abbreviations, words, and phrases. There were also these little hand-drawn diagrams of what looked like beds along with stick men that had their limbs contorted into unnatural positions. I didn't understand what I was looking at, but I just knew from the fact that it was hidden that it was some secret side of Dad that he didn't show us. I was so filled with grim curiosity that I felt compelled to check out the other stuff. First came the gun. It was much heavier than they looked in the movies, and it was much scarier. I held it like it was made of glass, not even daring to touch the trigger. I then put it back as slowly and carefully as I could. I saved the thing that looked like an envelope until last. I figured that it'd be sealed, but after retrieving it, I saw that it wasn't an envelope at all. It was one of those plastic wallets that 1-hour photograph developers give you, the kind that house all your photos and negatives tucked inside. I figured that it might be pictures of my family since those are the only kind I've ever seen come out of a wallet like that. But the only member of my family present in the pictures was my dad, and this version of him was unlike any I'd ever known. The first few pictures were of a bed, somewhere I didn't recognize. It didn't look all that remarkable at first, but then I noticed the rope tied around the bedposts, and that bad feeling I had started to intensify. The next few pictures were of a bunch of tools all laid out on a wooden table, but I noticed a few other things mixed in with them. There was a hammer, a hand drill, a pair of metal pliers, all home improvement stuff, but there was also a scalpel and other surgical-looking tools that looked so sharp they made me wince. The next photographs I saw were of my dad, but like I said earlier, there was something really off about him. He'd taken some pictures of himself, but he seemed to be particularly interested in the way his eyes looked, as some were close-up shots of them. I don't know why he didn't just take a look at them in the mirror, but then again, I had no idea why Dad was doing any of this stuff, let alone why he wanted to hide it from us. When I saw the next picture, I got this intense feeling of dread and knew that I was looking at something he'd never want his family to see. I figured the first person in the selfie was my dad, but the face was covered by a kind of cloth sack, made of black wire mesh, so I couldn't be 100% sure. Assuming that he could see out of it, there was no good reason why my dad would want to cover his face up like that. There was also no good reason why he'd want to use it as a blindfold, and the thought of him doing something like that filled me with dread. But then, when it came to the next few pictures, that feeling was replaced by one of confusion. The picture showed a young Asian man smiling as he posed next to an art installation somewhere downtown. The next picture was of my dad smiling next to the same art piece. I didn't recognize the guy, but I did think it was odd that he looked way younger than my dad. The happy vibe continued for a few other photos. There were pictures of them drinking together at a bar. Pictures of the Asian guy looking like he was dancing. It was all smiles in all the pictures. Suddenly, the vibe of the photos changed dramatically. In the next picture, he was standing awkwardly with his arms by his sides, with a look of slight fear on his face. The next few showed him tied to the bed. He was looking up at the camera, and the terror on his face was even more pronounced. The final picture showed a man in that cloth mask leaning over the guy. I couldn't see what they were doing, but the guy's legs were all tensed up and pulling on the ropes that bound them, almost like he was in an intense amount of pain. I remember having an incredible visceral reaction to that last picture, so after shoving the photos back into the wallet, I tried to put everything back into the little hidey hole exactly as I'd found it. After that, I abandoned the search for my Game Boy, locked up my dad's office, and spent the rest of the afternoon in my bedroom, swinging back and forth between thinking about what I'd seen and trying to forget about it altogether. When my dad got home from work, he just figured that I was angry at him for confiscating my Game Boy. Only my mom realized that there was something deeper going on, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her what I'd seen. If I did, it would be the end of my family as I knew it, so I just kept my mouth shut. It wasn't that I didn't want to talk to someone about the pictures, I just didn't know how to do it without some kind of familial apocalypse. Besides, I wasn't even sure what I'd actually been looking at. I tried to pretend that I hadn't seen anything, but my relationship with my dad was never the same afterward. All I could do when I saw his face was picture him in those photos, wondering what the hell he was doing to that poor unsuspecting guy. I assumed Mom knew nothing about what my dad had been doing in those photographs, and I felt incredibly sorry for her. But at the same time, I was burdened with the horrific guilt of being the only one who could warn her, but not being capable of it. Then the day came when he walked into my bedroom and asked me the one question I'd been dreading for almost a year. When he asked if I'd been in his office recently, the words sent a chill through me. Thankfully, I learned to hide my emotions very well, so without looking up from playing Sega, I just flatly told him no. After that, I hoped to God that he wouldn't question me further, and I prayed to hear the sound of the door closing behind him. But the seconds went by, and the door didn't close. He just stood there, staring at the back of my head, saying nothing. Doing nothing. When he asked me if I was sure, I just kept my eyes locked on the screen and gave him the most nonchalant denial I could muster. Those were some of the scariest few moments of my whole life, and even when the door finally closed, I was terrified that he'd be standing there waiting to have a private talk with me. He wasn't, which was obviously a huge relief, but as I got back to my game, I started to wonder if he had actually taken me at my word. Then, like a bullet between the eyes, it hit me. Some minor detail from almost 2 years ago came rushing back into focus. After the dread got too much for me, I just shoved the photos back into the wallet. What I hadn't done was rearrange them back into their original order. Someone who really knew those photographs, someone who put them together, would know exactly which order they were in. This was obviously a huge problem for me, but as I continued to think on it, I realized something. He couldn't actually accuse me of looking at the pictures. He couldn't just outright accuse anyone because if they weren't the guilty party, they'd know that he'd been hiding something. That little detail was the only thing that saved me from God knows what, for years. With time, the whole thing kind of faded into the background. It was always still there. But the idea of my mom finding out about the pictures, of seeing all the heartbreak and the shame in her, I just couldn't let that happen. Don't get me wrong, I was in almost constant terror of my dad hurting us, but with each day that passed, it grew easier to reassure myself that we were fine. The next time the photos seriously got into my head, I was in my second year of college. I was on the opposite side of the country, studying at USC as far as my grades could take me. Moving away came with a fresh helping of guilt. I felt like I abandoned my mom and sister to whoever my dad truly was, or at least used to be. I just couldn't do it anymore. I'd spent 6 years swinging between anxiety and depression, and it had been years since he found out someone had found his little hidey hole, as I call it. If he was going to murder us all in our sleep, I figured that he'd already done it. Without all that stress in my life, my mind started to compulsively focus on the finer details. I ended up spending hours at a time poring through news articles that detailed missing persons or dead bodies that had been found from all over the Northwest. I didn't know what my dad had actually been doing to that guy, and sometimes I wish that I'd looked at the rest of the photos so I knew for sure. But I knew the guy's face, and I knew I'd be able to recognize him if his pictures were included in some missing persons or murder news piece. On multiple occasions, I considered how utterly futile it was spending hours at a time reading through random articles that listed the victim as having an Asian-sounding last name. It must have been hundreds from the past decade or so, and I didn't actually know when the incident in the photo had taken place. I realized that I was trying to find a needle in a haystack. But then, one day on some rainy Thursday afternoon, I found my needle. I don't want to tell you the poor guy's name because I don't want any of you reaching out to his family. They've definitely already been through enough. But like I said, I found him. I recognized the guy's face from a webpage, and it was a smile I swear I'd recognize anywhere. It was burned into my brain after having stared at those secret photos. The article gave a few details regarding his last known whereabouts, but mentioned that the guy had talked about visiting a friend in the weeks before his disappearance. They went on to plead for any information, basically saying that the police had no idea what had happened to the poor guy. I'd known for years. I just didn't quite realize it. Incidentally, the answer to my fixation brought up a whole new question. What was I going to do with this information? The answer was simple: nothing. There was nothing I could do that wouldn't have a devastating effect on my mom and sister. My sister wasn't very old, definitely not the age to process the fact that her father was at the very minimum involved in the disappearance of another human being. There was nothing I could do right then. Nothing I was okay with. But now that I had my answer, I could at least plan to do something in the future. I didn't quite know when that might be, and I wasn't quite sure how I'd go about it, but I knew I was going to confront him about it at least before he died. Yet, as it turned out, it wasn't my dad's impending death that prompted me to put my plan into action. It was my mom's. 2 years after I graduated college, I was living in Charlotte, North Carolina, when I got a phone call from my little sister. Mom had cancer. It was terminal, and it was aggressive. She had a few months tops. That's what the doctor said anyway. I planned on spending as much time as possible with her during that time. When she finally passed and the truth of what my dad had done could no longer hurt her, I made my move and did something I should have done more than 10 years prior. I called my dad for the first time in what felt like forever, and I gave him an ultimatum. I told him that I knew what he'd done, that it was me who had found the pictures all those years ago. I told him the only thing that stopped me from saying anything was not wanting to destroy our family, and that I wanted Mom to live a life of blissful ignorance before I finally tore apart his legacy. I gave him 2 choices. He could turn himself into the police and do the right thing, or I'd tell them everything I'd seen and how I could link it to the missing persons case from the late 90s that I'd found. The next day, I got another call from my sister, marking the second time she'd been the bearer of bad news in less than 6 months. My dad had taken his own life. It came as a shock. I considered the possibility that he might take his own life before I put my plan into action, but decided that he just wasn't the type. I figured he'd go on the run, try to move up to Alaska and change his name or something, maybe even leave the country. I guess it showed how little I really knew him, even up until the day he died. The only thing was, the whole thing didn't die with my dad. There was still more work to be done. I went back home to check his office for the pictures, intent on handing them to the police, but they were gone. I turned the house upside down, even checked the trash for ashes or things of that nature, but I found nothing. He must have destroyed them or disposed of them somewhere. But that wasn't good enough. He must have known that sooner or later, the cops would get him for whatever he'd been a part of, so he just decided to end it all and rob his victim's family of the justice they deserved. I went to the cops anyway, told them everything, and eventually received a call back from 2 homicide detectives. They called a handful of times over the course of the next few weeks, a few questions here and there. Eventually, I realized how difficult a task they were faced with. After DNA swabs of his office yielded no matches for their victim, there was very little they could really prove. Even if I did manage to turn over the photographs, the only person they showed committing a crime was a man in a mask. All they could do was speculate. Yet, I know it was my dad under there. In my mind, there's no reason why he'd take his own life. He cultivated such a wholesome facade over the years, having successfully concealed a past blackened by death, that no one thought him capable of such things. He was far too proud to watch it all crumble in front of him. But even now, it's still not over. My dad has since been considered a suspect in the disappearances of multiple young men throughout the 90s and early 2000s. I've still yet to hear anything from the police or FBI regarding it, but it's still something that's being actively considered. All these years later, I'm faced with the possibility that my father was an actual serial killer and that my silence following the discovery of the photographs enabled him to continue killing. I could be responsible for an untold number of unsolved murders all over the Northwest. But I tell people that it's not enough to hear platitudes anymore. So judge me. Pour your scorn upon me. I promise you I can take it. As far as I'm concerned, I deserve far worse. While I was 20 years old, I came back home for summer break from college. My good friend Becky and her boyfriend had just found new jobs. They had a house all to themselves, sitting at the top of a very steep hill. A bit about Becky, she gets really nervous and anxious all the time. I get anxious too, but I've gotten used to living by myself and dealing with my worries. But she wasn't used to it at all. Their house had a back door in the kitchen. If you were sitting on the sofa in the living room, you could see straight into the kitchen. Right outside the kitchen door, about as high as your shoulder, there was a light that turned on when there was any movement. It's important to mention that Becky's backyard was pretty high up. To get into the yard from the low walkway in front of the door, you had to go up a few steps. The yard was made this way so it wrapped around to the front of the house. So, this motion sensing light would only turn on if something moved on the walkway, not for any animals in the yard. The yard itself was tiny, with thick wood stretching down from the end of it. Becky was by herself because her boyfriend was working his first or second night shift and she couldn't fall asleep. They were trying to save money, so all the lights were off. Then, she saw a light come through the kitchen window. It was the motion sensing light. This really scared her, but she tried to just ignore it. However, the light kept turning itself on at different times. She called me early at about 3 a.m. until I finally picked up. I talked to her on the phone, trying to calm her down until her boyfriend came back in the morning. He had the next 3 days off, and nothing happened with the light during that time. Her dad warned her to be careful, suggesting it might have been thieves checking out the house, especially since there had been some break-ins recently on a street close to hers. The next time her boyfriend had to work at night, Becky asked if I could stay over. I said yes. The evening started off pretty normally. We watched movies until about 11. Then, we decided to drive out to the nearest shop and grab some food from McDonald's. Where we live, it's pretty much in the middle of nowhere, so getting there and back took us almost an hour and a half. We got home around midnight and set up the air mattress in the living room where we planned to sleep. Around 1 a.m., that motion sensing light outside turned on while we were sitting on the mattress. I tried to calm her down by saying it was probably just an animal, maybe a bat or something flying by. Becky wasn't so sure. The light went off, but then it came on again. This time it stayed on longer. Becky decided to go upstairs and get her boyfriend's gun. We sat there, really nervous, with the window open so we could hear outside. She joked around, shouting, "I've got a gun, and I'm not afraid to use it." She was trying to make me laugh, but right after she said that, the light turned off. It stayed off for about 3 hours, as if we had scared someone away. We couldn't sleep after that. Around 4 in the morning, I went to the kitchen to get some water. When I turned around to say something to Becky, she suddenly screamed for me to come back. I spun around, and the light was on again. We saw the light turn on and off several times until the dawn began to break. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. We thought about calling the police, but were worried they might think we were making a prank call and we'd get in trouble. The light never seems to act up when her boyfriend is home at night. I still feel really uneasy being alone at her place during the night. I'm sure someone was up to no good that night, whether they planned to break in and found it amusing to scare us once they realized the house wasn't empty, or if they had even worse plans. It was a terrifying experience. One of the hottest trends on YouTube right now is ordering random mystery boxes from the deep web and opening them on camera. I don't know why I didn't realize that most of these videos are fake. They're almost all staged. I thought it was a great idea, and jumped on the bandwagon to claim the YouTube stardom I desperately longed for. For those who don't know much about the deep web, it's simply a part of the internet that isn't accessible from your basic search engines like Google. You have to download an encryption program. It's not illegal to access this part of the internet, but since it is anonymous, a lot of illegal activity happens here. The possibilities are endless. I grabbed my laptop, the one I've had since I graduated in 2011, and downloaded the required programs. I prefer to use my laptop over my desktop in case of viruses. My 7-year-old laptop was a little more disposable. I went through a Bitcoin phase a few years ago when it was blowing up, so I already had a little saved. It wasn't much, roughly $632, but it was enough for what I was looking for. After the downloads were finished, I opened the browser and started my journey at the Hidden Wiki website. They provide a lot of useful links to get you started on the deep web. I scrolled through the warnings and general information and found the links I was looking for. Almost forgot, I muttered to myself as I grabbed the duct tape from my desk drawer. I cut a tiny square piece off the end and placed it over my webcam. Call me paranoid, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. I clicked on the first link and waited what seemed like forever for the page to load. It was another very plain page with a list of popular websites that you could scroll through on the side. I continued my search through the web links until I found a page dedicated to mystery boxes. I wanted to find one around $500 so people knew I meant business on my channel. I was worried about being scammed. I decided to continue my search after a quick bathroom break. When I came back, I noticed my mouse was off to the side and I couldn't see it on the screen. I wiggled it around to see if it would appear, but the web page was a similar color to the mouse cursor, so I couldn't see it. I clicked a few times to see if my mouse was working and accidentally clicked a link. I was taken to a pitch black page with small white text near the top. I'm selling one random package to anyone brave enough to receive it for only $400 or best offer. I thought to myself and decided I'll take my shot. I hit the small payment button and was asked how much I'd like to spend. I entered $300 with my fingers crossed. The payment went through without any hesitation, and I was instantly met with a chat box asking where I'd like my package sent. I know this wasn't a good idea, and I regret it to this day, but I assumed the other YouTube channels used their own addresses often, so I thought nothing of it. Without much consideration, I gave them my full name and address. I waited over a month for the box to arrive. 36 days to be exact. It came directly to my front porch. It was wrapped numerous times in tape and looked really suspicious. I set my camera on the tripod and adjusted it to show the box on a small wooden table. I draped a sheet in the background to make it look a little more professional. I collected some gloves and scissors so I could film the video in one go. Hey everybody, welcome to tonight's vlog. I continued my monologue, mentioning how I got the box and how much I paid. Without wasting further time, let's open this deep web mystery box. I grabbed the scissors and cut along the red tape. I made sure my gloves were on tight and I ripped the box open. My brow furrowed as I saw just one book. Without saying a word, I took the book out of the box. I was pretty pissed that I'd spent $300 on a book. Well, looks like we got a dud. These pages better be made of gold. The outside of the book was old and tattered, and it smelled of mildew and mold. I cracked the book open to the first page and glanced over the contents. It's an old photo album. Smells like rot. Let's look at these pictures. I showed the camera a view of the page's contents. It had 4 pictures on the first page, all labeled by days. The pictures were taken with an old Polaroid camera. There were pictures of airplanes, random suitcases, a couple of taxis, and some pretty shady motels. Looks like someone's old travel photos. I continued flipping through the pages. Every day was a different photo of nature, cars, or trains. Day 18 held the oddest photo yet. It was just a mask, handcuffs, a gag, and a bottle of some sort of drug. "These people had one hell of a party," I said to the camera, trying to keep the video interesting. I zoomed in on the picture with the camera so everyone could see it. Around day 30, things started getting weird. There was a picture of a house, but not just any house. It was my parents' home. I covered my mouth with my hand as I gasped for air. How is this possible? I was unable to form a sentence. I was at a loss for words. These were undeniably personal photos. Day 33, I turned the page and there was a woman handcuffed and gagged. I immediately vomited as I saw my own mom scared and crying. And then I noticed that my dad was also in the photo, face first in a pile of what looked like black tar. Day 34, this photo was taken inside what looked like a vehicle. I focused my gaze on the dashboard where a small photo was barely visible. It was an old school photo of me. They were in my dad's truck. Day 35, another house, but this one much smaller. The photo was too blurry to make out the details. My hands were trembling and all I could hear was my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I flipped to the last page. I immediately threw the book to the ground and ran to the window. I jiggled the hatch frantically and threw it open. Without hesitation, I jumped out and ran to the neighbors. As I was running, I turned around for a brief second. What I saw haunts me to this day. A tall hooded figure stood in my room, looking at me through the window. He stood motionless before lifting his hand and waving. I screamed for my neighbor who hurried me inside and called the cops. I sat and just cried. I cried out of fear for my life. I cried for my parents. I cried because it was all my fault. My lack of common sense got my parents killed and I will have to live with that forever. If you access the deep web, do not release any personal information. Even if people on YouTube do it. Most of it's not real. And always check your boxes. It would have saved me a lot of trouble if I had noticed it had no tracking sticker on it. It was hand-delivered. I had always been aware of the deep web. You hear the craziest, most disturbing stories from people who dare to explore it. Websites that involve human experimentation, hiring hitmen, and even watching people through their own security cameras. It's messed up. But honestly, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a bit interested. There was no malicious intent behind my exploration of the deep web. I was just curious to see if it really was as bad as people said it was. The first thing I stumbled upon was a website centered around death, which gave me a really uneasy feeling, so I didn't stay there long. It takes quite a bit to freak me out, so I was surprised that I couldn't even stomach the first website I clicked on. But it's not supposed to be all unicorns and rainbows, right? Next, I clicked on a website dedicated to watching people through security cameras. Most of the screens showed empty living rooms and patios. Some of them showed oddly decorated rooms, like one packed with stuffed animals and another eerily decorated with Christmas lights and fake Santa Claus statues. Another screen showed a young woman doing yoga, which had a lot of views. I didn't watch that one for long. Something inside me felt off. Like what I was doing was sickening. I shook my head, blinking away any more curiosity before I hovered my mouse over the tiny X to close the window. Right before I clicked, I saw a blue link under a black screen that said, "Proceed with caution." I bit down on my back teeth, internally yelling at myself to leave the page. It could be something horrible, which would make me an accomplice. What if it was someone skinning an animal or something like that? But then again, what if it wasn't? I don't know what drove me to move my mouse away from the window, hovering it over the link instead, but that's where I ended up. My curiosity always got the best of me, and no matter how twisted my stomach felt, or how strong the feeling that lingered over my head was, I had to click that link. I really just had to know what the link led to, or I would go crazy until I finally figured it out. So, I pressed my mouse down and watched the link turn purple, feeling my mouth go dry as the screen slowly loaded. The page consisted of a large screen, like the security camera page. The room was concrete and dark. There must have been a night vision camera or something, because everything had a weird green tinge, but you could tell there was little to no light. There was a dark liquid on the floor in a medium-sized puddle. I told myself it was gasoline. Don't ask me why. Movement in the far right of the screen caught my attention, and I immediately perked up in my desk chair, inching my face closer to the screen of my laptop. It looked like an arm, like someone's forearm. They were standing there, not really moving but subtly swaying, just enough to not look completely still. "Hey," I said before shaking my head and slapping my mouth shut. "Stupid." Then, the person walked over towards the left of the screen. I felt my stomach knot, felt my throat tingle and tighten, and felt bile rising in the back of my throat. I knew my mouth was open, gaping, and my eyes were wide, my face twisted in an expression of pure disgust. It was a young woman. She couldn't be older than 25 or so. Long, dark, and dirty hair was in tangles, like she'd been pulling at it. Her leg was dragging, her other skinny leg doing most of the work as she limped around. Suddenly, the woman raised her head, and it looked like it weighed a ton on her tiny body. I hadn't noticed it before, only able to barely make out her side profile, but now it was clear as day. She looked around, eyes watering with tears and black makeup streaming down her face. Small strands of bloody thread were intertwined in her lips, messily tied, locking them together. Dark blood stained her chin, probably from where she tried desperately to open her mouth, to scream. Her dainty fingers were stained as well, the same color as the puddle on the concrete. My whole body felt weak. My stomach was sick. I tried to tell myself it was fake, that it was all a big hoax. My eyes scanned to the bottom left of the screen. 5,623 people were watching. Unable to fight it any longer, I ran straight into the bathroom, puking my insides into the toilet bowl. Everything in me felt disgusting. Twisted. Once I was finally done, I lay on the floor of the bathroom, letting the cold towels try to soothe my burning body. My head was spinning. I kept repeating to myself that I shouldn't have clicked the link, I should have left, I should have closed the window and told my inner curiosity to go away. Instead, I was lying on the floor, with the bathroom reeking of vomit, and my mind a complete mess over what the hell I just watched. Should I get the link and send it to the police? My first instinct was to copy the link, just in case, then call the police and inform them of what was happening. Maybe they could trace the IP address or something. Maybe they would recognize the girl and know where to start looking. Maybe I could save her life. I'd feel really dumb if this was all fake just to get viewers, but I wasn't about to gamble. Not with what was at stake. I tried to ignore the dizzy feeling that was flooding my head as I started to pace around my room. My phone suddenly buzzed in my pocket, scaring the living daylights out of me. I stopped mid-panic and picked it up with shaky hands. I saw my girlfriend's name and immediately answered. My voice was a complete wreck, my eyes finding the screen where the girl shrunk down to the ground, the sound of her cries bouncing around the room, making my body feel rigid. I had nothing left to throw up, but I still felt so sick. "Madeline, you're not going to believe what I just saw." "What? Are you okay? Have you been crying?" "I'm not okay," I answered, averting my eyes from the screen. "I know you said to stay away from the deep web, but... Are you kidding me?" Her voice went from caring to mad in a split second. "I told you to stay away from that place. You never listened to me." "There's a girl," I said. "She's trapped in some basement or something. Her mouth is sewn shut. There's blood all over her face and hands." "I don't know what to do, Madeline." The woman's cries got louder and more desperate, but muffled. "I'm so sorry. Close it out, clear your history, and never go back there again." "I'm not kidding. But, should I call?" "No." Her voice was stern. You don't know if it's real. It's probably staged to get attention. Apparently idiots click on things like that. People do it all the time. That's why I said it'd be best if you just stayed away from there. You could get yourself into a lot of trouble. I didn't say anything, wordlessly walking over to the desk. My hands shook as I moved the mouse to the small X once more. My eyes watched the number of viewers slowly tick higher before I closed the window. I felt even worse than before. We can file a report tomorrow, but go to sleep and stay away from the deep web. I can't believe you even went there in the first place. I didn't have the energy to argue with her. Guilt plagued my whole body. It was all I could feel. I told her good night, that I was sorry and that I loved her before I made my way to the couch to sleep. It didn't feel right being in my bedroom or anywhere near my computer. Not while that girl was still trapped, unable to scream for help, unable to talk at all. I know it could be fake, but was that really a risk I was willing to take? I looked up some Google searches about what was fake on those kind of websites and read multiple stories about staged webcam videos, which made me feel a little bit better. But it didn't make the guilty feeling go away. It's safe to say that I didn't get much sleep. Every time I closed my eyes or even began to drift off, I would see the woman's face, the thread laced into her lips, the blood staining her mouth, her fingers, the floor. I continued to grow more and more anxious and uneasy, deciding that maybe getting out of the house, heading over to the local CVS and picking up some melatonin might help. I threw my blanket off, slid on my shoes, and grabbed my keys and wallet from the nightstand. The cold air felt amazing and did wonders to calm the whirlwind of thoughts in my head. I went to check the time, realizing I'd left my phone at home. Not a huge deal, the store was only a few minutes away from my house. I ended up buying melatonin and a stronger sleeping pill just in case it didn't work. I also got a pack of bottled water to rehydrate after vomiting earlier. By the time I got home, I felt much better, which lasted about 3 seconds before I noticed that my front door was wide open. I may have been in a state of shock and panic, but I never ever leave my front door open or even unlocked. My heart immediately began to thud against my chest. I got out of my car, closing the door quietly and unlocking my trunk, grabbing the crowbar that I kept in there. I yelled into the house, waiting for any noise. "Who is there?" My own voice was shaking and weak. I was met with complete silence. Keeping the crowbar up and ready to strike, I walked to the couch and felt for my phone. As soon as I found it, I hit the emergency button and waited until I got a hold of a 911 operator, letting her know that I thought my house had just been broken into. She told me police would be on their way. After checking around the house for anything out of place, I decided to give my girlfriend a call, letting her know what had happened. The phone rang and just kept ringing. After getting her voicemail, I hung up, knowing she'd probably be asleep this late at night. I waited about 20 or so minutes for the police to show up and walked around with them like a scared puppy as they checked every room. They ended up just having me fill out a report, telling me they'd keep patrol cars in the area just in case anyone else got hit. As they were leaving, I checked to see if Madeline had called back yet, but there weren't any missed calls. However, I did notice several outgoing calls to her cell phone. Outgoing call to Madeline, 3:12 a.m. There were multiple outgoing calls to her, almost every 2 minutes. They stopped at 3:56 a.m., which was around the time I'd gotten home. My mind went into automatic panic, knowing for a fact that I did not make those calls. I quickly checked my texts, reading mine apparently sent out at 3:23 a.m. "Hey, can't sleep. Gonna come over. Mind leaving the back door unlocked so I can get in?" I did not send that message. My stomach dropped, my heart thudded loudly in my chest as I noticed her reply directly underneath. "Sorry, I was sleeping. Thanks for waking me up, by the way. Lose your key again? It's unlocked, don't be too late." Without a second thought, I jumped up, running to lock all the doors and windows in my house, keeping the crowbar tight in my hand as I ran to my car. I drove as fast as my little Civic would allow, all the way to her house, ignoring any stoplights. It only took me 3 minutes to get there, but I still knew it'd be too late. I made my way to her back door, feeling every cell in my body burn when I saw it was wide open. My face was hot, my hands were shaking, but I stepped in, crowbar raised like a bat, ready to swing. I tried to keep my emotions at bay as I looked around her dark house. "Madeline?" I called out. "Are you okay?" Nothing. Silence. "Madeline?" A small scream came from her bedroom just up the stairs. My legs jerked to a run as I flew up the stairs, slamming her door open. I looked at her empty bed, her empty room. Confused, I heard the scream again. Only this time, I heard it coming through her computer monitor. I felt numb as I looked at the screen, noticing the same website I saw earlier. This time there were 2 women. The first woman was lying on the floor, not moving, in that puddle of dark liquid. I recognized the second girl, just as I had recognized her voice. My heart shattered as I saw her face, streaked in blood, the same threading sewn into her eyelids, locking them shut. Her scream hit my bones, surrounded my body. It was all I could hear. Her face was twisted in pure terror. I cried pathetically as her voice began to go out, continuing to grow weaker and more rasped. I locked my jaw, picking up my cell and dialing the cops for the second time, only this time it barely rang once before the deep, gravelly voice of another man answered. "You should not have called." Chills shot down my body, and I heard the phone thud as it hit the carpeted floor. My breath hitched in my throat as I bent to pick it up, hanging up the call and racing down the stairs. How did he do that? How did he redirect my call away from the police? I felt my heart race as I darted out of her back door, in a frenzy as I sprinted to the closest house. I pounded on the door, screaming at the top of my lungs until the neighbor opened it, her face tired, confused, and scared. She let me in, and I explained through frantic tears what had happened. I'm typing this on my phone to post as we both try to get a hold of the cops, but neither of our calls are going through, and neither is her landline. I think someone is messing with our cellular signal, and they may have cut our phone line, but we're going to keep trying. I don't know what's going to happen to me. If you don't hear from me again, please take this advice and this experience to heart. Stay away from the deep web. I've always had a morbid sense of curiosity. That's not something I'm particularly proud of. I've always just chalked it up to teenage curiosity. To be honest, it probably started back in middle school when people thought it was fun to send around horrible videos of executions and videos like 2 Girls 1 Cup. Just mentioning it makes me feel old. These days, there's an overabundance of these sites. Places to watch people die, blurry videos of car crashes, beheadings, and animal abuse. Of course, it's not something I actively seek out, but when I stumble across it, I feel compelled to watch, to prove to myself that nothing can affect me. For the truly gruesome stuff, one needs to visit the so-called dark web. As someone who has fallen far behind in the advancement of technology, it absolutely baffled me that only a tiny fragment of the internet is available through a Google search. The rest, which makes up approximately 99.9%, is hidden and requires a special browser to access. With the help of a YouTube tutorial, I quickly downloaded the Tor browser and went on my way to search for the hidden aspects of the internet. It couldn't have taken more than half an hour of clicking on links before I stumbled across something that quenched my thirst for the horrible forever. The website itself was rather plain. Just a black background with a video player in its center and a chat box beneath. Within a few seconds of entering the website, the video had loaded and automatically started playing. What was depicted before me was a scrawny-looking man in his early 20s, strapped to a chair and covered in wounds. In the upper left corner of the video, a timer was counting up each second. 24 minutes and 14 seconds. Please, stop. Please, it was an accident, I swear, he yelled. A larger man entered the picture, holding a large needle connected to an empty syringe. Without speaking a word, he stuck the needle as far as it could go into the victim's abdomen. The victim let out a loud scream as the man removed the needle and plunged it back in. After a few stabs, the man grabbed a hammer and hit the victim straight in the jaw, shattering his mandible and leaving him unable to form any coherent speech. The victim let out a gurgled whimper before passing out. I tried to fast forward the video, sure it had to be fake, but that's when I realized it wasn't pre-recorded footage but a live stream. 26 minutes and 12 seconds were the words that lit up the screen. The chat beneath the video went wild, calling out the victim as a pathetic excuse of a human being, demanding that the man continue the torture. A few seconds passed, and the chat was replaced by a voting form containing only 2 options: life or death. The votes were quickly counting, the bar for death rising rapidly. As much as I could stomach, I couldn't be part of an act of murder, so I quickly voted for life. In the end, the results were displayed on the screen. Out of 200 people, the results were 95% for death, 4% for life, and 1% did not vote. 10 people had tried to save the poor kid, but it wasn't enough. Without further warning, the man grabbed the hammer and started repeatedly hitting him, starting from the legs and working his way up until all that remained was a bloody pile of broken flesh. I sat speechless, staring helplessly at the screen as I noticed that my camera light had lit up. The video player vanished, and in its place, 10 smaller boxes popped up, all displaying people from various places around the world, all being unknowingly filmed by their own webcams. To my absolute horror, one of the boxes showed my bedroom and myself wearing a terrified expression. It quickly dawned on me that these were the people who will be next. A message appeared as a timer counted down towards 0. A few boxes turned black, to which the chat responded with laughter, a hopeless attempt at escape. 3, 2, 1. 9 of the 10 pictures disappeared from the screen, including my own, leaving the screen occupied by a middle-aged Asian man, frozen in fear. We'll see you soon. Good luck. I let out a sigh of both relief and panic. I'd escaped unharmed, but not everyone was that lucky. Of course, I called the police, but by the time they could even look into it, the link had long since expired. I don't know what else I could have done, but it taught me not to look too deep into the depths of the dark web. This is my last resort. I need help. A couple of weeks ago, I swallowed a tapeworm I bought illegally because I wanted to lose weight, but now I think I am having some negative side effects. The whole thing started when my family bought tickets for a cruise to the Caribbean. I have always been overweight, it runs in the family. I'm 19 years old, 5 feet 6 inches, female, and I weigh 200 pounds. I was scrolling through some weight loss websites when an advertisement popped up on the side of an article. Lose the weight without the effort. Normally, I wouldn't fall for clickbait, but I was desperate. The cruise was in a month and a half, and I had 90 pounds to lose. So I clicked it. It took me to the dark web, which I didn't know was possible by just clicking on an ad. But it ended up being really cheap and really easy. They basically sent me 2 things, a little jar with a worm inside, and directions for taking it, which were oddly specific. I had to swallow the worm after eating raw meat, preferably red. It had to be taken between the hours of 9 and 11 p.m., and all the lights had to be off. The worm would pass once my appetite curbed, and I had adjusted to my new lifestyle. I figured maybe these things had an effect on the tapeworm's behavior, so I thought nothing of it at the time. I forced myself to choke down an uncooked hamburger, then swallowed the worm shortly after 9:30 in pure darkness. The first week went by, and nothing happened. No weight had been lost, and I had zero side effects that the directions warned me of. No nausea, abdominal pain, strange cravings, or feelings of hunger. I was starting to think that I had passed the worm or it had died. Whatever had happened, I was upset. The week following, however, was completely different. I woke up that Sunday morning starving. I ate all the bacon my mom had made, including 3 eggs, and the 2 she made for my 5-year-old sister, Maria, after she complained of not being hungry. I spent almost the entire day eating and never felt completely full. That night I stepped on the scale and was pleasantly surprised to find that I had lost 8 pounds. The next few days followed the same routine. Eat everything in sight and still lose weight. My diet did change, which was another side effect. I craved all the protein I could get. I was constantly finding myself in drive-thrus, ordering at least 6 hamburgers and inhaling them with no effort whatsoever. But then, the stomach pain started. I couldn't hold down anything but meat. But I had gotten down to 120 pounds. Who was I to start questioning the process now? My breakfast, lunch, and dinner consisted of nothing but ham and plain cooked hamburger. A few days later, even those meats would not satisfy the worm in my stomach. Raw meat became its meal of choice. It's disgusting. That's what I thought at first. But I've come around to it since. My mom has wondered why I no longer eat the food she makes. I keep telling her that all the weight I've lost means I don't have the same appetite. Which is true, to a point. None of this is the reason I am telling this story. The reason I am writing this is because of a conversation I had after my mom left the room. Maria was sitting at the table eating chicken nuggets with ketchup, happily humming to herself while Mom and I talked. But once it was just me and her, she stopped eating and looked at me. "What's wrong with you, Angie?" I smiled softly. For her age, she was so mature and caring. "Nothing, Maria. I am on a diet. I'm getting healthier, so I'm not as hungry as I used to be." She frowned and widened her big eyes at me. "But I watched you. The other night you pulled raw bacon out of the fridge and you ate it all." I knelt beside her to comfort her, which is why I smelled her. She was sweet, so small and plump. The pangs in my stomach grew stronger, and I felt the roof of my mouth start to salivate. I even got a little dizzy. I was just so hungry. I looked at her little arm resting on the table, and I could practically hear all of her fresh blood running through her veins. I blinked rapidly a few times and stumbled away from my little sister and into my bedroom. I stayed there the rest of the night. That was 3 days ago. I'm down to 99 pounds. I can smell my family from my room. I snuck out last night and tried eating some uncooked hamburger, but I threw it all up. I'm so tired. I haven't slept much lately because my dreams have all been the same. I am looking down at myself. I'm at the dinner table with a full belly and a smile spread across my lips. I can't see what I'm eating, but I can taste it. Rare, bloody, tender, and so savory. It's heaven, nothing I've ever had before. Then I slowly look over to the table, and there she is. Unmoving, but certainly alive. I'm looking at Maria, she's looking back at me. She is splayed out for me like a display, teeth marks and full bites taken out of her chunky little thighs and arms. A part of her cheek is missing, and through the bloody mess, she is silent, smiling at me with those eyes. I smile back at her, and with pieces of bloodied flesh dangling from my teeth, I swallow and lean down to take another bite of my sister. That's when I wake up, crying and starving. I would go to the doctor, but I'm terrified of being out in public. There's so many tasty people out there. I can't even track down the website where I ordered it. I think I'm running out of time. I weighed in at 90 pounds 2 hours ago. I can feel the urges growing, pushing me to feed. I'm starting to really worry that my sister might not have much time left. This all went down during the spring break of my junior year of high school. My school was in a pretty small Iowa town with a district spanning several smaller hamlets. During the summer of 2014, a few friends of mine put together a film club that would make short films and compete in national film festivals against other schools. We were a pretty small group, and I found it kind of difficult to get together for any actual filming until spring break of 2015, when we made plans for a little excursion. 4 of us ended up going on the trip, myself and 3 members of the club, let's call them Jake, Bill, and Kyle. We ended up choosing to go camping at Mossy Glen Hollow, a supposedly haunted state park in northeastern Iowa. Since the 1850s, there have been several murders and suicides at Mossy Glen, including a few decapitations and a hired hitman in the 1930s. Being the edgy teens that we were, we jumped at the chance to go hiking and camping somewhere like that. It was within 15 minutes of a small town as well, so stocking up on food wouldn't be that big of an issue either. So, all lights green, we loaded up 2 of our sedans, programmed the GPS, and off we went for a spring break camping in some haunted woods. After the first hour and a half on the road, a few red flags began to fly. After the last large town before getting away into the boondocks, my phone's data signal cut out, and the GPS randomly changed directions on us. Since none of us had any idea where the hell we were at, or where Mossy Glen was supposed to be, we didn't have much choice but to blindly follow the new route. Once we were firmly in the middle of nowhere, our GPS took us off the paved highways and onto gravel roads. At this point, you typically would see the usual brown Iowa DNR signs designating that you were near a state park, but there were none. There weren't even any tree clumps to indicate that you were near some sort of forest. Another 10 minutes or so into the drive, and the gravel road soon turns into a dirt road, then a low maintenance road, then a Class B minimum maintenance road. With Iowa's dedication to road preservation, this basically means that somebody probably came by and took a peek in the 90s and then promptly forgot about its existence. As we came around the last hilly bend that the GPS shows on our route, we see a farmhouse with a large machine shed, with no lights or activity around either, and no cars in the driveway. A bit weirded out that a house would be right next to a state park, we slow down and keep rolling. To our dismay, however, the road dissolves into a mess of washed tractor tire gouges from last fall's harvest. We stop the cars as far down as we can pass without getting hung up on a frozen rut and unpack some of our equipment. The road gradually narrows, snakes down the middle of a field, and turns down into a small but very thick clump of woods at the bottom of a wide ravine. We get out and hike down the gradually steepening slope and take in the scenery. At first, everything looks like a pretty damn cool set to a film. There are several limestone outcrops hanging off the hillside, a footpath with some picturesque tree overhang, and even a few birds out that made an unseasonal return from wintering down south. We can all hear some water running but can't identify a source from the trail. Looking off in any direction, all we could see was a seemingly endless sea of trees. At the bottom of the hill was a small pond in the middle of a grassy clearing with a fence. As we approached the fence, we noticed a sign, "Private property. Keep out." Bill checks his watch and realizes that it's almost time for dinner, so we trek back to our vehicles and hook up the GPS. The nearest town over was a little place called Edgewood that had several diners and a gas station to load up on supplies for the week. We brought some canned food, but not much beyond that. As we got to town, we realized that Edgewood was a lot smaller than we'd expected, less than 900 people, it would turn out. Everyone knows everyone in these small towns, so we got several weird looks when 4 strangers rolled up with plates from the other side of the state. Kyle asked the cashier and a few people at the gas station about Mossy Glen Hollow and why the only route was through some dude's field on a busted outdoor road. To our surprise, nobody had even heard of a place called Mossy Glen, nor could they figure out why the hell 4 high schoolers suddenly rolled into town looking for the place. We shrugged it off as just a few crazy locals and took back down the dirt trail. As we rounded the corner back near the farmhouse, we noticed that all the lights were still off and nobody seemed to be home. I suggested that we leave some sort of note on the house door that we were going to be parking on the side of the road near their place, just to be safe. It was starting to get late in the day, and being this far out in the country, it wouldn't be unheard of to come face to face with a shotgun when the homeowners found our cars. Since the road was impassable from that point on anyway, parking there wouldn't realistically block anybody off the road and would still technically be on public land. We hiked back down the wooded trail and started scouting for a place to set up camp for the night, making sure to be on the public side of the fence pond area. We discovered that the sea of trees that we saw earlier was actually quite a bit thinner when seen from below. In fact, the dirt path led to a decently sized clearing with a creek and small waterfall cutting through the limestone deposits. None of us could believe that we had missed such a thing a few hours earlier. When Bill comes to the realization, he disappeared around the corner back into the trees and emerges at the top of the trail a few minutes later. Though we could plainly see him, the trees lined up just right so that he could not see anything beyond the rocks below the path ledge. Continuing further up the creek, we noticed that there are conveniently placed rocks about the perfect distance apart to step over without disturbing the water or surrounding rocks. One could walk almost silently down the creek while the sound of the water masked the steps. Not thinking much of it, we take some pictures of the large moss-covered boulders all around and get some pretty nice scenic shots. We find a place to make camp, and everything is going great until we approach the waterfall. Just before the waterfall sat a clearing without any large boulders or rocks, and an odd arrangement of logs. One set horizontal, supported at each end by two piles of rocks. There was a crude stone circle with a pile of burnt logs inside, a fire pit with a bench. Although a bit surprised at first, we shrugged it off as some weekend project that the people of the house put together. After all, with such a cool place just a short walk from home, why not? I have a similar fire pit set up at home, so I'm not too concerned. "Hey, what the hell is this?" Kyle yells from a boulder a few yards ahead. There was an orange beanie, a single gardening glove, an empty can of beer, and a stick of deodorant that had seen some serious wear. Looking closer at the beer can, we realized that it must have been opened fairly recently. Foam is still fresh in the bottom of the can, and it still had a fumey smell. Bewildered by what the hell we just found, Jake starts looking around the side of the boulders upstream of the items. "There's a cave over here," he shouts back to us. Later, he told us that the cave was large enough to comfortably fit a person inside, and, more disturbingly, he saw some red fabric inside as well. Before he can get a good look around, Kyle calls all three of us back over to him with a sense of urgency. He speaks very quietly to us and indicates that we shouldn't shout back. "Shampoo," he whispers, pointing urgently down at his feet. Sure enough, in the mud and the leaves, there's a blue bottle of Suave shampoo right next to the creek. At this point, we're all adequately freaked out and ready to call our little soiree quits. Bill remains pretty sure that this is just junk left behind by the people of the house after a weekend of a few too many drinks, but things just didn't add up to me. There's one detail that I've been leaving out up to this point. The day before, this part of Iowa caught some heavy rain, which contributed to the mud situation on the road and on the trail. With the combination of wind and rain, the items on the rocks would have shown some signs of being wet, if not been displaced entirely. Also, the air was pretty cold, as it is every year around this time, not getting above the mid-40s for the whole week. Then, everything starts to click for me. Whoever drank the beer and left the shampoo, hat, glove, and deodorant must have done so this morning. The fire pit also had fresh char marks on the rocks, and the wood had not been wet for a while, meaning that it must have been lit last night, at the earliest. The small cave would have provided enough shelter from the rain to stay dry. With the freezing temps all throughout the day, Whoever was using shampoo out here must have had little other choice to do so. If it was the homeowners, they would have had to be serious masochists, debating the shallow freezing rocky creek rather than at home. If it wasn't them, then we likely weren't alone right now. Whoever left these things out left in a hurry, and if they were here 4 hours ago, they would have been able to see us on the trail cliff long before we even knew they were down here. Remembering the arrangement of rocks on the stream, they could have even been leaving their camp just as we were coming down the dirt trail. As I processed this, I started to look around at my surroundings and realized that the small area was bordered by the thick trees on the trail side, several sets of huge boulders on the pond side, and limestone cliffs everywhere else. Due to the tree, rock, and hill cover, you could light a fire in the pit at night, and nobody around would ever know. If you were wearing brown or green, you could easily see down from the rocks on top to the camp below while blending in with the trees above. Coming to these realizations, I noticed something else, something more sinister. The birds and small animals that we previously heard were now quiet. Aside from the soft babble of the creek, the entire place was completely silent. As I started to explain this to the rest of the group, I saw the wheels turning in their heads as well. Jake starts to head back to the small cave when something rustling up on the limestone ridgeline catches our attention. Something large was shifting around up there, something that apparently didn't want Jake to see what was in the cave. We all look up, and whatever made the noise starts shuffling down the ridge toward the makeshift camp. Because of the high cliff, the only way down to us would be by going all the way back down to the pond and then doubling back up the stream. Realizing this almost by ourselves, and how open we were, we booked it back up the stream, up the dirt path, across the field, and back to our cars. On the drive back to Edgewood, we all tried to process what just happened. I take a look at the satellite map, and the only really accessible way to the cliff where we heard the noise would be to walk up there from the pond. It was too craggy to approach from the adjacent field to the east. Whatever made that noise would have had to be large too, and a deer getting up there wouldn't necessarily be out of the question. It would have had some incredible timing to have started moving just as Jake started looking at the cave and whatever red fabric was inside. Kyle found a report of an escaped convict from a local prison a few weeks ago and was convinced that it was his camp that we found, though we were all doubtful at best of this idea. To satisfy his concerns, we agreed to report the strange things we found to the police anonymously, since we all wanted to really get home at this point. None of us followed up on them, and I doubt anything came out of it. A small town police department gets a report of strange sightings from some stranger, and the same day, some high schoolers roll up and park outside a farmer's house for a few hours. Doesn't exactly spell high-threat criminal activity to me. Still, things just don't seem to add up. Whoever came running down that cliff, if indeed it was a who, wanted to keep whatever was inside the cave hidden, but not enough to actually fight some teenagers. We figured he just wanted to scare us off since the noises seemed to stop once we reached the dirt path. I thought it odd that someone living out in the woods, with something seemingly to hide, would set up shop in a state park. That is until I checked my GPS again. That little route that it took us on was an old entrance to the park that had been cut off by the purchase of the lake area. The map records used for Google's navigation were updated and we couldn't see that. The place we were at was still public land, for sure, but not quite what we pictured. I would like to state that this story might read like the plot of a 1980s horror movie and is going to be very long. However, this entire story is true. If not for being 5 miles from cell reception and the way the story ends, there would be a police report for verification. I tried to camp with my buddy twice a month, now that I have a vehicle that can be trusted to get me to some of the more remote areas of our state. We planned a camping trip for the past weekend. We chose a fairly remote location that we'd been to the previous weekend. The previous weekend, we were the only people we'd seen within 1 mile of our camp spot. Friday night, we got there and set up. This story takes place Saturday night. It's about 9 p.m., so the sun is long gone and the moon hasn't quite risen yet. It's pitch black out, other than what our fire lights up. Suddenly, we hear a man screaming. We listen intently, silently sharing an anxious look. At first, we were hoping it was someone drunk and having a little too much fun, but it quickly becomes obvious this isn't fun party screaming. It isn't even like he's hurt. It sounds full of despair, anger, and anguish. I'm going to take a moment to remind you that this is 9 p.m., pitch black night in the middle of nowhere, 5 miles from the nearest cell phone signal. We hadn't seen anyone in hours. The screaming continues for what felt like hours, but was probably about 5 solid minutes. We had no idea what to make of it and started feeling extremely paranoid. We gathered up anything remotely close to a weapon and tried to come up with explanations for the screaming while keeping our eyes on the forest around us. After about 10 to 15 minutes of fear-induced paranoia, I nearly fell out of my seat as I watched a flashlight and lantern slowly enter our camp. I greeted the stranger with a basic "how's it going?" before he was even lit up by the fire. He responded quickly but flatly by asking if we could do him a favor. "That depends on the favor," my buddy and I said in unison, obviously tense, holding our weapons close to us. The stranger proceeded to ask if he could hang out for a second by the fire. Given that there were 2 of us, and only one of him, plus our myriad of weapons gathered from around the camp to within our arm's reach, we decided to agree and let him hang out. After a short second of awkward silence, I asked him what the hell was going on. He proceeds to tell us that he was camping down the trail with his buddy and that his buddy had snapped and tried to kill him. "Wait, what?" I said before the thought even finished processing in my head. "Is that the screaming we heard earlier?" The man slowly nods, staring blankly into the fire, and begins his story. "We were just hanging out. We came up earlier today and my buddy just freaked out. He started screaming and just wouldn't stop. Then he attacked me. He lunged at me, and I told him to just back off and chill. Well, he kept coming after me and it started getting pretty violent, and I'm pretty sure he was going to kill me. So, I grabbed my car keys, the light, and I ran. I don't know what to do. He chased me when I ran, and I don't know what to do. We don't have firearms or anything, we only have a hatchet." My buddy and I looked at each other for a second, completely astonished, then something horrible dawned on me. "Wait, he chased you? Like, he's on his way here?" The man just slowly nods in reply, and right on cue, like some terrible horror movie come to life, we hear screaming from maybe 30 to 40 feet from our camp, down on the main trail. "I just want to talk," is what we heard him screaming. I'd never in my life heard a man scream like this. I'd never heard anything like it. It was a brutal scream that was shrill to the ears, yet deep in pitch, the sound of someone gone completely mad. And the way he said the stranger's name would switch erratically from long and melodic to short punches of sound. We killed our lights, became silent, and listened. By some miracle, the madman did not notice our camp and continued walking down the trail, screaming the whole way. We ended up chatting with this scary guy for hours, listening to the screaming getting further and further away. We come to find out they had taken 4.5 to 5 grams of mushrooms each, and Gary's buddy was a coworker of his and was fine for 3 hours, then suddenly snapped. It seemed as though he thought he could kill Gary and steal his good trip. We hear the screamings getting further and further for over 2 hours. By this time, it's 11 p.m., the moon is starting to come out, and it's below 30 degrees Fahrenheit. He had no jacket or flashlight, according to Gary. My buddy and I are way too drunk to drive out camp to get cell service, as it was snowy and icy and required 2 to 3 miles of highway driving after getting off the trail. Gary was still lightly feeling the effects of mushrooms, so he couldn't drive back either. We had to make the decision to let the guy wander, hoping he sobered up and could find his way back. And he did, right into our camp. We hear yelling after about an hour of no screams, maybe 30 to 50 feet from camp again. "Hey, help, please help me." We tell Gary to hide, just in case, and we greet the man, with me carrying my 12-gauge shotgun, holstered, my buddy carrying his rifle, and also with our flashlights on their brightest settings in his face. He was about 6 feet 2 inches and approximately 300 pounds. We talked to him, decided he was calm enough to talk with, and walked him back to his camp. He seemed really remorseful, said he blacked out and didn't remember anything, that he had a falling out with his buddy. We escorted him back to his camp down the trail, returned, and told Gary that he seemed cool, and if anything else happens to scream and come running, we would come out and help him out. It ended up being a happy ending. We made friends with Gary, and I got his phone number to make sure the next day that he got back into town safely, back to his wife and kid. And we're actually planning on a camping trip with him soon. But the other guy, who wandered screaming like a deranged maniac in the forest, potentially wielding a hatchet to murder his friend, was not invited. To understand my story, you need to know a bit about trespassing laws in our country. We don't have any. As long as you are respectful and non-destructive, you can walk over any hills you like, and in my case, camp on any beach of your choosing. So long as you leave the area as you found it. I used to love camping as a child. Our family would go multiple times a year with a large group of my parents' friends and their kids. On average, there were maybe 10 of us at a time, which was a bit of a logistical challenge since we always headed out to this one really remote beach on the coast. Actually, we weren't the only ones. There were always yachts bobbing just off the shore with people in them, and other campers lining up the beach. Most of them also had children or teenagers, so it wasn't a wild party scene. It was very much an informal family holiday spot. There was even a small building with toilets and showers installed nearby, even though this was the middle of nowhere. I guess the local council must have figured it out, then got sick of people peeing behind bushes. We took a trip up in spring 2011. I remember this because I got my dog in winter 2010 after picking her out that November. I got her from the shelter as a birthday gift to myself, since I paid her adoption fee. She will be very important to the story later on. Let me tell you a little about Parmesan. Parmesan came to me as a 6-month-old puppy who had been rescued from a dog fighting situation. We're not entirely sure what breed she is, but my best guess is a Lurcher Staffy mix. She is a wonderfully well-tempered dog with people and most dogs, but you absolutely do not threaten her. By the time of this camping trip, I had Parmesan for a few months. She'd never come camping with us before, but as far as my family is concerned, dogs go on camping trips, so we all piled into the car, and she came with us. Unusually, none of the family friends could make it, so it was only me, my sister, my dad, and my mom. I didn't mind. I wasn't that attached to the other kids. I'd rather play with my dog, and I'd still have my sister. The drive took the best part of 6 hours, and because we left a bit later than normal, although I don't remember why, we arrived at sunset, not a good time to be building a tent. But we expected to arrive to other campers already set up, the beach illuminated by campfires. The beach was empty. In spite of this, my parents started taking stuff out and trying to build the tent. They asked us to fetch some of the lighter bags from the boot of the car while they sat, pointing a flashlight at the sand to see properly. I rolled down the window of the car for Parmesan before getting out. It was pretty hot for that time of year, and I wanted her to have air. I always got to be looking out for my furry little homie. As we fumbled about in the dark on a beach in the middle of nowhere, it was pretty spooky. The one road that led to this beach was circular and had a bridge over the water, meaning you could basically circle around the beach like a big O shape if you felt like it. I wasn't really paying any attention to the road. I was complaining I was tired, as kids do. But my mom was. After maybe 15 minutes of my dad trying to nail the tent into the sand, my mom asked him if he had seen that car drive around. It's been a few times. My dad kind of shrugged her off. He's sort of like that. I don't know if he said anything back to her, but after a few more minutes, a car pulled up next to ours on the road, and someone got out. It was maybe 15 or 20 feet from the cars to where we were, and the light was pretty low except for the torches. We weren't expecting to see anyone else out here at this point, and I think my mom said it must be security. I don't know why a random beach would have security, and I think what she meant was the Wildlife Trust or something, as they do occasionally come down to do their work. The guy was walking pretty unevenly. He must have been drunk or high because he had that stagger to him. There was absolutely no way this guy was sober. Cool, a junkie. Not an unusual find, but it's rare to see them in the wild. As he walked into the flashlight range, we realized he was carrying a large knife, maybe 15 inches, although I was small at the time, so maybe my sense of scale was off. I don't like my dad, but credit to him, once he saw this, he got up immediately, holding onto the camping mallet, and put us all behind him. The man began to shout wildly at us that we can't camp here, and he was just letting us know. My dad tried to initially be a bit friendly with the guy and told him that was fine, we'd leave, but this didn't work. He kept coming closer to us, so my dad started shouting, and the man kept shouting back. My sister and I were crying. I remember shaking. I was utterly terrified, as I'm sure anyone would be in that situation. It really did seem like this guy and my dad were going to fight, and I'm going to be honest, I didn't fancy my dad's chances. While it's grim to consider, I'm absolutely convinced he would have killed my dad and possibly us as well once he was done, as I don't think my mother would have had the common sense to run with us. I love her, but she's always put her relationship with my dad above us. This isn't how it went down. From the black, like a wolf descending on its prey, took us all by surprise, most of all the man with the knife. In that moment, Parmesan was the apex predator, large canines representing nature. She got him good by the arm and clamped down hard, ripping his jacket and shredding the skin underneath. He dropped the knife as it had been in the arm she latched onto. He kicked her, he punched her, and eventually got her off. He grabbed the knife from the sand and ran back to his car and drove off. Parmesan didn't follow him. She stayed with us, covered in blood. As quickly as we could, we gathered our things and all got back in the car, all pretty shook up by the incident. I looked Parmy over. She was okay, but the car's window was much more open than I left it. We think what had happened was when the shouting started, she must have put a paw upon the gap I'd left for her, as it was an old car and had the manual windows, not an electric button. We think she must have been able to hit it with her paws to force it down enough to squeeze out. This is not the end of my story. We were all pretty scared, and since we had a dog with us, we couldn't book into a hotel for the night. My parents decided to just drive home so we could all feel safe, but first, we had to drive into the nearest town for petrol as they were kind of low. I spent the time trying to clean Parmesan up a little. I'd always loved dogs, but what she just done for me blew my mind. As we drove into town, we came across a gas station, but it looked closed. My dad drove up closer and stuck his head out of the window to get a better look at the sign. My mom asked him what on earth he was doing, and he told her he was trying to see when it opens. My heart sank. parked in the corner behind a van, so we didn't see him at first, was the man with the knife. He was sitting on the bonnet of his car, using some tissue paper to clean up his arm. It looked pretty bad. Without stopping to refuel or look anywhere else in town, my dad drove right out of there. He decided to go to the next town over, but this was too remote. The next town over was 60 miles away. He didn't have that much petrol. We realized as we began driving, we were going to break down. "That's fine," Dad said. We had a cover. They'd come to his home, or at least somewhere acceptable for the night, better than staying in the last town. After driving for maybe 5 minutes, lights flashed from behind. Another car. The same car the man had been driving. It was him, following us. He must have realized we were low on petrol. The next half hour was one of the worst half hours of my life. I had a complete and utter breakdown, as did everyone really. I could tell my parents were trying to keep it under wraps so it wouldn't upset us, but we were really little kids. We were both double digits. We knew how dangerous this situation was. Dad turned off the radio to conserve petrol, and the man followed us for 55 miles before he peeled away onto another road. Our fuel meter was on the big red E for empty for the last 10 miles. We were driving on fumes. I don't really believe in God, but if he does exist, that was definitely one of his miracles. Once we got there, we refilled to a full tank before driving the rest of the way home. My sister and I slept in the car after that. I only woke up once we made it all the way home, just grateful nothing worse had happened than that. After getting some sleep, my mom phoned the non-emergency line for the police and reported what had happened, and they never got back to her after that. But apparently, the woman she spoke to said they may wish to in the future, as he matched the description of a suspect wanted in relation to a murder charge. No idea if he actually was that guy or just a random psycho. As I said, they never got back to her. So what's the takeaway then, other than avoiding the crazy man on the beach? Well, for me, it's that I love Parmesan. She's still with us now, old as the hills and twice as grizzled as one of my mom's friends likes to joke. I don't know why she did what she did that day, but I couldn't tell you what her thought process was. What I do know is that this poor puppy was born into an environment where they abused and neglected her, only to be rescued and taken shelter to where her mother and siblings all found homes before her. Despite how badly people had treated her, when I took her home, she forgave but never forgot. I think the saying is, I never trust a person who doesn't like a dog, but I always trust a dog when they don't like a person. They have a very good understanding of human body language, and I think she must have understood how much danger we were in. I paid £78 for Parmesan's adoption fee, which is a lot when you're a kid, but it chills me to my bones knowing if I hadn't been so insistent on a dog, I might have been killed. I'm a wilderness survival instructor and security contractor. A couple of days ago, a good friend of mine, who is also one of my students, informed me that his dad just acquired 150 acres of land in a secluded and mountainous part of my state. This is someone with whom I've explored the woods before. He's more than competent when it comes to wilderness survival. The property, largely unexplored except for 100 yards that his dad had used for his horses, who are currently roaming freely, seemed intriguing. According to my friend, his dad got an incredible deal on the land. Given my friend, now a father of 3, doesn't get out into the woods often, I agreed to join him for what seemed like a fun outing and much-needed break. We share interests in our indigenous roots, cars, wilderness survival, and various other activities, ensuring lively conversations while in the woods. However, his dad cautioned us against exploring the woods without a gun, citing the presence of coyotes. But being natives of this area, we know coyotes rarely pose a threat to people. Additionally, my friend, whom we'll call DJ, previously mentioned seeing human-sized movement in the tree lines during his earlier visits to the property. Yet, due to his poor eyesight, he couldn't confirm what he had seen. For our exploration, I brought along my AR and a small flint napping kit, mainly for amusement. And off we went onto the property. Initially, we hiked across fields and creeks, multiple natural springs and ponds, everything appearing normal and showcasing a beautiful landscape. But as we ventured into the unexplored forested section, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The forest exuded an eerie ambience reminiscent of the woods in the movie The Ritual. Gray and ominously quiet, except for the occasional creaking of the tall cedar trees. It felt like we were being observed from every angle. The air carried a putrid stench, akin to rotting flesh. Intrigued, we followed the smell and stumbled upon the remains of 3 to 4 cows. I took a video of them to show them to anyone who might know what could have done this. Examining the exposed skulls revealed no evidence of bullet wounds. Something had killed them, scattering their bones over a 30-yard area. Large and vague footprints surrounded the remains. Pressing deeper into the woods, accompanied only by silence, the smell of death, and the sound of our own heartbeats, we noticed various tracks along the stream. There were large coyote prints and something else, also large, intentionally avoiding the sand. Continuing, we encountered trees bent over and pinned behind others while still alive. An occurrence impossible in nature. Further along, we discovered what resembled a primitive tool made of bone, possibly a scooping tool or knife. It disturbed us because although rudimentary, it appeared more primitive than anything a human would make, yet clearly shaped intentionally. Our hike led us to a clearing with a pond encircled by large circular tracks. On the opposite side of the pond stood a peculiar little tree structure, an A-frame with rocks propped against it. However, it lacked stability, and the arrangement of rocks seemed oddly deliberate. Notably, there were no signs of campfires or camping debris nearby. This wasn't a location easily accessible from a house. I extensively photographed and filmed this strange hut-like structure. As dusk approached, we decided it was time to head back. I had a flashlight attached to my AR, but relying on that in the dark, when there's something out there capable of killing cows and making tools out of their bones, didn't seem wise. We retraced our steps out of the forest, reaching our trucks just before it became too dark. While leaving, we noticed an unidentified figure atop one of the hills, but chose not to investigate further. It's worth mentioning that the previous owner commenced construction on the property, abruptly stopped, and vacated the premises. We're planning on going back there again this weekend, but this time with a few more people and all of our camping gear. I grew up in these woods and usually feel comfortable there. However, I stumbled into a few unsettling situations that would stick in my mind forever. This was one such occasion. I was 18 at the time. One evening, my 2 friends, Mike and Paul, and I decided to go camping. Well, camping might not be the right word since we didn't plan to spend the night, just chill and have some fun around the campfire for a while. The plan was simple: head out, build a campfire, drink a few bottles of wine, eat something, and head back home for a good night's sleep. We met at my house while it was still sunny outside, got ready, and headed out. Our destination was an old abandoned quarry in the middle of the woods, about 40 minutes from my house. Even though the quarry had a tragic and frankly creepy history, it was a popular place for such occasions. When we got there, the sky was already reddish as the sun slowly sank behind the hills. We quickly gathered all the firewood we could find so we wouldn't have to look for it later. As darkness fell and everything around us turned into impenetrable blackness, we managed to get the fire going. We were in a great mood and were getting ready for our first toast. That's when we realized we made a horrible mistake. We forgot the corkscrew. We attempted to open the wine without it, but quickly gave up. The bottles were quite expensive, and we didn't want to damage them. At this point, it was clear that one of us would have to jog back to retrieve the corkscrew. After some discussion, I volunteered with 2 conditions. Firstly, they would give me a hatchet in case something went wrong along the way. Secondly, no pranks when I got back. Mike and Paul agreed without hesitation. They handed me a hatchet and a flashlight and sent me on my way. As I jogged through the forest, I heard a noise resembling a boar. Suddenly, I remembered a warning I received from an older hunter a few days ago. He said that at this time of year, boars were getting dangerous, especially at night. I was a bit nervous, but luckily managed to survive unharmed. I arrived safely back home, much to the surprise of my mom, who didn't expect me so early. I explained the situation. She just laughed. I grabbed the corkscrew and headed back. Not wanting to encounter a boar, I chose another slightly longer path, this time through an open field. After a while, I reached our spot. It was a small clearing surrounded on one side by massive rocks, maybe 70 meters tall, and on the other side by a thick forest. Our campfire was in the middle of the clearing. When I approached it, I realized that there wasn't anybody around, although our backpacks were still on the ground and the fire was burning brightly. Great. We specifically agreed that there would be no pranks when I got back. Those guys think they're funny, I thought to myself. I resignedly sat down near the fire facing the woods. That's the only place where they could have hidden, I thought. I was really tired, and all I could think about was the taste of that exquisite Pinot that we brought with us. I wasn't in the mood for their games, and I was getting quite mad. That's when I heard the snapping of twigs and rustling of leaves from the edge of the forest, maybe 30 meters from where I was sitting. The sound was rhythmic and undoubtedly the sound of somebody walking. I aimed my flashlight in that direction and spotted a tall person wearing a dark hoodie. As I shined my flashlight on him, he stopped walking, turned towards me, and just kept staring motionlessly. Even though he was facing me directly, I couldn't see his face. I shouted, "Paul, you fat jerk. I know you're trying to scare me. We agreed on something, so stop messing around and come out." As I finished, the hooded figure turned and walked deeper into the woods. At that moment, my phone started ringing. I hurriedly took it out of my pocket. It was Mike. I took the call and started barking at him, "Really funny, you guys. I thought we agreed on something. What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about you trying to mess with me. I clearly saw you, so you can come out." Mike seemed frozen for a minute. For what felt like an eternity, all I could hear was his heavy breathing and Paul mumbling something in the background. When he finally snapped back to reality, he said, "Dude, we're at your house. We heard some footsteps. At first, we thought it was you messing with us. But then we got scared and decided to look for you. I forgot my phone at your house, so we couldn't even call you. Just get out of there, and we'll come back for our stuff together." Nonsense. That's just another of your stupid pranks, and I'm not buying it. Hold on a second. There was some incoherent mumbling for a while. "Hey, what's going on?" My mom's voice suddenly came from the phone. My head spun, and my heart skipped a beat as I realized they weren't kidding. Suddenly, a wave of fear ran through my body. However, I managed to convince my mom that everything was fine and that she shouldn't worry. She gave the phone back to Mike. "Just leave everything and come back. We're heading over right now. We'll meet you halfway there. I'm not going anywhere alone again. You better get here quick. I'm waiting for you." I hung up. I didn't want to make any more noise than I already did. I quickly turned off my flashlight and backed off from the light of the fire. I moved all the way to the huge wall of rocks, figuring that if I had my back covered, it would eliminate one possible approach for the unwanted visitor. I stood there in complete darkness, trying not to make a sound while tightly clutching my hatchet, which would be my best friend for the next half an hour. I had to convince myself not to curl into a ball in fear. Even my own body started to betray me as my hearing worsened due to my wildly beating heart. I tried to calm myself, but in the worst case scenario, every bit of adrenaline would help. After what seemed like an eternity, I spotted 2 weak light beams coming from the forest. I heard Paul shout my name. I'd never been so relieved. I finally ran out of my hiding spot to greet my friends. For quite some time, we just stood there, laughing from relief. We even got a bit cocky and considered staying. After all, there was just one, supposedly, creep lurking between the trees, and there were 3 of us. Funny. Minutes earlier, I was terrified, and suddenly I was full of tough bravado, thinking, what could possibly happen? In the end, good judgment prevailed, and we decided to leave. We packed our things, extinguished the fire, and left. We took our wine bottles to enjoy somewhere else. Somewhere well-lit and safe. I work for a well-known university as a field biologist and have recently been contracted out to the National Forest Service. My first assignment has been in the Potomac district of the Monongahela National Forest. Basically, I receive GPS coordinates and I either drive or hike to the designated spot and do what they want. This could be setting up trail cameras or counters, monitoring equipment, trail surveys and the like, and then recording the data 24 hours after placement. No big deal. I thought it odd that they specifically requested I place the cameras only 3 feet off the ground and some of the infrared cameras in the trees at specified heights. Some of these locations are on designated trails, but some are way off the trail in places that humans would never go. Sometimes, there isn't a hotel or lodging close enough. These are the remote mountains in West Virginia, and the Forest Service has outfitted me in some pretty dang camping gear on the occasions I might have to camp. I am an experienced hiker and camper and have spent many nights alone out in the field due to my career choice. I am a woman, about 5 feet 6 inches and 130 pounds, but not really afraid of anything. Again, the Forest Service has outfitted me well and I wear an emergency beacon that will send every law enforcement officer in the area to my location in no time. So I have been assigned to this district for a few months now and have really enjoyed my work. West Virginia is very remote and unspoiled, and that's why I enjoy my work. I get to see things most people would never see in their lives, and I have had so many positive and almost spiritual moments up until a few nights ago. I was working up near Spruce Knob, which is the highest point in West Virginia. It's essentially a complex system of trails, wilderness areas, camping, that kind of thing. It has also been snowing with howling winds and ice storms. I was camping up there to complete my work, and while the conditions were rough, I was almost enjoying it. My first night in the woods was pretty peaceful. I made dinner, set up camp and drank some whiskey and smoked some really good bud. I snuggled down in my sleeping bag and slept like a rock. It was very cold, but I wore this turtle fur face mask thing and didn't feel the cold too much. I woke up at dawn and went about building my fire back up, and I was starting some coffee when I noticed all this churned up snow around my campsite. Not tracks, just churned up snow like someone or something had kicked it all around. Weird, but whatever. I had a 15-mile hike to set some cameras and didn't have time to really wonder about it. I set off on my hike, did what I had to do, and started back to camp. I never wear headphones or anything like that, because hearing is one of the most important senses in the wilderness. I want to be able to hear any animals, people, etc. before I see them. It was already past dark when I made it back to camp, and I was too tired to do anything except strip down to my base layer, get in my sleeping bag and pass out. Around 2 a.m., I woke up because I could hear people talking. People. I was about 30 miles up a gravel road that was locked with Forest Service gates and about 10 miles from where my truck was parked, and I could hear voices. I completely lost it. I have a firearm and I quietly retrieved it from my pack and got back in my sleeping bag and cocked it and waited. I was on high alert, all my senses going wild. Eventually the voices faded and I couldn't hear them anymore, but I never went back to sleep. At daylight, I emerged from my tent to more churned up snow and my 2 trail cameras hanging from a tree about 5 feet from my tent. These were cameras that I had placed 15 miles out from my campsite. I packed my stuff as fast as I could and practically ran back to my truck. Along the way, I saw a lot of footprints all around my site, and when I reached my truck, I discovered it had been broken into and my computer and other equipment had been stolen. I am currently in a luxury log cabin at some resort, too scared to retrieve my other equipment and too embarrassed to tell my superiors how scared I am. The Forest Service brought me a new truck while my other one is getting the window replaced, and I did make a report about the theft, but there is absolutely no way that I'm ever going back to that site. I don't know if this means I will be fired or sent to work a desk, but out of all the years I have been doing this in national forests around the country, this is the most terrified I have ever been. I am not scared of the animals, and I have many stories to share about my encounters with them. I am scared of the people. I've held this story in for the last 6 years because it sounds crazy, and I got told not to talk about it. I went camping 6 years ago with a now ex-boyfriend. The campsite we picked was beautiful. We were able to drive in through some rough trails. The spot we picked was next to some hiking trails that weren't very far from some natural hot springs and a huge waterfall. We were in the middle of nowhere, absolutely no one was around. We set up camp next to the car, went hiking, soaked in the hot springs, came back, and had dinner. It was all very normal. Until we woke up the next day. I need to give some context as to how we slept that night so you can understand my confusion. Before we went to sleep, I put our food cooler in a stereo that we brought in the car and locked it. I put the keys in the front pocket of my backpack and placed the backpack next to my sleeping bag on the far side of the tent, away from the door of the tent. My boyfriend at the time slept nearest the door of the tent with a gun next to him. When we woke up the next morning, I felt fine. I had slept hard, and from inside the tent, everything seemed normal. When we got out, our campsite was absolute chaos. The fire pit we had made was ruined. The cooler had been thrown, and food was scattered all over the place. The stereo was smashed to pieces, lying next to a tree. All of the car doors were open, including the trunk. We stood there for a minute in silence, just taking everything in. The woods felt strange, it was quiet and not the beautiful campsite that I saw yesterday. Everything about those woods felt wrong. My ex accused me of not locking the car and said that an animal got into our stuff. I promised that I had locked it and went into the tent to grab the keys from my backpack, but they weren't there. I found them later on the ground right next to the car. We quickly threw everything in the trunk and left. My boyfriend was quiet and wouldn't talk to me about what had just happened. He finally spoke up when we were almost home and told me that he had a dream about something kneeling over him in the tent, holding his gun, and just staring at him. When I tried to ask him more questions, he got quiet again and said he didn't want to talk about it and that I shouldn't talk about it anymore either. I've tried to forget about it, but I just can't. Something really wrong happened to us in the woods that night. This happened about 10 years ago, in August 2013. I was camping in far north Queensland, Australia, in a place called Barren Falls. I'm a 21-year-old girl, and I was camping with my 2 male friends who were backpacking from Estonia, Theo and Charlie. Where we set up camp was not an official campsite. Instead, we walked along the tourist path, climbed over a railing, followed a train track for a few kilometers, and eventually veered off into the dense forest, downhill to the river. It certainly wasn't easy to get to this area, and there wasn't any mobile phone service, but Theo knew about it from friends who had shown it to him previously. The site was beautiful. We were surrounded by a tropical forest and were only a short walk upstream from the waterfall. After setting up camp, we walked to the waterfall where both Theo and Charlie plunged from the cliff into the water below. I decided not to follow. I was, and still am, scared of heights and the possibility of hurting myself. I sat and watched them for a while before eventually deciding to return to camp and read my book. I was totally relaxed, enjoying the serenity, taking in the beauty around me. What had been an exciting, adventurous day was then interrupted by a deep, sinister laughter coming from the forest surrounding our campsite. Instantly alerted, I felt chills run through my body as I scanned the forest trying to detect where the laughter had come from. There was nothing. I tried to forget about it, convincing myself that my mind was playing tricks on me. Theo and Charlie returned and told me that they had forgotten fire lighters for the campfire. They said that they need to travel to the nearest store to buy some and that I should wait at camp. I told them that I didn't feel comfortable staying at camp, but didn't mention the laughter I'd heard before. I didn't want them to think I was stupid, and for context, at the time I had quite a large crush on Charlie. Stupidly, I wanted him to think I was cool. They told me it would be fine, that they would be back before dark. Reluctantly, I agreed and they made their way to the store. It was about 4 p.m. and I continued reading my book. I began to think about it, and I realized that the walk back to the car was about 20 to 30 minutes, so they would be gone for well over an hour. At this time of year, dusk would be at 5:30 p.m. or so, and I would therefore likely be alone in this remote area in the dark. I distracted myself with my book, but as dusk began to settle, I struggled to read the pages, and fear began to set in. After about an hour, I started to hear footsteps in the forest. My first thought was that Theo and Charlie had returned, and I was instantly relieved that I was no longer alone. I listened for their voices, but heard nothing. My heart dropped. It dawned on me that it may be someone else, and I started panicking. Then came the laughter. The same deep, sinister laughter I'd heard before, only this time, it seemed much closer. I sprung to my feet and surveyed the forest. That's when I saw him. He was standing on the other side of a stream, which was connected to the river. Standing on a log, what I saw was absolutely bizarre. He was wearing an immaculate tuxedo, with a top hat and all. I remember being puzzled as to how he was able to get to this area in such clean, formal clothes, and I at first thought he may be an apparition or that I was hallucinating. I did a double take, and I was not. I then studied the man's face. It is hard to describe, but it looked like his face was burnt, like Dwight from The Walking Dead, and he had deep scarring covering his face. His hair was shoulder length, very wiry, and unkempt. He laughed, that same laugh I'd heard from the forest. Miraculously, I heard my friends' voices approaching. The man seemed alarmed, and said that he saw somebody else camping upstream, and that he is going to check on them. He left, and minutes later, Theo and Charlie returned. I immediately told them what happened, and they laughed and thought I was making it up, that it was a lame attempt to scare them. Tears began to gather in my eyes, and Charlie realized that I was serious. Theo didn't seem fazed. He was a very stereotypical backpacker and had the carefree nature travelers tend to have. Charlie, however, assured me that I would be okay and had me sleep between him and Theo for the next 2 nights. I barely slept at all for those nights. I kept listening for the laughter, but fortunately never heard it again. For years after, I searched online for any reports of similar encounters. I never found anything, but I have always contemplated what would have happened if Theo and Charlie hadn't returned at that moment. I shudder at the thought. My name is Martin, and I'm a 29-year-old librarian in a quiet suburban town. The tranquility of my daily environment made what happened over the past month all the more shocking and unsettling. I never imagined that my quiet life would be disrupted by a persistent stalker, especially not someone who initially seemed to be just another patron interested in literature. It started subtly enough with a new visitor to the library. Her name was Eliza, and she introduced herself on a busy Tuesday afternoon, asking for recommendations on contemporary fiction, which was my area of expertise. She was polite, enthusiastic about my suggestions, and seemingly just another lover of books. Over the next week, Eliza visited several times, and our interactions remained purely professional, centered around discussions of authors and book genres. However, things gradually started to change. Eliza began showing up at the library every day, timing her visits to when I started my shift. At first, I was flattered by her interest in my recommendations, but it soon became clear that her visits were not just about books. She started bringing me coffee exactly how I liked it, without me ever having mentioned my preferences. Then, small gifts began appearing on my desk: bookmarks, a scarf, and even a paperback copy of a rare book I mentioned once in passing. I tried to set boundaries, explaining that while I appreciated her enthusiasm, the gifts were unnecessary and somewhat inappropriate given our librarian-patron relationship. Eliza seemed to take it well, or so I thought. Her behavior escalated quickly from there. She started waiting for me in the parking lot after my shifts, offering to walk me to my car, which I politely declined. One evening, I noticed her following me as I went to a nearby cafe after work. When I confronted her, she just laughed it off, saying it was a coincidence since she liked the cafe as well. The situation took a darker turn when I started receiving emails from her late at night. The messages were long, detailing how much she thought we had in common and how she felt we were meant to be great friends, if not more. I was firm in my response, asking her to stop emailing me and to maintain a professional distance while at the library. This confrontation led to a brief period of calm, and I hoped that would be the end of it. But it wasn't. One night, I found a letter tucked under the windshield wiper of my car. It was from Eliza, expressing her hurt over my rejections and her conviction that we were destined to be together. This was followed by more letters, each more intense than the last. She began showing up at places I frequented, a local bar, the gym, even a friend's birthday party I mentioned in passing during one of our early conversations at the library. I've since reported the situation to the local police, who are keeping an eye on my workplace and home. I've also installed security cameras at my house. The stress and constant vigilance are taking a toll on me. I'm more cautious, more suspicious, and I feel like I'm losing the peaceful life I once loved. This ongoing situation has shattered my sense of security and privacy. I never expected that my job, providing people with knowledge and resources, could lead to such a personal invasion. I'm Rachel, and I've been dealing with something pretty scary that all started when I ghosted someone from a dating app. His name was Mike. At first, our chats were light and fun, but then he got intense real quick. He'd send long messages about how he felt we were meant to be and how he saw our future together. It was way too much for someone I hadn't even met, so I decided to stop responding and eventually blocked him. About a week after I blocked him, I was at my usual coffee spot, trying to get some work done. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw someone who looked like Mike. I told myself it was just my imagination. After all, I had never met him in person, I only knew him from photos. But then, it happened again. I was shopping for groceries, and I saw someone from behind who looked just like him. I tried to dismiss it as coincidence. The town isn't that big, and it wouldn't be weird if we ran into each other occasionally. However, it started happening too often to ignore. I was at the gym, and I saw him again. This time, he was much closer, and there was no mistaking who it was. My stomach dropped. I had no idea how he would know I'd be there. I finished my workout early and left as soon as I could. The real shock came when I saw him outside my workplace. That was why I knew this wasn't random. He was following me everywhere. Each sighting made me more anxious. I couldn't understand how he found out where I would be. It was like he knew my schedule. After the incident near my work, I confronted him the next time I saw him at the coffee shop. I asked him outright if he was following me. He just smirked and said, "Isn't it funny how we keep running into each other?" It wasn't funny at all, it was creepy. I told him to stop following me or I would call the police. He just laughed and said, "See you around, Rachel." I reported him to the police after that. They took my statement but said they couldn't do much because he didn't break any laws. I started changing my routine, avoiding my usual places, and being more cautious about my privacy settings online. Despite all this, I still feel uneasy. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if he's there. It's exhausting and scary. I'm trying to keep a record of everything for evidence in the future. It's been a wake-up call about how careful you need to be, even with seemingly harmless online interactions. My friend says that I'm partly to blame because I was leading him on, speaking to him for weeks and encouraging the deep conversations. But it's not my fault that I lost interest. Surely someone on a dating app shouldn't be surprised when I block them without explanation. It's not like we ever even met. My name is Emily, and I've been dealing with something pretty unsettling for the past few weeks. It started off as small, rare occurrences, but it's escalated, and I'm not sure what to do about it anymore. It's gotten to the point where I felt the need to share my story here, just to see if anyone else has been through something similar or has any advice. It began about a month ago. I'm a freelance graphic designer, so I often work from coffee shops for a change of scenery. One day, I was at my usual spot, a cozy little cafe downtown, when I noticed a man sitting across the room. He was staring at me, not glancing or looking, but staring intensely. It made me uncomfortable, but I tried to brush it off as him just zoning out. People do that sometimes. However, the next day, I saw him again at a different coffee shop. This time, I was sure it wasn't a coincidence. He had that same intense gaze. I left shortly after arriving, feeling a cold prickle down my spine. Over the next few days, I started seeing him everywhere I went. Whether I was at the grocery store, the gym, or out with friends, he was always there, lurking a distance away. He was always wearing dark, nondescript clothing and a baseball cap, trying to blend in, but always watching me. I decided to confront him the next time I saw him, which was at the public library. I walked up to him and asked why he was following me. He just smirked and said, "You're very interesting." Then he walked away before I could respond. His reaction sent chills through me. It wasn't just a misunderstanding, he was deliberately following me. I started taking different routes and varying my routine, but he always seemed to find me. One evening, I was walking home from a friend's house and noticed him a block behind me. Panic surged through me, and I quickly ducked into a busy restaurant and called a cab home. When the cab arrived, I saw him standing across the street, just watching. That night, I couldn't sleep well at all. Every noise made me jump, thinking he might have found out where I live. The next morning, I filed a report with the police. They took down the details and told me to call if he approached me directly, but there wasn't much they could do without a direct threat. A few days passed without incident, and I began to hope that maybe he had given up. But then, I started receiving letters, no return address, just hand-delivered to my mailbox. The letters were creepy, talking about how he enjoyed watching me, how he felt we were meant to be together, and how he knew we would be together soon. I installed security cameras at my home and changed all my locks, but the letters kept coming. Each one was more unsettling than the last, detailing what I wore on certain days and what I did. I provided these to the police, who started an official investigation, but they haven't made any progress in identifying him. It's been weeks now, and the anxiety is wearing me down. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at shadows. I've stopped going to my regular spots and rarely meet with friends. I feel like I'm becoming a prisoner in my own life. Just yesterday, I saw him again, standing under a streetlight near my house as I came back from a late grocery run. He was just standing there, staring up at my window. I don't know what he wants, but I've never felt so scared. The police are keeping a closer watch now, but it feels like this nightmare is never going to end. I just want my life back, but I don't know how to get rid of him for good. My days are now filled with a pervasive sense of dread, and despite my best efforts and the involvement of the police, the harassment has only intensified. About a week after spotting him standing under the streetlight near my house, things escalated in a way I hadn't anticipated. I started receiving not just letters, but packages. The first package contained a photograph of me walking my dog in the park, a park I hadn't visited in weeks, taken long before I even knew he was following me. On the back of the photograph was written, "Beautiful as always." The realization that he had been watching me for much longer than I thought sent a new wave of terror through me. I installed a more advanced security system, including cameras that covered every possible entry point to my home and made sure that I was never alone when I went out. I began to rely heavily on delivery services to avoid leaving my house. Despite these precautions, the packages kept coming. One contained a necklace that I had lost months ago at a local gym, another a set of my favorite books with specific passages marked "Passages about love and destiny." Each new package felt like a violation, as if he were peering into the very core of my private life. I handed everything over to the police, who assured me they were doing all they could to catch him. They posted a patrol car near my home during the night, which provided some comfort, but it wasn't enough to stop the fear. Then, 2 weeks ago, I received a video message sent to my email, which had been hacked. The video showed clips of me at various locations over the past few months, all taken from afar with a shaky, handheld camera. His voice was overlaid on the video, a deep, distorted tone, saying, "I can see you, Emily. I'm always with you." The invasion felt so complete that I broke down, unable to understand how he could have filmed me so often without my noticing. I decided it was no longer safe to stay in my home. I packed up some essentials and moved in with a friend in a nearby city, leaving my place under surveillance by the police. My friend's house is in a gated community with strict security, which made me feel a bit safer, but the change in scenery hasn't helped much with the anxiety. I'm jumpy at every sound, and I keep the curtains drawn at all times. Despite these precautions, yesterday, my friend received a delivery meant for me. Another package, but this time to her address, which I had told no one about. It contained an old t-shirt of mine, one I donated to charity a year ago. There was a note, "You can't hide from me." The realization that he had found me even here, in a place I thought would be safe, was paralyzing. The police are now considering this stalker a serious threat and have escalated their efforts, but so far, they have not been able to identify him. I'm considering hiring a private investigator, as I feel like I'm running out of options. The thought of living like this indefinitely is unbearable, and I am desperate for a resolution. My name's Alex, and I'm a 34-year-old software developer living in rural Virginia, commuting daily to a small office about 30 miles from my home. The journey typically takes me along Route 27, a quiet stretch flanked by open fields and occasional dense woods. It's usually peaceful but somewhat eerie after sunset. Yesterday evening's drive started like any other, but it took a turn that left me rattled. I've been replaying the events, trying to make sense of them. As I was driving home around 6:30 p.m., the sun had just dipped below the horizon, casting the last of its orange glow. That's when I spotted a woman standing by the side of the road. She was thumbing for a ride, looking remarkably put together with a neat appearance and a small backpack slung over one shoulder. Normally, I adhere to a strict no hitchhiker policy, but something about her prompted me to pull over. Perhaps the way she seemed more like a stranded commuter than a typical hitchhiker. She introduced herself as Sarah as soon as she got in. She said she was headed to the next town over and was meeting friends. She seemed friendly enough at first, making small talk about the weather and local news. However, I noticed she deftly avoided any personal questions about where she was coming from or her reasons for being out here alone. It was strange, but I initially chalked it up to her being private. About 10 minutes into the drive, Sarah pointed to a poorly maintained service road, suggesting it was a shortcut. Knowing the road well enough and its reputation for being less than safe, especially at night, I told her we were better off on the main route. That's when the atmosphere inside the car shifted palpably. Sarah insisted, growing increasingly urgent. Her insistence was alarming. Why was she so desperate to get us onto a darker, more secluded road? I felt a knot tighten in my stomach as her demeanor changed from friendly to frantic. Despite her protests, I kept driving, trying to keep the conversation light, but she wasn't having it. Her agitation escalated quickly from there. She started raising her voice, her words tinged with panic, saying things like, "You don't understand, we need to go back." It didn't make any sense, and it was starting to scare me. I decided I needed to get to a public place where there were other people around, so I headed for a gas station I knew was up ahead. As I pulled into the brightly lit road, Sarah suddenly snapped. She lunged for the steering wheel, trying to force us off the road. I struggled to maintain control of the car, my heart pounding as I managed to stop the vehicle safely in the gas station parking lot. She didn't wait around. As soon as I hit the brakes, she bolted out of the car and disappeared into the night. Shaken, I sat in the car for several minutes, trying to calm down. I eventually went inside to speak with the attendant, who suggested I report the incident to the police. The officers took down my information but seemed doubtful anything would come of it since no one was hurt and nothing was stolen. The drive home after that was tense, and every shadow seemed threatening. When I finally got home, I double-checked all the locks and tried to unwind, but sleep didn't come easily. The whole experience made me question my judgment. It was a harsh reminder of the risks of picking up strangers. I keep going over it, wondering what could have happened if she had managed to steer us off the road and what her motives might have been. I'm still processing everything, feeling a mix of relief and lingering anxiety. I've decided to stick to my initial instincts from now on. No more deviations, no more hitchhikers, no matter the circumstance. It's just too unpredictable, and last night was a little too close for comfort. It was around 11 p.m. last night when I realized I was out of a few kitchen staples, milk, eggs, and some bread. So, despite the late hour, I decided to make a quick trip to the supermarket nearby. It's usually pretty empty at that time, which is how I like it. No lines, no waiting, just a quick in and out. When I got to the supermarket, the parking lot was nearly empty, just a few scattered cars that probably belonged to the night staff. Inside, the bright fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and the usual pop music played softly through the store's speakers. I grabbed a basket and made my way to the dairy section first. As I turned into the aisle for milk, I noticed someone else further down the same aisle. He was a tall man, wearing a bulky jacket, which was odd given the mild weather we've been having. He wasn't looking at products on the shelves. Instead, he seemed to be just standing there, which struck me as odd. I tried not to pay too much attention and focused on finding the milk. After grabbing it, I headed over to the bread aisle. That's when I noticed the man again. This time, he was a few feet away, seemingly examining the bread, but as I approached, he didn't move or pick anything up. Instead, he just watched as I made my selection. A prickly feeling of unease crawled up my spine, but I brushed it off, telling myself he was probably just deciding on what to buy. I moved on to the eggs, and that's when things started to feel really off. I could see him again, out of the corner of my eye, now on the opposite end of the eggs aisle, just standing there, still not shopping. At this point, I couldn't ignore the sinking feeling in my gut that something was wrong. Was he following me? Or was it just a coincidence that he was in every aisle that I went to? Trying to shake the feeling, I decided to test my growing suspicion by doubling back to the dairy section under the pretense of forgetting something. I peeked around the corner before entering the aisle, and sure enough, he quickly moved into the same aisle from the other end, still keeping his distance but unmistakably following me. Now genuinely worried, I decided to skip the rest of my shopping and head straight to the checkout. I walked quickly, glancing over my shoulder. He was still following, trailing a few aisles behind. When I reached the checkout, there was only one cashier working, and thankfully, no line. I placed my items on the belt and kept an eye on the entrance to the checkout area. As I was paying, I noticed the man had stopped at the end of an adjacent aisle and seemed to be watching me. My heart raced as I grabbed my bags and walked briskly towards the exit. I made sure to pull out my phone, pretending to make a call, thinking it might deter him from doing anything if he thought I was talking to someone. Once outside, I hurried to my car, locked the doors immediately, and started the engine. Just as I was pulling out, I glanced back at the store entrance. He was standing there, just outside the doors, watching me drive away. The drive home was nerve-wracking. Every set of headlights behind me made me jump, worried that he might be following me. When I finally got home, I checked all the locks on the doors and windows, ensuring everything was secure. I've been trying to rationalize the whole incident. Maybe he was just a socially awkward person who didn't realize how his behavior came across. But something about his demeanor and the way he was methodically moving through the store just doesn't sit right with me. I think I'll be avoiding late-night shopping for a while, and maybe even look into getting some groceries delivered instead. The whole experience left me rattled, and I've been on edge since. There's a part of me that hopes I'm just being paranoid, but another part that's deeply unsettled by last night's encounter. If nothing else, it's a stark reminder that you can never be too careful. It was such a weird experience, and even though I wasn't hurt or anything, I'm probably going to shop in the daytime from now on. This happened just an hour ago, and I'm still on edge. I need to get this off my chest. I often hang out late with my buddy Mark, especially on weekends when his parents are away. Tonight, though, felt different from the start. We decided to explore the abandoned house at the edge of town. It's an old, supposedly haunted mansion that all the local kids dare each other to visit. It was around 9 p.m. when we started walking. The air was unusually cold for a summer night, and a thick fog was rolling in, dimming the streetlights to mere halos in the mist. The old path to the house was overgrown, the branches clawing our clothes as we pushed our way through. We were halfway there when I heard it, a faint whisper. It was so soft I thought I'd imagine it, but when I looked at Mark, his face was pale, and he'd stopped dead in his tracks. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. I nodded, and we listened. There it was again, a whisper, but this time it called my name. Chills ran down my spine. We were alone, but it felt like someone, or something, was watching us. Trying to shake off the fear, we continued, with the mansion now looming ahead, its broken windows like dark eyes watching us. As we stepped onto the property, the air grew colder, and the whispers seemed to surround us. Mark wanted to turn back, but I convinced him to keep going. We were already there, after all. We entered through the back door. The inside of the house was worse than the outside, peeling wallpaper, dust all over the floor, and the air stale with the smell of decay. We used our phones as torches, the beams of light cutting through the darkness. As we explored the ground floor, every creak and echo made us jump. When we found the staircase, I hesitated, but curiosity pushed me forward. Upstairs, the atmosphere tightened, the whispers grew louder, and now I could almost make out sentences. Warnings. "Leave," they said, "go back." Mark grabbed my arm. "We shouldn't be here," he said, but I pulled away, drawn to a room at the end of the hall. The door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open, and that's when we saw it. A large figure. It was shadowy and indistinct, standing by the window. It turned towards us, and though it had no eyes, I felt it staring right into my soul. We didn't wait around to find out what it wanted. We ran as fast as we could out of the house, down the path, and didn't stop until we reached the safety of the streetlights. We're back at Mark's house, the doors locked and the lights all on. We're trying to process what happened. Mark is convinced we saw a ghost, the spirit of old Mr. Miller who died there alone. I don't know what it was, but every shadow now makes me jump, and the whispers, I can still hear them if I listen hard enough. What did we see in the Miller house? Was it just our imaginations, fueled by the ghost stories we'd grown up with, or have we stumbled upon something truly supernatural? I don't know if I'll ever go back to find out, but one thing is clear, I'll never forget the fear I felt tonight.